Oh, here we go. I managed to take two more achievements out. Uh, Visit every star system, and of course the last quest, Unity. But I just reloaded back then, so I could, finish the others without having to do the New Game Plus. So I've just six left. The two quest lines, the pirate and the rangers. Now, while I was taking out the star systems, I came across this quest, so I held back on that one. Although I did find a kind of random quest here. It was kind of interesting, but I had no choice but to take it out without streaming. Basically, I find a ship and it's become self-aware. So those two guys, let's say, trying to take it over. I think the owners or whatever. But this was the best outcome. I just persuaded them and sent the ship on its way. A kind of HAL kind of quest. Juno's Gambit. It was interesting enough. Now, so this one here, yeah, we'll go do that. Then I'll just clear up loose ends and then do that reporting, and then we can do deputized or deep cover. There might be a few more we'll come across. We might as well, play all the quests we can in this game. Chances are, well, good chance I might never play this again. Well, until the DLCs. I'll be kind of stuck on that. The achievements. One is already paid for with the game, Shattered Space. And they'll at least, I suppose, spam out two more, but that will be well into the future because I really don't intend on getting them unless they're absolutely dirt cheap. Okay. Let's get to this quest. Operation Starseed. Hopefully my audio is okay. I'll just give it a quick check. I might be able to do it from here, will I? Hopefully my audio is okay. I'll just give it a quick check. Yep. I hope there wasn't too much feedback. Now, with a bit of luck, this should go without too many bugs. Crucible. There we go. Talk with Tobias. Right, let's have a look. And this, of course, is an unscheduled stream. So I still have tomorrow and the next day to do as well, but I should in those 2 days, get done with this and we can move to something else. Yeah, let's just have a quickie on this. Just for a little bit. Get back there in a moment. See if we can get a bit of fun out of this game. I intended to do a lot of this, but it just got too boring too quick. A ghost grazer. Kinda weird. Okay, there's one. Yeah, we can fast travel back to the ship anyway, there's no biggie. A few more down here. Oh, one of the Starborn ships. Yeah. I think I'm up to level 200 now, so... They're absolutely rubbish. Yeah, I went through Unity and got one and it's rubbish. It can't be improved, it can't be upgraded, and it's literally empty inside. There's no way of putting a bed or a workbench, and if you have crew on it, they just stand around in a circle. It's a pity. The design of the ship and inside was kind of cool. So I don't know what their reason for that was, but they've obviously, you know, cut a lot from this game. We'll go on for a moment. Why not? Why not? Uh-oh, hang on. That's not the gun I was using. There it is. Next. Are these guys... They're not taking any hassle, are they? $75. I'm really sure I did more than 3 of those guys. Rob Grazer. Yeah, I think I'll have a little bit of fun here. No, hang on. We better do that quest. I'll tell you why. Just in case it messes up. I don't have to go over this again. Now let's go back. Yeah, it's best we stick to what we need to do. Oh, hi Tigger. On the new Fallout. No, it's okay. I knew it could be anywhere, you know. There's a lot of rumors going around to where it might be. San Diego. Ah, nice. Yeah, I heard that one as well. Yeah, yeah. No, that's perfectly okay. And no, I wouldn't say, you know, you misled me. But there's tons of rumors going around, you know, where it is. And that. But you won't really know until it comes out to, you know, they can change their mind at the last moment. But it doesn't really matter in a way, does it? You know what it's like. You know, it's hard to sift, you know, the excitement of it and that for some people. Yeah. It's like when a game is coming out, how you hear so many different things about it, what will be in it, what won't. And then until you really see it, yeah, it's okay. So how have you been, Tigger? Yeah, I had a bit of time. I wasn't really tired. Woke up a little while ago. Don't want to get some time in. But I'm down to 6 last achievements in this. I took 2 of the harder ones out, let's say, on my day off. So now I don't have to go through Unity and finish it, so it'll give me time to do this, so I can get all my achievements without going in on a second playthrough. My god, you know. Like the old thing we used to do in the other games, you know, having that main save and coming back to it. So just 2 quest lines, and I want to clear up whatever quests I can as well. You know, give this game as much of a chance as I can. Ton of appointments, oh my. I hope they work out for you, you know. That, yeah. So what was your day like, Tigger? Mine was pretty boring. Just a shopping run, and I don't know, I'm just so tired these days. But the few days I have off have been, yeah, they have been beneficial. You know, some days, let's say when I was streaming every day, you know, I don't know how I managed to get through the stream. But now having those kind of respite days, it's kind of nice because I can, having the decision whether to stream or not, if I'm up to it, it's nice having those to fall back on. And then, you know, any appointments and that, I can, you know, get them done on those days. Yeah, same here. Same here. Oh. Let's see what this quest is about. Is that a robot I see? Now, let's get a few saves in here before we start this one. There we go. It is a robot, actually. Yeah. Okay. What's this, a kind of Grey Garden in Starfield?
Human of unknown origin detected. Designated outsider. This is an undisclosed secret location. Please identify purpose or depart.
I see your distress call.
Acknowledging receipt of emergency request. Explanation deemed acceptable. Clearance granted to Crucible. Outsider will deliver 150 units of copper. Compensation will be dispensed.
What?
Stand down. We have a visitor.
You're kidding me. Where am I gonna get 150 copper?
This is incredible.
You're kidding me.
So long we hoped for any visit, and the day has finally arrived.
Yeah, there it is, activities. Where are we going to get 150 copper? Oh. I suppose I could set up a temporary settlement, I suppose. Oh!
It's always a pleasure.
Okay, there it is.
I still can't get over you. A visitor. Extraordinary.
Okay, I think I messed up there, didn't I, going into that? She had some kind of dialogue option. Talk with Tobias. Sugar. Hang on, I have a save here anyway. There. This will only take a minute. Okay. Okay, 150 copper. God. That's something I didn't really stockpile on. I might have enough of it. We'll see. Maybe buy up the rest. But I doubt I'd have 150 copper. Well, I can go to a planet and mine it, I suppose. Oh, come on. Right. I'll spam through this pretty quick.
Human of unknown is an undisclosed. Acknowledging receipt of emergency explanation deemed. Clearance granted to cruise. Outsider will deliver 150 units of copper.
Tobias, stand down. We have...
Reminder, deliver required material.
This is incredible. For so long we hoped for any visit, and the day has
Okay,
finally
where is she?
arrived.
Now, there, well, this is the thing I need here. What is
Oh
this
dear.
place?
That's a surprisingly
She's missing
tricky
now.
question. I'm not the person to answer it, but it is a genuine pleasure to meet you.
Okay.
I wish it were even better. Your arrival is truly an historic one, but many fear what it portends. The societies have closed their doors and are arguing about what to do, while the rest hide to see which way the wind blows.
I
Franklin
see.
would know what to do. He's the oldest among us.
Yeah,
You
she's
should
not
talk
there.
with him.
Look at that. She's not there. She's literally not there.
Give it time, and I'm
Unbelievable,
sure others
isn't
will
it?
come out, for curiosity's sake. if
We'll go
nothing
with it
else.
anyway, we'll see. Yeah, she's there, alright. You know what? Oh, there she is. Okay, that's not too bad. She got stuck.
It feels like I've waited my whole life.
That's not too
for
bad.
this meeting.
Unbelievable, isn't it, how they can just really mess up the game so much. This is an interesting design. Okay, will we try and get the copper for that guy and get it over with? Yeah, maybe so. Let's have a quick look around. Obviously, there's going to be some... Oh, inaccessible. Fair enough. Inaccessible.
This unit is busy.
Let's see if we can get the copper. I just want to get rid of these ones here. Activities. Deliver 150 copper. Right, let's save it here. I'll try and get these things out now before they start to build up. What's up with this thing? There it is. I can go back. I don't know if I've got 150 copper on hand, to be honest. And what's the resources here anyway? Oh, there's copper here. But I don't really want to. I don't have the resources here to pick it up. Here, let's see what the starboard are up to. I might as well play this out, Tigger. You know, and try and get my money's worth from it. No matter how middle of the road it might be. This might be one of the interesting quests on one of the more interesting planets, but not enough of them to hold a story together, you know. 6. That's as high as I seem to have gotten that ship. I get the feeling the ranking of them that if you were silly enough to do the 10 playthroughs would be bugged as well. Seeing that the highest one I could ever find at this level was a 6. So we're looking for, what was it, copper? Oh my god. Oh, physics. You gotta love the physics. And those guys are pretty nasty. Don't even know what that is. Yeah, let's have a little run along here. Might as well. Now, we need to go get some copper. I don't want to set up a temporary mining camp for something like that, to be honest. There's one more down there. He's too far down. Let's see if we can properly survey this planet as well. There's actually some copper there. But I doubt it'll be worth doing this. Well, they're actually worth a decent amount. No, 174, it's not bad. Okay, there's another one out of the way. Interesting. Let me see. Just killing these guys randomly, it's not exactly fun. Still some decent XP points. Oh, hi Wookie. Yeah, that's the ship. It's cool looking outside. It's pretty cool inside, but it's useless. I went through Unity to get an achievement so I could do the other ones, and then I reloaded. The ship is pretty cool inside, but it's absolutely empty. There's no way to upgrade the ship, and it's very weak. You know, I can build a ship 10 times more powerful, and the inside looks a lot better. There's no bed, there's no workbenches. It's sterile, absolutely empty, but it looks kind of cool, but very empty. It's a pity. And going through Unity 10 times, upgrading it would be very, very little upgrades. You know, the top ship on that, I could easily make a better ship. There's no incentive to push forward in this game at all, whatsoever. But that's the ship you get, yeah. You get the Mark 1 all the way up to the last one, I think. And the suit is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Yeah, absolute rubbish. There's another one. I were looking for those little grubby things. Yeah, okay. Well, I have to pick up some copper, guys. Yeah, just let's get a few of these. I'll see if we can just do a tiny bit more and then we'll move out. I just want to finish some of the objectives, you know, coming up to this, and then we can see if we can get that quest done. Ah, that's enough. I've already visited all the star systems as well, so I got that achievement. There's another piece of copper, but we won't be getting it this way. It takes too long. So we need 150 for the guy. Okay. Let's go to our settlement and see what we can find there. And then we'll see how much we'll have to go shopping for. But it would be madness to try and get 150 pieces like that. Even from me. Okay. I could do with one more of those guys. I might get lucky and find one. Those little grub thingies. There it is. Alright, that's fauna complete, so flora. Uh-oh. God, these things are nasty. There's a good bit of XP, but they're nasty. Oh, hi, skeptical. Hang on, let me get my reading glasses for this one, guys. Skeptablaze. I hope I pronounced that right. You don't mind if I call you Blaze? Thanks for following, Blaze. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, I've just got 6 more achievements on this guy. 2 quest lines. Each will have 3 achievements. The Pirate quest line and the Rangers. So I'm just cleaning up the smaller quests, although we've been having a hard time with bugs, but we've found a way around them so far. But at the cost of a lot of time. But nothing that we didn't expect. Now, this, in my opinion, is the best game, or the best gun in the game. Its range might not be the best, but for this kind of work, yeah, it's pretty good. Well, you could get a few thousand XP here pretty quickly. But time-wise, you're better off grinding out that level 4 stuff. Big up, I got this game. Good game, but I think I messed up a little bit. I work for the UC. Oh, I see. So, I haven't found many, let's say, problems about doing quests, you know, how it can mess you up, let's say, with another faction. I think the game is kind of tame like that, where there's not much consequence to what you might do. So, how do you think you messed up, Blaze? And have you got many bugs? Oh my, I've got about 24 bugs so far. Very little. I was very, very unlucky, you know. And I find, you know, the 1700 planets may be a little bit much. I think a couple of dozen star systems, you know, and put enough into those to make them more interesting. Yeah, I've got, yeah, I think I've got them all done. There might be some ones I haven't found. I'll go looking for them in a moment, but yeah, we came across a lot of bugs. Yeah, yeah, that's a problem. I've always hated that system that BGS has. You know, you go to a town or city and you get spammed overhearing, let's say, a lot of quests. You don't want to leave them on the side because the chances of them bugging out are pretty high. I think a system like The Witcher 3, where you'd pick up your quests, let's say, at certain times from a message board, you know, would have been a bit better, allowing you to kind of not get too distracted. I know exactly what you mean. Oh. Yeah, that was one of my main reasons, Blaze, for getting into this game. The exploration and shipbuilding. The exploration was okay for a few hours, but going over the same planet over and over and over again endlessly, yeah, got old pretty quickly. So, you know, that kind of turned me off the exploration with no real great reward. So I turned back to the quests. And the quests have been okay, but definitely not their best work. I find them too fetchy, you know. I much preferred kind of followers and characters in the likes of Fallout 4. I thought I had more, pardon the pun, character. You know, the game is okay, but not what you typically expect. You know, from you know, a good RPG. I don't feel as immersed in this game as I would in Fallout 4 and Skyrim, even though I've had dozens of playthroughs on those. But making money, yeah, I suppose I can show you how well I've got silly money. I've built 2 ships, and I think I've got 7 or 8 million credits, and I can't really spend them. But crafting is probably the best way. You could try crafting 0 wire. That would be a kind of low way of doing it. I think it's copper and gold. You know, setting up something for that, letting it build up, and you get a ton of cash. But I'll show you the ships that I built here. Now, bear in mind that I took out, like, I'm a pretty high level in this because of the grinding, you know, on the workbench. So all of these are maxed out. And I've even got 10 I haven't used yet. And you see this one here. Don't be tempted to take that one straight away. Let's say you'll stop leveling up on the health when you get to 100, level 100, then use these for maximum effect. It's tempting to use them in the meantime. So it's 10% of your maximum health, then 20, then 30, then 40, to a maximum of 40. So let's say if you reached level 100 and you were 100 health, taking out all 4 perks would make you 140. So the maximum you can get in this game, I think, is 3052. Oh, you're a long way off yet, level 21. So that's really not worth taking, and it's too valuable. You know, it depends on. I wanted to do a kind of explorer build, so I invested heavily in science and technology. I find the concealment, well, yeah, the sneaking is not great in this game. Environmental conditioning, yeah, has a minimum effect. But let's say, you know, be on the lookout for this gun. I'm not sure when it becomes available. But it's called a Big Bang, and it's a laser shotgun. That one there. I don't know, I think it'll start to show around level 30 or so. I'm not sure. But remember, this is a little different in Fallout 4. All the guns have ranks, you know, and the top rank in guns would be advanced. You know what I mean? So this one is advanced. The top rank in armor is superior, but they don't really show up, let's say, to a much higher level. So if you're picking a gun, if you get one that's advanced, that's as good as that gun is going to get. Now, I haven't found any legendaries. Legendaries, I don't think rank up, so you're just getting a basic gun. So even with the add-ons, you can do much better yourself, but you'll have to invest heavily in research and development for weapon, armor, and gun mods and things like that. Now that has a mad amount of damage. You'll also get books to slightly improve it, but I have all my followers with those as well. Now that's a top rank in a suit. It's called Superior, and the helmets and backpacks. Now, all the Superior are pretty much the same, except maybe their protection would be spread in different areas, but they're roughly all the same. So I thought the Explorer one would have been best for my character in the team, you know, having that kind of Explorer build kind of thing. And these are the ships I built. This is the one I'm in. This is my favourite one so far. It has a really decent layout inside, and of course it's a level C. It's got maximum jump range. Now you can see where ballistics is 96 and the other ones are 98, yet lasers are only 49. The perks on that have been bugged. Oh, unbelievable. Everything has been bugged. And it's pretty decent inside. If you get into the building, Blaze, keep it one story, because it's a nightmare finding your way around inside or finding your followers. Another thing to do as well is, you know, when you have your crew on board, when you have them as a follower, when you want to dismiss them back to the ship, make sure you're literally on the ship before you do it. There's less chance of them bugging out and getting on the ship and disappearing, and you don't want to be losing followers. So when you have a follower, you know, in your crew, let's say, and you want to get them back, make sure you get on the ship. Remember, the ship is a cell, and then dismiss them in there, and then they're literally trapped in there. Till they come out with more mods. Yeah, and standalone armor. Yeah, it's a pity you didn't have to rely on mods for that. Yeah, but it's overpowered, to be honest. I put a lot of perks into the lasers and turrets and stuff, so, you know, I'm taking out 3 or 4 starborn ships in seconds with this. So maybe a tad bit. Although I could have made it more overpowered and put the ballistics on turrets. And I could put a few more guns, but there's no fun in that. You know, you don't want to fly into a whole fleet and just sit there while your guns automatically take out everyone. You know, you gotta do a bit of dogfighting. But I'll get back to the ship anyway from here. But I've got to collect 150 copper for this idiot here and this robot. So we'll go back to the ship. Oh yeah, I'll show you the other one I built. I did build one more. It's about, yeah, it's as deadly as that one, but it's pretty hard to move around because of the design. Nah, they're just ones I got in the game. There's the other one I built. And this is a kind of a Star Trek build. But that's about as close as I could get it with the pieces they have. We were promised more pieces in the patch, but that was an outright lie. Surprise there. You see where I could have done with a lot more specialized pieces here underneath. But this is pretty nice inside as well, but hard to move around because of the bottleneck in the middle. Xbox. Yeah, I'm on Xbox X Series. It's a pity I wasn't on PC because there was a lot of quests bugged. That cost me a lot of time. I could have using console commands, but, you know, no console commands on console. Yeah. And I think the reactors, you know, even the top one you get, let's say, having 40 power, even with, you know, getting the perks out for more power, there's still not enough power to give you the build you want. And thank you, Thank you, Blaze. I appreciate that. Babylon, yeah. Babylon 5 is definitely one of my favorite TV series, yeah. I follow that. I actually watched it again, let's say, a couple of years ago. Yeah, Sinclair and the crowd. Bruce Boxer was that guy's name, wasn't it? But that's what I did on that. Now, let me get back. I haven't gone too much into the outposts. They're heavily bugged, but when I finish this playthrough, I might come back in and make some just for show and post them. But they don't hold my interest that much, to be honest. They're very, very basic. My name is Oh, nice. Skeptablaze. They released a Blu-ray for it. Oh, really? Oh, send me. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. You mean on Twitch? Yeah, if you're a streamer, I have no problem with that. Blaze. Do you mean Twitch or do you mean Xbox? Yeah. If you're saying gamer tag, do you mean Twitch or on Xbox? I'll send you a message. Yeah. And what do you need to be guided through? So come force a few friends over to watch it. Nice. Both of them. Well, they're pretty bugged, to be honest. You know. They're pretty bugged. Oh yeah, let me just show you what's here. But there is some pretty, if you're talking about the shipbuilding, there is some pretty detailed YouTube videos, you know, the guys that really kind of break it down and make it simple. Although, be careful because they'll show you parts that you can't access, you know, that can be pretty annoying. But just use your imagination and use a different part. The problem with the shipbuilding is, unless it's 100% flyable, you know, it's not going to let you save your progress. So, you know, you'll see the videos if you start from the ground up, and once you get the hang of it, it's pretty simple. You know, start with something basic and add to it. But this one is like inside. But it's nothing got to do with me. These are just pieces, you know, pushed together. You don't get a chance to decorate or do anything inside, so all of the windows and portholes and stuff like that you do get to do.
It's nice to see you.
They're always doing that, aren't they? Same with settlers. They'll all hang around in a bunch. They'll never spread out. So it's pretty roomy inside. And that's what I hate about the Starborn ship. It's rubbish. You know, there's no workbenches, there's zero. And that's my docking area there. Yeah, but this is just, let's say, what the developers did. You just push the pieces together. There's not much to it, Blaze, to be honest. You know what I mean? Once you work out the basics, you put down your landing pad, you stick pieces onto that, you know, or your landing gear. You know what I mean? And as long as your landing gear is pretty much kind of lined up to the center and you haven't made the ship too long. But once I get back to New Atlantis, I'll show you it in more detail. You know, once I get to a shipbuilder, my shipbuilder is bugged. My settlements are bugged, my landing pads are bugged, everything is bugged. It's been a miracle I got this far in the game. Okay. Let's get out of here. But there's a really nice cab in the Enterprise. But this one is based from the Han Solo ship, the Millennium Falcon. Now let me get out of here. I'll get back to the shipbuilder and I will show you a little closer. Come on. But it took me 2 days to figure out that stupid thing because of the bugs. To figure it out and to build it, it took about 2 days. But now I could do them, I suppose, well, much faster. So we can get access to the shipbuilder from here. We need some copper anyway. There we go. Yeah, it's about the best you're gonna get, I think. But the shipbuilding is simple enough, but mostly because there's not really a ton of parts to choose from. You know what I mean? You could go with probably a ridiculous build, but I wanted to go with something that was a little bit, kind of recognizable. And that one has a pretty decent layout, so I'd suggest you keep it one story and not build upwards, if you know what I mean, because going up those ladders is an absolute nightmare. You could of course use the piece with the stairs, but that would make your ship pretty boxy, you know. Oh, hi John, and how have you been? So that's what it looks like outside.
Need some work done? Hey, what can I do for you? Looks to me like you've already...
Oh, wrong one.
Sure, have at it.
So there we can see it there. You know, the pieces I used. But you can see here. That's a landing pad. And that, I've got 6 landing gears. One here, one here, one there. And you see pretty much the same size here. It does need a lot of stability. And the guns, well, you can really put those anywhere. And I put these in as a kind of, just to break it up a bit. Nothing much. Oh, same here. The grav drive and the engines and stuff, all obviously at the back, and the shield. Making a little spot here and kind of building up a little bit, contouring it down. This is actually the cockpit here, it's not in the center. Just like the Millennial. So it's a bit different. Now there's much better engines than these. Even though these are... What class are they? Even though they're a C, there's much better engines. But these ones, looked a lot better on the build. And that's a pity. You can't get more powerful engines. But then again, you're kind of hampered anyway with the power from the reactor. There's a lot of guns on that guy as well. And then... We'll just back out of this for a moment. And then we go to this guy here. And that's a pretty cool cockpit, but it takes up a lot of room. I couldn't get a really saucer. There's a lot of structural pieces they could put in. Yeah, that's what I based it on. And I based this on the Enterprise from Star Trek. The USS Enterprise. And yeah, I even called it The Falcon. But I think this is the kind of giveaway here, you know. This piece here. And of course all the windows and stuff and where you place the guns would be optional. You could even do the center a little different, but I had to keep the profile low or it would look horrible. Of course you could do something like this and build your cockpit up here, which again would be kind of pretty cool. You could go with more of a kind of destroyer class. It would be cool if you could build something like a spear, you know, like a Death Star, but I suppose when modders come out they'll give us better structural pieces to work with. But it's pretty basic, you know. And the way it goes with these guys, you know, let's say you put one here and you find there's no corresponding one. You get ones that you can flip, if you know what I mean. And you kind of flip them around to the side you want and push them on. You'd want to spend a few hours to kind of familiarize yourself with it, you know. But once you get the basics, you know, let's say starting with you know, your centerpiece here, or then putting on your guys here and then just moving out slowly. So basically this side here, let's say there's a center. You'd finish the center first, then you'd make one side and then you'd basically copy it on the other side and stick them together, and then this was another ladder on again. There's not much to it once you get the hang of it. Yeah. Well, to get money, you'll have to invest in the skill train, let's say, in trading and that. And once you kind of max out that, going on the bounty hunting quests, you know, on the planets, not the ship ones, they would yield the most money because you get a lot of weapons from that, you know. But as I said, I've got way too much money in this. There's almost 8 million or something. And I've built those 2 ships as well, and there's nothing else really to spend it on. Now, I need to get some copper, so well, let's see if we can get some, just to fill out that quest. Oh, hang on. I made a kind of temporary basis here just for storage. So go back, I might have some copper here. But I need 150. Yeah, but money shouldn't be much of an object after a while. You could do the adaptive frame thing. You get yourself some experience points as well. You just need aluminum and iron for that one. You know, it's pretty simple to craft those guys. Or if you want, let's say, to yield a bit more money, which might be better, maybe the zero wire. Again, they only need 2 materials. I think for zero wire, I think it's silver and copper. Or it could be gold and copper. It's one or the other. Zero wire might be a better option. You know, you'd get some experience and some money pretty quickly. But you see this, you build something and the trees will grow right up through it again, so it's just not worth my time. And this is just temporarily down here. That's a pity. The patch did more harm than good. Now let's see. Oh, I've only got 53 copper here. That's not going to be good enough, is it? And I'll need that here. Okay. Where am I going to get 150 copper? Let me see. Let me see what it takes to make these guys. I forget, it's been so long ago since I did one of these. Oh, come on. There. Nickel, I think it's tungsten. Nickel, tungsten, aluminum. That's just a water one. No, I think we'll just buy them, guys, and just get out of it. Alright, let's go back and go on a buying spree. I just don't have the patience anymore to set up another base to get some copper. We might have to wait a little bit, let's say, till the stores kind of reopen again. But there's only 2 places here we can really get, you know, some copper, so it might take a couple of days. Just want to get that that little activity, you know, before I carry on with the rest of the quest. Yeah, you'll get 2 in New Atlantis. You'll get a 1 down in the well, and once you finish the Vanguard quest line, they'll kind of give you an apartment. Yeah, I haven't even been there yet. Now, let's go. We need as much copper as possible. That's something I haven't used a lot of. I only really use copper with generators and power sources, so I haven't really stockpiled on that. Because of the inventory management system, this game is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. So unless you really need something, you're not going to store it.
Hope you're finding it. If it belongs on your oh, please, take a look.
Well, that's only 14. That's a good bit off of that's a good bit off of 150, isn't it? Okay, we'll have to stick with it anyway. God, it's gonna take us forever.
Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
The other guy is down here in the commercial district. All of this jumping around now is gonna be... I suppose we could go to Mars. There might be some there as well. Probably better off using the NAT system. There's a good chance I get a crash here. Now there's a few down in the well and they've got a bit of money, but they never do copper, so... These 2 are the only chance I have for that kind of ore. I've kind of worked that one out. Oh yeah, there's always, yeah, from that quest. When she said that yeah, the government, yeah, had something to do with that property.
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being
Yeah.
maintained at 90%.
And it's the same thing every time you've got to wait for this.
Welcome to UC Distribution.
No need for it.
Oh, well, sir.
Oh, that's not too bad, 21. There's still a bit to go, isn't it, for
Back to it then.
150. Now let's see if I can get to Mars from here. There's a couple of guys over there that... won't let us go directly. Yeah, this one is shielded as well. It's got a lot of... but I don't carry contraband. Keep away from the contraband if you can, Blaze. It's heavily bugged. If I carry contraband, all of the landing spots and all of the planets are grayed out. I can't land. Now, if I get a quest where I have to carry that, I'm kind of in trouble. again, there's only really 2 people here. We can wait 24 hours, and then the other 2 guys should be cleared on the other side again. These are the only 2 places really worth going to. Oh, that UC guy, no. Well, he might have. Oh, it's not the UC, it's the Trade Authority. Ah, that might be a problem.
Be careful down near the mines and enter any...
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of ore.
Am I in your way? Sorry.
How's it going? Can I help you? Hey, you looking for anything in particular? Cool.
Yeah, there you go. That was a waste, wasn't it?
Yo, stay good out there.
The UC Exchange is a great place. These notorious bloodthirsty pirates have been emboldened lately, frequently venturing into three-star collectors.
You don't think Woodard is... Take a look.
Now that, do you know what that is? That is absolutely depressing. He's got no copper. I think we'll stick back where we were, guys. And just wait a couple of days and we'll get what we want, because this is ridiculous. That's just a waste. An absolute waste of time. There should be one main place in the game where you can buy as much ore as you want, but... or at least a decent amount of it. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. We need 150 copper. I've not been in there yet. That's new. Or I've seen it, I must have. Oh, yeah, because there's so much in these places. I find that distracting as well. You get used to going around planets with absolutely zero on them, and then when you come to a settlement, there's too much to take in. Yeah, I'm the same. There's a lot you can miss. You just gotta be nosy. And this kind of stuff will take you out of immersion, waiting around too long and saving and loading and, you know, loading screens and empty planets. In Skyrim, once you leave Halgan, you know, you can run from one end of the map to the other without one loading screen, as long as you don't enter a building or a dungeon or something. Here it's much different. You know, you can't move 5 meters without a loading screen, unfortunately. And then it's so boring, you know, waiting for 24 hours. The countdown is pretty slow. But I just want to get my achievements and kind of move on from this one. And when the DLC comes out, I have that Shattered Space one. I'll do that, and when the other guys come out. But this is a game I wouldn't like to do several playthroughs on. You know, there was little enough to see and do in it. On the exploration point, anyway. In party, yeah. I have a thing called an Xbox bug. It's been around a while. When I add 50 followers, it knocks me off from servers. It's an old one that's been around. I have this for maybe 6 or 7 years, maybe more. I was on to Microsoft, and they told me the only way they could fix it is for me to change my gamer tag and start a new account. But I've had it too long. There's too much on that account. But what I could do is, I have 49 now, I can't add the 50. What I could do, if, you know, any of my friends, let's say, kind of drop out, I would be able to add you then, you know. But you can message me anytime, and I can message you back. Or we can still party chat. We don't have to be friends on it, you know. But there's no way I was going to sacrifice my account. I've had it too long. But I know a few people actually got that. And this was a long time ago. When they did that upgrade where you could go from 100 followers or something, or 200 to 1,000. Yeah, that's no problem. We can still party chat. You can message me. I always answer my text. Also, I have a Discord. You can post on that if you'd like to. And I'm always here. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind following people on Xbox. You know, that's not a problem. But the way my account is, you know, and Microsoft really don't fix anything. You know, I've been on to them several times, and eventually they put me on to some other staff, and they said the only thing they could do is, let's say, start a new account. You know. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been?
Hey, we were running low on foodstuffs, so I went ahead and placed another order.
Really? Huh. We'll have to see if that's a long-term trend. Maybe account for it better understanding shipments.
I can just file the...
But Microsoft really need to get their act together, because every time I get an update from those guys, it also messes up my text chat and my web connection as well. I think it's almost time. Maybe I should move to PC. Oh, that's good to hear, Terry. So what have you been up to?
Oh, please, take a look.
Right, we were trying to grind out these resources. Now, had I known this was coming up, I would have had them waiting, but what can you do? We need 150 copper.
Appreciate the business.
And because I haven't been using it too much in building and that, and the 50 I have back at the base I'll probably need. And there was a time when I needed it for upgrading weapons, but, you know, not that much. But it shouldn't take long. I found in this as well, Blaze, you know, when you get a kind of activities mission, yeah, take it out as quickly as possible. They tend to disappear from the activities list after a while, and you lose track of them. Playing Halo, nice. Another thing as well, Blaze, in this game that really ticks me off, you get a vendor, let's say, and they've got about 500,000 credits worth of inventory, you know, yet they only have 5,000 credits. Now, once you get to a certain level in this game, you know, you can pick up one gun that's worth roughly about 5 grand, you know, with the right perks. You know, so if you pick up a lot of junk, there's basically no way of selling it. So it really distracts you as well from, you know, the looting and the exploration. That's just one of the things. This has always been a problem with their games, you know. Pretty bad storage system, but this is the worst storage system ever. It's not like the bottomless pits, you know, the chests and stuff we got in Skyrim where we could put as much as we wanted. There's actually a weight limit in this. And, you know, it requires, you know, a lot of storage. And the vendors don't have enough money. You know, but it's always been in the system they have. Yeah, and it kind of discourages you from doing that, because the last thing you want to be doing is waiting for maybe half an hour real time, you know, kind of waiting and selling and waiting and selling. You know, it really takes you out of the game too much. Now, Oblivion didn't have a bad system. You know, I remember there was one main dealer, let's say, I would sell stuff to, and I think they had 5 or 6 grand. But the way it worked was, let's say, you know, if you sold something to that vendor, let's say, and took their money, and then when you backed it out and go back again, they'd have it again. It wasn't that their money ran out, it just had a limit of, let's say it was 5 grand. So if you got 50 weapons, or what about four grand each, it was perfect. You know, you could go in and sell them one by one. You know what I mean? That would have been the system. Let's say if she had 5 grand, but maybe too easy. But what I would have doing with this, I would have based the vendor's money on their inventory. So let's say your typical vendor like this would have, let's say, 200k. Let's say 200k in inventory. Well, I would have given them at the very least 20k. You know what I mean? That's just 10%. You know, at the very least. But these 5,000 vendors, they should have 20. And the guys on 10 should have about 40. That would be kind of fair, you know.
Bulk items may require multiple levels of approval and can take up to several weeks for an official response. Welcome to UC Distribution. I hope we have...
Oh, I'm sorry about this, guys, that I'm waiting around doing this, but I found a hard way in this game. Oh, do you know what? Alright, well, she's not too bad. Here, what have we now? We must have, what, 60, 70? 74. Nice, we're halfway there. We're halfway there. It should only take a day or two. I only collect the legendary stuff. I'm gonna eventually fix up some kind of a settlement with a kind of museum or decoration or something. That's all really good for. But I do like the kind of ranking system in the guns. That's not bad. It's a pity it doesn't carry over to the legendary weapons. Oh, if it does, at least I haven't found any yet. And I've done a good bit in this game. And it's kind of silly because I'm at the stage now where I think it's like 22,000 or something experience points, or 25 per level. And I'm doing major quests and they're giving me 200 and 250 experience points. So that doesn't make sense, does it? Really? You know, if they based your experience reward, let's say, from quests on your level, that would be more fair. Good night, Terry. And thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Terry. Bye. I suppose they want you to kind of push out. But even killing animals and stuff, it just takes too long. The only real alternative you have would be to kind of have a kind of grinding outpost. You know, a kind of grinding manufacturing outpost. And that's what I did. On some level 4 things.
Legislative action. I'm no longer able to allocate ships. Welcome to UC District. Yes.
So that's 100. So we go up to the other one, we wait 24 hours there, and come back here, and that should be it. We should have enough. That's if they keep selling copper. Sorry, no problem, Wookie. Yeah, what were you asking me? Sorry. Could you repeat the question? I just like to be very thorough with these quests. You know, getting the little objectives out beforehand. Your ship was the one for beating the main story. Oh yeah, sorry. That was the Guardian, wasn't it? Yeah, it's pretty cool inside, but it's completely empty. There's no beds. There's no crafting stations, nor can you make them. You know what I mean? The weapons are mediocre, although they're cool looking. But, you know, the shield is about half of what I have now. The weapons are about 1/3 of what I have. Well, maybe half of what I have, you know. And I've heard that each time it upgrades, when you go, let's say, to a new game plus, it doesn't upgrade very much. So no bed, no crafting stations, no furniture. There's no opportunity to upgrade your ship. You know what I mean? You can't go into build mode in, one of those shipbuilding docks. And, it looks cool, but out from that, it's pretty bland, But totally not worth it. And it's a pity because, if you were allowed to maybe do a few upgrades or something, and it was a little bit more powerful, it would have been worth it. But you'll see what I mean. It's a big, big disappointment. And it's a pity because, this was one of the times where they could have doing something special. Even take the weapons, for instance. We're playing a space game, They're giving us stuff that you could, probably see in Fallout 4. And they're sticking tags in it like old Earth weapon. Come on. Really. They could have doing something kind of quirky, kind of funny, kind of fun. Like they did in New Vegas, where you get guns, let's say, that would turn people to goo or to ash, or make them jump up and down or go crazy or something like that. Something for a bit of fun. But I can understand where, they wanted to keep the game as a kind of low profile, on memory and that. So it's much easier to just give us those kind of spammy weapons. Like, the only decent weapon I could find is this, and it's not bad. It's not bad. But even the animation for the guns is pretty basic, But for me, I really could have forgiven all this if, the bugs were less and the story was better. But I still think, 120 planets, 120 systems with 1700 planets pretty much doomed this game to be boring. Yeah, that's max, Wookie. That's max. And that's, Now, it might be slightly improved picking up magazines, but that's it. That's the max on that weapon.
Ton's Roost sure makes a great steak.
And here you can see it here.
If I could afford it.
There it is there. So physical damage is 167. Energy is 622. That might be slightly improved with some magazines, but not by much. And the range and the accuracy might be slightly improved. But there it is. The only way I could make that better now is to get a legendary advanced. It only goes as far as advanced, which is strange and confusing, because I thought there might have been a superior. Because there is a superior in armor, which I'm wearing. Well, spacesuit, I should say. But that is fully... But you're talking about a lot of research. And a lot of perk points, But the gun is totally worth it. It's fun. It might be slightly overpowered, but, that's what we all kind of work towards, isn't it? A good weapon. Oh, and unlike Fallout 4, melee weapons are an absolute waste of time. They're pretty basic, they're very, very low damage, and you can't upgrade them on a workbench. That's it. Pretty much what you see is what you get. And when you get some of the nicer weapons, even in Legendary, and they're doing something like 50 or 60 damage, like where are you going with a weapon like that when I've got a weapon like this and some of the creatures take 3, maybe 4 shots to kill. This does 622 energy damage and 167 physical. So, where are you going with a melee weapon that does 50 to 70 damage against one of those creatures? Useless. Even in sneak mode it's no good. And who wants to spend all day sneaking up on a creature, So I think they really messed up the melee weapons, if you're into that. Kind of forcing you to do guns all the time.
What was his name again?
Oh, please, take a look.
Now,
Curtis!
I'm hoping this will be enough. Once we wait here for 24 hours, we'll hit her again and the other lady. And that should be enough. Should give us our 150. We're better off to take out that activities one before we press on the quest, because let's say we get to the point in the quest where that robot dies, then we'll never be able to fill that activity, or maybe he bugs out. Either way, we have to find out. Yes, Tigger was talking about it earlier. All right. To be set in San Diego or California or somewhere in that area. Yeah. And then the TV series as well. But there's been that much news about it, let's say, and most of it can be contradictory. It's hard to know. With something like that, Wookie, you're not going to really know until you get an official announcement from BGS. Yeah. But to be honest, Wookie, I'm kind of worried for the likes of the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout series. The path that BGS have been taking with their RPGs, Bigger is not always better, And this is a classic example. Well, for me at least. I can understand if other people think this is a fantastic game. Fair dues to them. Happy for them. My opinion wouldn't make much of a difference anyway, but for me, this game didn't fulfill what I wanted from a game, and especially from a BGS game. But it's all about having fun. Doesn't matter what another person thinks of a game. We all like different stuff. I'm sure there's games that I love that people hate, and that's cool. It would be a pretty weird world if we liked everything the same. But I just feel like I'm trapped in kind of Radiant Quest. I don't feel any kind of hook with the followers, or that I'm actually kind of working towards an end goal. Now, I did play this out to the end, just to get my achievements, and then did a reload where I went through Unity. I wanted to have a look at the ship. Was kind of disappointing. Cool design, really nice inside. Really messed up with no bed, no zero, on that. And it's not that strong, you know what I mean? But they still never explained about the temples. I'm still in the dark. We don't know who built the temples, and we don't know who built the artifacts. Like, I'm trying to get them, the Starborn are trying to get them, but no explanation. Now, they probably thought it might be cool. Like the Dwemer thing, we're not really sure. There's a lot of speculation. Did they disappear? Did they die out? Did they go to another universe? That kind of stuff. I think maybe they were thinking like that, but it was some lazy story writing. Not explaining means they didn't have to do the work, let's say, to even do a quest or, But, okay for something that random in the likes of Skyrim, but not explaining, your main quest properly. Why are we doing it? Out from, being Starborn. Why do we even want to be Starborn? You just get to do this over and over again, But, in the likes of Skyrim and Fallout 4, and this is, I think, one of the basic ground rules for an RPG, and most RPGs you'll know within the first 10 minutes of a game, what your purpose is, and, what you have to do. At least a pretty decent idea.
Crimson Fleet raid, I heard. Didn't... Oh, please, take a look.
More copper. Apparently she has exactly the same amount every time.
Thanks for shopping at Jemison Mercantile.
Now, what have we now? How much are we short? Okay, we are short 22 pieces. And as far as I know, if that lady comes through down there, she has exactly 22 pieces. But sometimes the quantity kind of varies. They've made Fallout 3. They made Fallout 4. They made Oblivion. They made Skyrim. And now they've made Starfield. New Vegas was made by Obsidian, a kind of third party. Fallout 1 and 2 were purchased from another company. I think Black Isle Studios developed that one. And that vampire thing they did, that was done by, I think, Arcane, wasn't it? They would be, let's say, a subsidiary of Microsoft and BGS. So, yeah, sorry, they did the really old games. They did Arena and Morrowind, but they're really some old school. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wasn't mentioning the online games. They did Arena and Morrowind, real old school stuff. And on the kind of multiplayer stuff, they would have done the Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. Yeah, I thought you meant just the kind of stuff we're doing now. Yeah. Now, their last two games were online. The last one being 76 and then the Elder Scrolls Online before that. So one after the other. Now, I'm getting the feeling this was originally meant to be something like that. You know, a kind of No Man's Sky kind of multiplayer kind of thing. Because the way the game has been hacked and badly pieced back together, it's like they changed their mind on this game a good few times. But it would explain, you know, the sheer size, you know, of all the planets in that. You know, if you're going to have maybe, you know, 40, 50 players on a server at once on this. Maybe. I just get that feeling. I'm probably wrong. But seeing as the last two ones they did, you know. But yeah, the online games were 76 and Elder Scrolls Online. The old school games would have been Arena, Morrowind, and a few add-ons to those. And then, let's say, when they moved and upgraded their engine to something like we have now, it would have been Fallout 3, 4, Oblivion, Skyrim, and now Starfield. No, it was bought for a present for me, Wookie. My wife purchased it for my birthday, so she probably gave full price. I obviously didn't ask her, you know. She knew I was interested in playing Fallout, or Starfield, so she bought me the premium edition. Yeah. But I think it might have been on sale, 15% off at that time. Yeah. And that would have been when I started playing it, you know. Myself, to be honest, I wouldn't touch this game on. Even before I knew what it was, I had a feeling what it was, you know, until it went down pretty cheap. I'm not sure. No, I just got a digital download. It said I got Shattered Space and some artwork and music. Now, I've never heard of a game where they charge you extra for the artwork and music, but just a kind of money grab thing, you know. But I think when this was on release for 70 or something, that was like 110 or 15 or something, wasn't it? I'm not sure. It might have come in with a credit stick. I didn't really take much notice. But I've got whatever Shattered Space is. I'm assuming it's a kind of pass for their DLC that will be coming out.
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with the distribution center, let us know. We're
I'm
always
not sure.
scouting.
I heard that it will
Welcome to
be
UC
coming
Distribution.
out
Something I can do for you?
in the last quarter, maybe October, September, October of this year. And that's what I heard. But, you know, I really don't have much faith in it, to be honest.
I hope we have what you need.
But rumours are going around that would be about to run, which would, yeah, they are probably the most interesting faction, I suppose. $21. We're one piece short. How stupid is that? Okay, it doesn't matter. We can sleep here and we'll get our last piece. We're literally one piece of copper short. And we've wasted like, what, 20 minutes trying to get that 150? Unbelievable. Oh well. Another 24 hours won't hurt. Yeah, I'll have no choice. Once I commit to a game, I commit to a game Wookiee. So even when I fill my achievements in this and get, let's say, 1,000 out of 1,000, the second they release that DLC, you know, whether I have it or buy it or not, the achievement score will go up in my game, bringing down my percentage. So once you commit to a game and you commit to the achievements in it, you have to kind of follow it through with the DLCs as well. You know what I mean? Now it's up to you whether you want to get them on release or wait till, you know, a long time after and let's say get them on sale, what I usually do. Or what I really like to do is buy the kind of Game of the Year edition, you know, where everything would be included, so kind of all in kind of thing. So yeah. I think during the sales I did pick up the DLC for Valhalla. Well, they say it's not a DLC, but we all know it is. And that would be Ragnarok. I think I have that. And a stupid DLC for a really mundane game called Greedfall that looked good but didn't work out that way. So I'll have to get those out at some stage to 100% those two games. Almost. But I've got the DLCs a while back, but just hadn't time to play them. Valhalla, I need to do the DLC on that. I need to do the DLC on Greedfall, which is pretty short, and I need to finish this one. Then every game will be 100%, yeah. Even Black Flag, and that was a challenge because of the online achievements. I just feel like the game is not finished until it's finished, if you know what I mean.
I'm pleased to report that our stocks are currently being maintained at 90% or
Come on,
higher.
I just need
I'm
one
sure we
copper.
have anything you might need. Welcome to UC Distribution. Yes.
There we go. We are done, guys. That's 150. Now we should have enough. I better save it out here. Now, you see this one here? Deliver 150 copper. Now let's see what we have in our inventory. And there we go, 150 copper. We'll get that guy out of the way. You see, I want to do every quest in this, if I can, Wookie. Because the chances of me playing the main story again would be pretty slim. 6. There's just 6 left in this. Let's say I've just saved before Unity, so I went through Unity because I wanted to get that achievement out, and of course visiting all the star systems, so I took 2 achievements out there. That leaves me only 2 quest lines to do, and there's 3 achievements in each, and that would be the Crimson Fleet, which would have 3, and that would be the Rangers. The Rangers I'll do first, that sounds kind of fun. But just 6 more, so I'm 90% on this, but this is just the base game. But yeah, I'm 90% on this one. But it's kind of fun as well to kind of do the achievements, you know, because it 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 brings something more to the game, you know, I think. But 6 more, worth 100 achievement points.
I've got no idea.
Let's go. Now we can get into the quest. We see what it's about. It might be interesting, who knows. Yeah, 6 more from 2 quest lines. Which is pretty standard in this game. Usually starting off with joining a certain faction. And I couldn't really call them factions, not like they were with Fallout 4, where, let's say, going too far on one faction would kind of tick off the other faction. It doesn't seem to happen here. And yeah, I'm kind of middle of the road on that. It doesn't bother me that much, to be honest. You know? But I know there's a lot of players that would kind of frown on having no consequences. Like the game, let's say Baldur's Gate 3, that has a ton of consequences. You know, choosing a certain path and that, and, you know, most players would probably only get to experience maybe 50-60% of the game if they were lucky, making the right choices. But then again, you know, with a situation like that, on your next playthrough, you know, you could do a lot different and experience some new stuff. So the game would be pretty fresh. But that would take a lot of content like they did. And BGS, let's say, you know, they want to do it with as little work as possible. So they'll make sure that you'll see all the content they have within reason. If you know what I mean? Yeah. When you can close the game, you know, with all the achievements and everything. Yeah, it is. And then let's say if you were the kind of person, like let's say in Fallout 4 or Skyrim, that would like to play with a few mods, then you've got the benefits. You can play with mods without ruining your achievements as well. Yeah, but it's a kind of little end goal, and I think it's a nice little addition. Maybe not for everyone. And, you know, it doesn't really matter if you get them or not, but it's nice that the option is there. Now, the only game I haven't played since 360 that didn't have achievements was Valheim. But that was totally worth it. But that's a game that's still in development. I'm sure probably once they fully finish it, although they might never add achievements to that one. Unusual for me to play a game on Xbox without achievements. Well, there's the Pirates, the Crimson Fleet, there's the UC, and there's the Rangers. And then there's the Raijin Industries. And that's it. And they're not really factions. They're just companies you do some work for. You know, I don't know why they even call them factions. Factions would kind of hint that they're kind of rivals and, you know, doing something for one faction, let's say, might not be in the interests of another faction. But no, it hasn't been going that way in this. Which I to be honest, I don't really mind that. But I can understand why most players would find that kind of off-putting. You know, having played a certain way in their other games. Oh, and then, yeah, the Vanguard, I think they're the UC, isn't it? Yeah. There's the Vanguard questline as well. Oh, another good thing as well I found in the Vanguard is a flight simulator. So if you join them early and you wanted to kind of grind a little bit on your ship for weapons and stuff, yeah, the kills you do on the flight simulator count towards that. So that's kind of handy. because finding ships to fight can be a bit of a problem.
No credit here to the mission. Manifest authenticated. Remuneration process.
There we go.
Transaction terminated.
Oh. Operation Starseed. Ah, okay. We got rid of that little thing. Why did that guy want 150 copper? So far, see, I haven't done 2, but so far. Let me see. Well, Raijin Industries was... Yeah, it was kind of lame. Let me see. The Vanguard, to be honest. Yeah, there was plenty of action on that, and there was a good few dodgy quests, but a few of the quests were okay. So far, let's say, you know, I would say the Vanguard questline. Now, I still have the Rangers questline and the Pirate one to do. So then we'll see, you know. But everyone was saying the Pirate one was their favourite. We'll see if it's mine. Oh, hi, Young. And how have you been? Well, I hope. So there we are, guys. We've done that. We've taken out that one. And now we'll carry on with our quest. But I think in this game it's very important to keep your activities clear. Here, let's go down there. We'll need a few saves anyway. Ah, that's good. Yeah, not too bad. I don't officially stream till tomorrow and the day after, but had a bit of time and wasn't too tired. And I'm anxious to get the rest of the quests out in this game, which I'm kind of closing in on now. Just 6 more achievements left, Young. 2 quest lines, and then to just clean up the little quests I might have missed. So how's your day been, Young? Now, hopefully this won't be one of their convoluted quests. Well, let's have a look around. Inaccessible. Fair enough. Is it all inaccessible? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Now, it kind of pays to look around for books and magazines and junk. Oh, that does take up a lot of time, but what can you do? They're usually pretty obvious. This is a biggish spot, isn't it? Okay, we'll give it a try anyway. I don't think they'll do a Fallout 4 and leave a book on the floor. Not really. You don't get many surprises in this game. Okay, I would like a book, please. Disappointing. I don't think we'll get this kind of furniture. I'll definitely go into it later. You know, kind of... Well, could you call these settlements? Yeah, kind of settlement building. There's tons of followers and guys we can hire to kind of fill them up. But I don't think we'll get this kind of design. Yeah, especially this. This is kind of cool. It'll be more modular. Oh, this is where we could find a book. Yeah, disappointing, isn't it? Oh well. Right, let's see what this guy wants. But I'm guessing there has to be something of value here. Gotta be. It's probably in one of those locked ones that we'll probably access later in the quest. But there's nothing really obvious here. Right, let's see what he wants. Franklin.
When your ship landed, I feared the robots would shoot you on sight.
Woohoo!
I am
Been good
greatly
playing
relieved
games,
that
nice.
they let you enter our
Started a new,
community.
cool, Fallout 4 playthrough. And started playing the Outer Worlds.
Delicate time.
Spacer's Choice Edition. Oh, nice. I might eventually get around to the Outer Worlds myself sometime. That's weird. That's a weird old-time outfit. And your accent is odd. You don't control the robots. And you don't seek to use me. I'll be careful
As
then.
well you should. I am Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Oh my
leader of the Pragmatist Society.
God. I see where they're going with this. Yeah.
It is gratifying that even after all these years, my name is
Enjoying it. Oh, that's cool.
You see,
FDR.
I was an American president. Well,
Yeah,
not
FDR.
literally, but in a sense I was. Everyone that lives here are clones. Some of us are clones of the
This is
greatest
interesting.
figures of history, and others, well, we don't rightly know. When we die, and some of us die quite often, we are brought back. I cannot imagine how strange this must sound to an outsider.
I see. All of this is hard to believe. I've encountered stranger things.
Then you must live a remarkably interesting life. After decades, centuries, of trying to figure it out ourselves, there is so very much we don't know either.
I see.
The robots clone us for a reason. Their so-called mission. But what that is, and what we should do about it, is something the societies disagree.
Society,
Sometimes
okay.
violently. It's best you meet with the other societies, and after,
Hmm.
I promise I'll explain the pragmatists' position on matters.
Good, good, good.
Be careful what you wish for.
Okay, this is interesting.
So the street should be full again. There is more I would talk with you about, but I would not take
So,
advantage
probably
of
we'll
your
meet
ignorance.
characters from history.
Go speak with the Monterinas and Genghis Khan.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Imogen is here. Khan. Let's see. We'll leave Khan till last. Let's see. Well, they're probably out in... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here.
I might have some
oh.
stuff we could use in stock. Welcome to town, stranger.
Wyatt.
Consider me part of the welcoming.
You're kidding me. Wyatt Earp.
Wyatt Earp.
Yeah,
I'd be
yeah.
most pleased if you could use one of the spare rooms during your stay. For a modest fee, of course.
You're kidding me. I didn't figure Wyatt Earp would run a hotel.
You and me both there. I do the best I can to uphold the law, but the societies make that difficult. I expect I've had as much
I
success
see.
restraining Genghis as the
Who's that
Chinese
character
did.
behind him?
I do what I can. Roosevelt and I are both of the same mind on that.
Kinda looks familiar. I'll keep my law breaking to minimum then. Let me know if I can help.
That's a generous offer. I might take you up on it. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. And by the by, I may have access to some essentials I've picked up over the years.
Okay, a
Pass it
vendor.
on to you.
Let's see what you got for sale.
Hopefully you take fancy to something.
Let's see, he might have something interesting. Aid. Oh my. Resources. You're kidding me. And what's he got? 1200. No, he's okay. I need a room.
If you want a room, you've come to the right place. You want to stay the night?
Might be something in there we need. Give 2,000 credits 1 week. 1 day. This guy is expensive.
Room's ready. Whenever you want to take a load off, feel free.
Activities. Visit your room. Now, that's what I want to do first. Talk to... where's the room? There it is. Oh, who's this? Oh, you're kidding me. Amelia Earhart. Okay, this I've got to see. Let me just save this one. Yeah, the pilot went missing. Yeah.
I want to see it do everything there is to be done. Your ship, she's a beauty. It travels the stars, right? Tell me, what's it like out there?
No matter how much I say, it never gets old.
That's just how I imagine it. My name's Amelia Earhart. When I first woke up in this place, in my head, I knew all about my namesake, her life and her accomplishments. But I also knew how to fly a starship, reactor limits, thrust acceleration.
Sounds like a follower, guys.
In my mind's eye, I can imagine flying out there.
Cool.
Touching heaven itself. And yet...
But they're very basic, you know.
Here I sit.
I don't know what you make... I don't know what to make your anyways here.
Am I that transparent?
Yeah.
Listen, I know you owe me nothing at all. But I would do anything to get off of here.
Yes.
I know the societies want who knows what from you for who knows why. And I don't want to get involved in any politics. I just want, for my single self, a chance to explore.
We can do that. If I can help you, I will.
You won't regret it. Things. Do you want to talk about anything else?
No.
No,
Okay, well, spam through this. I get the feeling we won't be able to get this if she is a follower till the end of the quest, obviously.
Feels like family. Distant family. I like to think we both share a kindred spirit of adventure, though. She broke so many barriers in her life. I would love the same opportunity one day. I have a few choice, unchristian thoughts about
Interesting.
but I'm going to stay out of it. Listen, I'd understand you making any decision you have to regarding them. Any at all. I just hope you judge me.
I wonder where this is going.
I don't wish harm on anyone.
I play Elite
I just
Dangerous
want to
and
explore.
No Man's Sky. And Cyberpunk. Nice. Yeah, 3 really, really good games. Haven't played Cyberpunk yet, mostly because of its disastrous start. But very fond of the CD Projekt games. Obviously the kind of Witcher 3. I do tend to kind of lean towards, you know, kind of medieval games, and Witcher 3 was an amazing game. Very humorous, you know, lots of story. Could never be criticized for having no story. Nice. Yeah, that seems interesting as well.
Goodbye, outsider.
What?
What?
And the renegades?
What's up with these guys? Now, let's have a look at our room.
I hope your arrival doesn't mean more violence.
Oh, I get there's going to be a big fight here, is there? How are we getting in here? Ah, come on, for God's sake. Well, there's Wyatt. Okay. Let's have a look here. Wyatt has his bed right at the desk. Convenient.
How the hell did you get a gun, White?
That is a good question.
And the answer?
You don't... The loot you get is pretty much the same.
Come on, tell me.
Which is kind of disappointing.
The thing is, if I tell you, you tell someone else, and soon my side business has competitors.
Oh, we have something here. So many failures. Destroying all equipment failed. Okay, what's this about? Tunneling failed, tampering with robots. I think someone... Oh, this could be Amelia's. Almost wiped us out. Altered metal. Installed. Mortar sticking out. Failed. Running failed. Doom buggy failed. Failed. There must be a way. I would say that's Amelia's. She did say she wanted to get out. Oh, what's this? Oh.
Change is coming.
Oh. That's kind of funny, to be honest. I'll have to get rid of those later. Two of the same. I like collecting the notes as well. Okay, that's our bed.
I listened to him on arenas for years before I joined the Believers.
I wonder is it worth it, guys? Ah, come on. I could never really understand that. If you're invisible, you're invisible.
I would kill for a new slate of anything at all.
Okay, we'll see if we get some kind of bounty for opening these up. Gotta see if there's any books in any of these before we don't leave anything behind here. Oh, sugar. There we go. Oh, let's see. Have you got anything interesting? Not really. Oh, Amelia Earhart's outfit. That I want. Okay, we're gonna steal that, guys. That is unique.
I just wish the societies could get along.
Let's see. Epic. Nice. Assaults, murders, trespasses, times arrested, times got with contraband. No, we're good. I don't think we get arrested here anyway. So this is Amelia's room. We took her outfit.
You're the most exciting thing that's happened, well, ever.
Let's see. No. Oh, we did get a kind of outfit. Now we'll see if that guy, if we can do buyback from what's his face. Oh, I'll be pretty careful with this guy.
Hope you find what you're...
Yeah, buyback, no items. Let's see what he buys stolen goods. No, he doesn't. We're gonna have to sell that in the trade authority, I would say. But the Amelia Earhart outfit, that was pretty interesting. Now, we don't even really need the bed. Well, we pretty much have this done. Oh, we can sell one of the stupid notes, can we?
You're the talk of Crucible. Of course.
The problem with that, we might sell it too. Doesn't really matter.
Pleasure talking with you.
Right, I want to check out this queen thing. There it is, there. Okay, we'll move on, guys. But we're getting there. I think it's a queen. I know that name from somewhere. Or a king. It's queen. Ah, Egyptian. Is it? Duh.
Do not leave Crucible. Warning delivered.
Yeah, Egyptian. Don't remember, to be honest, from Egyptology.
I had hoped you would visit me. Good. Know that you stand before Queen Amanirinas of the Kush, queen of a dead kingdom on a dead world. But I earned my name, and even
Oh,
the
yeah,
sands of time
yeah.
cannot take it from me.
Yeah, mostly because of her disappearance, really, you know. And then, oh, the guy, what was his name? There was a big kidnapping case. His kid went missing. Ransom demand. And they found that kid dead. There was a lot of talk and rumours as, you know, what might have happened. He did the first Charles Lindbergh, the Lindbergh baby kidnapping. Yeah. That's I could never. But Amelia, yeah, I can always remember Amelia. Yeah, this would have been the 1920s, 30s thing. Yeah, it would have been a big thing.
In my culture, silence like this is
But yeah, very resourceful and determined lady, especially for the time, you know.
your courtesy is appreciated, even though it rings hollow. My subjects are all dust. If you don't believe me, know you are not alone. Some clones deride me behind my back. I know this, but I feel in my
And of course FDR as well, well, widely known.
For truth, the great.
Especially for his contribution, let's say, during... Was it during? I do know he set up... Was it FDR that set up the work system that did the dams and all of that stuff? Yeah, put a lot of people back to work during a pretty bad time. Very progressive president. But FDR was... no, hang on. FDR was the wartime president. FDR, that's right. He had polio or something, wasn't it?
My home.
Franklin something Roosevelt. It was Teddy. It was Teddy who did the park system. Yeah. Yeah, it was Teddy actually. Strange. From what I can remember from history, I think Teddy's wife and Roosevelt's wife were related. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken in that one. And the teddy bear, that was actually named for Theodore Franklin, as far as I know. Yeah, Teddy. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Yeah, the names are familiar. But strangely enough, I think their wives were related. Second cousins or something. Now, how can you be so certain?
Have you no faith of your own? Something you hold to, even though it cannot be proven. It is the same with me. But I am certain. You speak to Amanirinas, reborn.
Okay. I would hold my judgment.
You are wise then. I know how it must sound. Once, I called upon mighty armies. However, on Crucible I still lead. Have you heard of the believers? Have you heard of the mission? We are the ones who will take our rightful place in these settled systems to bring in a new glorious age and break the endless cycles of oppression and greed.
What oppression and greed? Okay.
You are skeptical. My advisors thought the same when Augustus Caesar stood unbeatable at Cush's border. I
Okay.
made war against the
So she's more recent,
I took
around the
their
time of
cities
Caesar.
and fought them to a draw.
Well, that would be around the
No
time of
other
Cleopatra.
king or queen can boast of that honor against that
Okay.
great Roman. And that's just me. Some of the greatest lions of all ages are awaiting rebirth. What are bureaucrats, petty politicians, and lawyers against that?
Okay.
If we could do it ourselves, we would have, years ago.
Mm.
I do not care if you think my plan is insane. But what I want, what we want,
Okay, she wants
is a
to be
chance
queen,
prove to the
basically.
facility we are ready. When someone has achieved their potential, the facility is supposed to set us free among the stars.
Oh,
But
I
the
see.
machines have been
Okay,
built
she
for more
wants...
and more
I
over
get
the
it,
years,
I get it.
and no one
They
has
want
ever been deemed
them
worthy.
to
I need your
leave.
help to properly fix the facility so that we can prove ourselves and claim our birthright.
I don't know about leaving Cannes. Oh, to be honest. I'll hear you out, but no
Then
promises.
listen well, outsider.
If I know
You
my
must go to
history,
the facility.
was there when the
The robots and
aliens
what drives them
arrived
is not here.
with the crop
The
circle?
facility
Yeah?
is where they come from. Somewhere far to the east.
No, I just don't
None of
recognize
us
her
can
from
travel
history.
there.
She's talking about
Go there,
Augustus
please.
Caesar.
And
So
see if the
that
facility
would
can
have,
do
let's
it
say, left it quite
Then report
recent
back to me.
in Egyptian history. You reckon she's doing the crop circles, yeah? Probably. And how have you been, Falcon? Oh, it said visit. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm supposed to sleep, aren't I? We want to get rid of that one. Here. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure these are all done before we proceed. Now, I think the obvious problem here would be Genghis Khan, aka Imogen. Oh, 1 hour should do it. Same as always. How are you enjoying Starfield? Yes, this is my first time doing the entire game. Oh, hang on. Okay, let's just... I think we might have hit a bug, guys. Oh, I really hate it when this happens. When I can't get rid of objectives like that. Horrible. I really and truly hope I don't have to restart because of this. I have been plagued with bugs, Falcon, in this game. I've found ways around about maybe 24 bugs, and a lot of them quest related. It's cost me well over 100 hours so far. But for me, every part of this game has been infested with bugs. And the 120 star systems with 1700 empty planets, not very immersive in an RPG, I'm afraid. The loading screens can be a bit of an issue between that and some other things. It's very hard to keep immersion in this game. Me too. I would have to agree with you, Falcon. Yeah. Mostly for me due to bugs. But even if the bugs were removed, which is an impossibility with BGS, the game was very middle of the road. I think really, well, not for everyone, and I respect anyone that likes the game. You know, it's not about what someone else thinks. If you have fun in the game, that's the thing. That's bugged, guys. gotta be kidding me. The last thing I want to be stuck with is... Ugh. Okay, don't hire a room. Unbelievable, isn't it? Oh yeah, yeah. I think it was doomed for most players when they made it so big, with absolutely nothing to do in it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was bugged from the very first quest. Welcome to the neighborhood. But when it's bug after bug after bug, Falcon wears you down, doesn't it? You know. I've yet to do a quest that doesn't have some bit glitch or bug, and the frustrating part is they had what, over 12 months more to polish these things out. Now we're done. Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so we won't hire the room. We won't hire the room. That's not bad. We'll spam through Franklin's quest, and I can't take anything for granted in this game. I really despise quests been left over unfinished. You know what I mean? And I wanted to see if it's even possible to finish the quests here without that kind of stuff happening.
When your ship landed, I am great, but you, as well, I am Franklin.
We'll just spam through this quickly.
You see, I was an American. Everyone
I just can't get into it, Falcon. And I respect, you know, that other people would like it. You know, there's a lot of games that I like that other people would not. But from me, it just didn't scratch that itch I had for an RPG. I just feel like I'm trapped in an endless radiant quest. You know, making most of the quests, you know, going on for hours with tons of objectives. And you know, in Skyrim, let's say, you know, you leave Hog and you can run from one end to the other without a loading screen. You know, you can kind of go out there and explore and maybe come across little quests that you mightn't have found, books and interesting things to see and do. But because of the empty planets here, once you do 5 or 6, you know, it gets old. So that kind of forces you to the cities and the quests. So the quest then would have to carry the game. And between the bugs, the glitches, and on most of them, I have to say the bad writing, it's not enough for me to carry the game. Then let's say, take the main quest line for instance. We're talking about the main quest line. It's just a series of going to temples. I know there's a few little quests in between, and floating around and, you know, doing the same thing over and over again and collecting the artifact. And the fact that you never know who made the temples or the artifacts, I think is silly as well. You know, now I can see why they did something in Skyrim where, you know, you're not quite sure about the Dwemer, where they went to and that kind of thing. But that was something on the side. It wasn't the main quest. You know what I mean? And then to think that someone would do this 10 times. And the ship itself was pretty disappointing. You know, the reward. You know? I logged in last night for the first time in over 2 months. I completed 2 quests from my log, picked up a new one, and it was bugged. Yeah. Doesn't make... Well, we all know about patches, Pirate, from BGS. They tend to cause more than they fix. But the patch was exactly what I said it was. A couple of minor fixes, ignoring the really big things in the game. And then they would put a sparkly object in front of us. Like they did in Skyrim, it was better, more vibrant colours and flowers and god rays. In this it was better light shading. You know. So adding to the game wasn't a problem. You know, at least do something with the bugs. You know what I mean? But it would be folly to think that they changed their ways. This has been their way of operating since day one. You know, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, all of them still have bugs in the game, a long time after that haven't been addressed. And some of those bugs, are relatively, I'm thinking relatively easy to fix, And when things like that happen and, there's certain elements in the game missing, I really hated when they used that old excuse, hard decisions had to be made. Well, in this game,
have other business.
maybe not going with 1700 planets might have been a good idea. Well, that would give them a bit of room to maneuver. Hire in some good story writers, That wouldn't be a hard decision to make. But again, that's just my opinion and that's subjective. But for me, as a big fan, it's my favorite game studio. And my criticism would be, let's say, not hating. I would consider my criticism to be, kind of aimed to be constructive, But the problem with BGS is they don't listen to players' criticisms. Instead, they would, face them on Twitter and tell them they're wrong. You know what I mean? That they know best. That they know best what they want. What the players want, which is pretty silly, really, I think. And it should be beneath a so-called triple A games developer to go to Twitter to, say such things. You would expect it from maybe an indie developer, but someone in the business this long, it's kind of petty.
Then you must live a remarkably...
But I've lost a lot of time because of these reloads
After
and
decades,
stuff like that.
centuries of trying to figure it out ourselves, there is so very much we don't know either.
Yeah.
Robots clone
To
us
be
for a
honest,
reason. There
this
are so-called
multiverse thing
missions.
really
What
kind
that
of convoluted
and
the
what
whole
we should
game.
do about
You know what I mean? If they wanted to go with something like that to kind of explain what they've been doing,
It's best
maybe some kind of time travel or something,
I promise
something that
pragmatist's position on matters.
more, let's say, more rooted in people's minds. Like we've been subjected to this, possibility of time travel for a long time. But this multiverse thing, I know it's an easy way to explain some stupid twists in the game, and probably some lack of story. But I don't know if all of the writers and developers and designers in this game were on the same page. It seems like every person involved in this game had, a different thing they wanted to do, and then when it was all done, they tried to piece it together as well as possible. But that's just me.
I do have a society to
Yes, that's what I said. And one of the lead guys did say that as well. He wanted 24 star systems. That would have been perfect, Lone Pirate. And put something in worth discovering, the fluff they have from the other 1700 planets, would give them a lot of room to play with, But I still say with each successive game that BGS has made, the story has suffered. From my part of view, anyway. Story, I think, in my opinion, is got a lot to do. I know a lot of gamers just want to go in and they want to shoot things. But for me, I want to kind of try and understand the game. I know it's a game and it's not going to make that much sense. But, like, they could do it a bit better, at least so it's somewhat understandable, Yeah, 1700 empty ones. Yeah, basically. They really took advantage of the AI and kind of procedural things.
be careful what you wish for. Word has been sent, so the street should.
So this is my first quest. I'm here, what, 2 hours and 20 minutes? And because of that bug, and because that robot stopped me to give him 150 copper, you see what I mean? So it kind of,
Welcome to town.
kind of drags,
Consider me part of the welcoming committee.
Yeah, after doing a dozen
I'd be
planets,
most pleased if
you've
you could
definitely
use one
lost your
spare
taste.
room
Yeah.
during your stay, for a modest fee, of course.
Yeah, but like, it's not necessary because nobody will want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, space is empty in real life. You know what I mean? And I can kind of see where they're going, but it just smacks of laziness. You know what I mean? You put nothing in something, and then you say, well, I'm doing this because it's real. You know what I mean? Well, then you've got to look at the game. There's nothing about this game that's real. So it can. Well, some of the comments they made, like Neil Armstrong wasn't bored. That was disrespectful, to be honest. You know what I mean? Such an achievement, in mankind's history to kind of put yourself on that level. I thought was petty and childish. But that could have been just some silly dev, getting carried away with their success and the hubris that this company has had since Skyrim. But strangely enough, let's say, when they were making Skyrim and let's say money was kind of tight and they were making ends meet, they had a pretty good team. They worked together and they knew they needed to do a good job. But since the success of Skyrim, I think they're starting to believe their own propaganda and that, and thinking whatever they shovel out is absolute gold, which is not so in my opinion. So yeah. Now, I know that I have pressures and that, but still, if they can't make games without so many bugs, size them down. Okay, we appreciate they want to make something bigger. Bigger is better if it's interesting. You know what I mean? But if it's empty or repetitive, it's just a problem. Yeah, but they've ruined that sense of hugeness. They put in the planets to make it look huge.
Don't mind me.
Yet you need to go through several loading screens to get there. And once you discover a planet, you can fast travel there in seconds. So, for me, it's not that huge, if you know what I mean. Now, I know the problems of doing space travel without that would be probably impossible, and I can understand that, you know what I mean. But for me, I think the first developer who wanted to do 24 star systems would have been correct, But then, because it was so easy to churn out these planets, they just kept adding them in and adding them in. I was watching an interview with the guy who added the planets. So he did most of them and he did some of the ships and that. He retired as well. How else would you do a grav drive, even between 20 star systems? What do you mean? But like, let's say No Man's Sky, you get some graphics where you kind of feel, not that I've played the game, you kind of feel, that it is a long distance. But if they wanted it to seem huge, the loading screens would have, kind of overridden that really.
Outsiders are stranger than I'd imagine.
Yeah. But it doesn't have that sense of size then, does it? You know what I mean? What's the difference, let's say, with, if you think about it, let's say going from one room to another through a loading screen, and then going to the other side of the galaxy? I know getting there might be kind of fun in the first place, but once that's done. But I still think the main problem is there's nothing to do on the planets. Why would you want to do 1,700 planets? There's only about half a dozen buildings. And they're respawned over and over again. And when I say they're the same, I mean they're literally the same. They've got the same loot, they've got the same, everything is placed in the same way. They're literally carbon copies. So once you do 6 of those, you know what I mean? The only difference might be there might be something a little different in the safes, or the enemies might be a little different. But out from that, once you've done 6, you know what I mean? But I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't mind that, but a lot of people would as well. And I would be one. I'm more used to the kind of handcrafted, interesting things to find. You know what I mean? Something that would distract me. And it just hasn't been distracting for me. But that's just me. You know what I mean? I'm not, kind of running down anyone that would like the game, because the whole thing about playing a game, no matter how someone else thinks about the game, is if you like the game and if you have fun, that's cool. You know what I mean? It's just for me personally, it's not been a fun experience, but most of it has been marred, Falcon, by bugs. Now, if the bugs didn't kind of tick me off so much, yeah, I'd probably be a bit more welcoming towards the game, even though, let's say, it would have been more fun for me. But taking in all of these things together as a whole, no, it's not been a great experience for me. But again, it's all subjective, that's just me. And it is my favourite game studio, you know what I mean? And I don't consider myself to be hating on them. It's just, it's not, I won't even say it's not what I expected. It's not what I'm into, It has already a few, but there's so many modders out there, you know what I mean? And of course they will add their own guys as well with the Creation Club. But for a person like me, Falcon, I'd say there's a lot, judging by the Metacritic score. Modders can't really help this game. They will extend its life a bit, because for us, the emptiness that we have to go through and the repetitiveness of the game, and even if you were kind of to turn a blind eye to other aspects of the game, I found the quests running too much with too much fetch in them as well. There's not much the modders could do. I'm sure they'll extend its life for a bit. And free modders have been the salvation of BGS's games, but also a kind of scourge. Because now that modders come in and fix problems and make it better and extend its life, I think BGS now have kind of taken advantage of that situation, cutting corners or maybe not putting the work in they should, and saying, well, the modders will come in and do that. And I think they've been unfair to modders, because take Skyrim for instance. When that was kind of going down, modders came in on that and they really made it a success. And BGS was good with that. It kept their game alive, the money kept coming in. But after a while they said, hang on, there's money in this modding thing. And then they said they'd come out with a Creation Club. There was a massive backlash, and they relented. They said, okay, we won't. And then 12 months after, they just did it anyway. You know what I mean? And for me, the Creation Club doesn't add anything to it. I am a big Skyrim fan, so I got the Anniversary Edition. So my hope was in the Anniversary Edition, I wasn't quite sure what it was going to be. I thought they would do a little bit of bug fixing, maybe add a few new quests, a few new things, and that was good. Had I known they'd just dump everything they had from the Creation Club in, I wouldn't have been interested. And for me, I think it overloads the game, you know what I mean? And I think it's not, it's not what I wanted in the game. Like, I love the game in its original form. The only thing I could see that it added, there was only 2 or 3 things I liked from the entire Anniversary Edition. There was a little plantation that was included, and that was cool. They still haven't fixed a problem with horses. For some reason, they've got something against horses since Oblivion.
Don't mind me.
You can't get rid of them and you can't stable them. I thought they would fix that in the Anniversary Edition. There was a conjuring Daedric horse, and that was quite cool. And there was the ability to play in survival. They were the only three things that I found to be interesting in the Creation Club. Oh yeah, they have. They have. But they will, of course, be tossed aside when the time comes, Lone Pirate. You know. Yes, yes. I'm quite sure Skyrim would not have lasted as long, or BGS would not have getting such a huge payout from Microsoft. Or maybe even Microsoft might not have been interested in the company, had it not been for modders. You know, BGS owes modders a big debt, and I think the Creation Club was a slap in the face, you know, to modders and to customers as well, you know, because the free mods that you can pick up are much, much better. But it was a chance for them to add more microtransactions in the game, you know what I mean? Plus, what really digs me about BGS as well, Falcon, is, you know, way back in the likes of Fallout 4 and Skyrim, you know, I would always buy the Season Pass kind of thing. And that did specifically state that all of the past, present, and future DLC, downloadable content for those games, would be free, because I bought the Season Pass. Now, in my opinion, the Creation Club is literally downloadable content. It's content that's downloaded into your game. So that should be free to anyone who has the Season Pass. But no, now they just don't call it a DLC. They call it the Creation Club, you know what I mean? So they're making people pay for that, no matter if they have the Season Pass or not, you know what I mean? And the same in Fallout 4. So I know there was a big lawsuit for that. Some class action lawsuit for that, and other things as well. You know, and that's a problem as well. That's why I don't dabble with the Creation Club, because, you know, if you get charged for something and promised that everything will be free, and then they renege once they have your money, and then they want more money, well, that's basically a con. You know, so I looked at it like, kind of fool me once, you know, shame on you kind of thing. But I know not everyone would think the same, but if everyone stood together on certain issues, it would keep, you know, kind of greed in check. But that will never happen.
You and me both there. Now I do the best I can to uphold the law, but the society...
Okay, we spam through this. So we don't hire the room because it's bugged.
That's a generous offer.
And we know there's nothing inside, so we won't search that again.
You enjoy your... And by the by, happy to sell them to.
We won't even ask him that, because... And we definitely don't need a room. Now we've got to spam through her.
My darkest hours, I feared that we were all...
And then we're back to where we were.
Your ship, it travels the...
And we did this, so we'll spam it quickly.
And yet... Listen, I know the society. I just want... Do you want to talk about it? No, I don't. She feels like she broke so... I have a few choices. Listen, I'd understand you making any decision you have to regarding them. Any at all. I just hope you judge me separate.
Yeah, it's like a kind of Catherine Hepburn thing, isn't it?
I hope to see you again.
Right, okay. Now, this is back where we were before. Without the bug. I know we don't get one of the objectives filled, but still. I'll keep that nice and clean. Right, we're back. What I liked about the Creation Club was they worked, yeah. I never figured out how to use the regular mods without breaking the game. Yeah, that was one thing. They would have been optimized, let's say, with all other Creation Club mods. Whereas in the free mods, let's say if you already had an existing free mod, you could get one that could kind of interfere with the other. And that would have been a thing. Alright, I can see where you're going with that. But, let's say, there's people with, let's say, a lot of savvy in PC and how things work, you know, that would be running programs and that. But yeah, that has been a problem, alright. It would be nice if free mods were all kind of compatible, but yeah, there's just so many out there, you know. Yeah. Well, me myself, when I play Skyrim, I use very little mods, so, you know, it's not a problem. I would only use, let's say, Better Adoptions and Better Adoptions Extended Script. And at times I would use a pretty kind of discrete mod that would add a kind of card system to the smaller towns. I would also use a really wonderful mod. It's always been my favorite, and it's called My Home is Your Home, and it gives you the ability to leave followers at any of your homes to kind of stay there, you know, whether it's part of the original game or just a mod. I would highly recommend that, but they'd be the only 3 mods I would use. You know, I'd want to keep it as vanilla as possible. Yes, that would have been my problem as well. You know what I mean? So I think I might have tried 1 or 2 and then just got fed up because there was always problems. You know what I mean? So I didn't bother then. Yeah, but I know exactly what you mean. But the Creation Club mods for quests as well, you know, I did one from the Creation Club. It was a bounty hunter quest, and the body I needed to recover to finish the quest was never there, so I was kind of stuck with an unfinished quest because of that. I think I tracked down the problem. I was in the area earlier, and I think what happened, you know, I didn't know the body was there, and then I went on, did another 20 hours in the game, came back and the body was gone. I think the body despawned. You know, it was treated like an ordinary dead body. So I think a way around that quest bug would be to go, get that quest, and go do that quest immediately. So the first time I'd land in that area would be to finish the quest before the body despawned. You know, and keep away from, I think it was around Pier Point. You know what I mean? Keep away from that cell until I was ready to do the quest. That would be my idea of how to do a workaround on that. You know what I mean?
If you listen close to your heart, you can hear it.
But that's what I was thinking of doing next, Falcon. You know, so it's been, I think November before last since I finished up my last playthrough. I wanted to do a Legendary Survival Imperial run. You know, with some major restrictions, you know, only Imperial armor, weapons, that kind of thing. You know, not allowed to buy anything from my character. And, you know, not allowed to pick plants and stuff, only take stuff, let's say, you know, from containers, only allowed to grow my own stuff and mine, to make it as hard as possible. So, that would be fun. No, I've never actually played Morrowind. My start of the Elder Scrolls would have been Oblivion, and from there on. But never did Arena or Morrowind or any of the other various things. Mostly because at that time it would have been on PC. But I think it's moved to Xbox now, hasn't it? I might eventually do Morrowind. I heard it's pretty old school.
I had hoped you would visit me. Good. Know that you stand before Queen Amanirinas of the Kush, queen of a dead kingdom on a dead world. But I earned my name, and even the sands of time cannot take it from me. Your courtesy.
Okay. We'll spam through this because we went through this as well.
You are wise then. Once. However, we are the one to bring in a new. If we could do it ourselves, I do not care. When someone has but the machines have. I need your help. Then listen well. The robots and what the facility is. None of us can travel there.
So she wants everyone to eventually leave the settlement. Okay, now we'll talk to this guy. I wonder what this guy wants. It's looking like, well, she wants them to leave. Probably Can will want to kill everyone. So, I don't know, do we get to talk to Roosevelt as well? Has he ever say in this? Well, he was in here. Well, we're up to speed on this so far. Okay, where is this guy? Is he outside the settlement? Oh! Oh! Okay. That's not good. There he is.
Stranger! Weapons out! They come! There will be blood!
I see. Okay. Is this a bug? Oh, hang on. You're kidding me. He's shooting at me. Are you joking me? Lucky I had a save. Ah, you are kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. Yeah, he went nuts, attacked me, and then the robots are going to kill him. Unbelievable. I'll have to come around the other way and cut off those things. I think he might have been... There's a kind of energy after effect, and I think he got too close to one of the things and got damaged. And that's horrible. And stupid. Yeah, just like him. So that's 2 problems we've found in this quest so far. This is going to be a doozy to get around. If we come from the other side, pass him up so he's behind us when we shoot them. We've got to be very, very careful here.
I had hoped you would know that Queen of a dead.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I knew, to be honest, that this was going to be a convoluted, buggy quest.
But
I had a feeling.
And this smell. You are wise.
I had a feeling.
Once. However, we are the one to bring in an... If we could do it, I do not care. When someone has a... But the machines have been breaking. I need your help.
There we go.
Listen well. The robots
Right, let's get them done now.
The facility is where none of us can travel there. Go there.
Now, I would want to save here on a new save. I think we need to do that. Now, let's see. We won't have to go through that again. We'll go out the front gate and we'll go up towards the beasties. I might have to change weapons as well. You know, something that doesn't give that after effect kind of energy damage. I think that's what kind of bugged them out. So we will use this. This is purely ballistic. Yeah, it is. That's what I was saying. They kind of energy discharge. That kind of made them hostile. So we'll just use something ballistic. You would think, but I do remember watching an interview of one of the head developers of this game. And he basically, well, he said it outright that, you know, 90% of the bugs that we encounter, the game studio knows before it's released. You know? That's what I thought as much. And I think this guy is killable as well. I've seen his heart go down.
stranger! Weapons out! They come! There will be blood!
There we go. That's that sorted. Rightio. Yeah, I need a ton of saves for this one. Now let's see what he wants. Yeah, I think he got some of the damage from that weapon.
The man from the stars. Come to see me. And you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I guess the world out there
And how have you been
is not so
beyond
different
belief?
than here. Genghis Khan, a pleasure to meet you.
You know that activities when you hire a room here? Yeah, that doesn't go away either. That's always one of my kind of petty peeves with these games, you know, things you can't finish. You're much more civilized than I was expecting. You're one of the most terrible butchers in all history. I can't believe it.
Manners cost me nothing. But make no mistake, I will do whatever it takes to escape this prison. I am pleased that the dangers out here are of no concern to you. You cannot be fully human if you trap yourself behind walls.
Mm-hmm. You handled yourself well out here.
The robots taught me many things any Mongol would know. So, hunting game, even such as this, is little challenge to me. So Franklin told you of us. Oh, that we're clones?
Yep, pretty much.
Some of us think that makes us special. That the deeds of our namesakes are somehow ours.
I get the feeling if this guy gets out, he'll do damage. Well, he's the obvious choice to stop, isn't he?
Same as you. Same as anyone.
Now, let me just get something to drink here quick and we'll go with this quest. I think sharing the same DNA as such accounts for something. I think the signs would back your view. Probably. But not much. I think it's more nurture than nature. But we'll go with that.
Perhaps you are right. Certainly. Many in Crucible would agree. But all this talk gets us nowhere. Too many of the others grovel at the feet of the damned robots, trying to play their roles in a broken game. The renegades will not submit, and one day we will be free.
Then you should leave. If the renegades are so tough, you shouldn't leave me.
I do not know. Everything outside of Crucible.
I wouldn't say there's any consequences to this. I haven't seen any consequences in this game, to be honest.
So settled that a man who does not shrink from violence can't make a place for himself, though.
Okay.
Were it that easy, I have died a dozen deaths trying to find a way out of Crucible. You get
Groundhog Day.
or disobey too much, then death. Crucible holds our lives in its hands. But now, the robots have made a grave mistake. You.
I see.
You can go where none of us can. You hold our future in your hands, and all the societies know it.
What is Crucible doing wrong?
I sense fire in you. Good. You will need it. You know of the facility, yes? Go there and make the machines let us leave.
I don't know about that one.
Not much to ask, and it will set us free.
Talk to Franklin. Okay. I wish we got over that little hiccup. That's one decent thing about the jetpack. Although, if they added more like, let's say, the power armor where you land you wouldn't get damage. You can go quite high, and when you've got a lot of weight, you can almost always break a leg. Not cool. This is our little protection, let's say, for backtracking.
So, you have heard from the other societies. I must confess, I'm very
Well,
curious
they all want to go,
what
don't
an
they?
outsider thought of them and their positions. You might be the first objectively neutral party we've ever come across.
Okay. Yeah, this is a hard one. Okay, we'll be neutral for a while.
Very diplomatic approach. The facility has gathered some of the most obstinate and dangerous personages throughout history. It has told them that they should lead in a golden age via whatever means they see appropriate. Setting us all loose
I think we keep them
as
here.
a whole would invite disaster. We are
I get the feeling we'll leave with Earhart. Tell me your plan then.
Certainly. It is evident that the facility is decaying. It is both unsustainable and unwise for us to fix and maintain the status quo. Our community must be weaned off the machines. Learn how to build, grow, and govern ourselves. Allowed to raise families so we can pass our lessons to the next generation. And to die when our allotted time is finished. One day we will be worthy of going to the stars. We are just not there yet.
Sounds sensible. Yeah, I think that would be the way, guys. You know? Not that it would make much of a difference. Yeah, letting them out now might be a problem. Okay.
You have no idea how profoundly grateful I am to hear that.
Go to the facility and see what can be done.
Okay. Go to the facility. All right.
Hey, we need to talk.
Aha! Secret lives. Now. And then we get back to Operation Starseed. There. So, a quest within a quest.
Listen, it's not safe
Probably
to
help
talk
him on something.
It's about Roosevelt. There's something you need to know.
Oh, hang on. Maybe I made a mistake. If you have something to say, I'm all ears.
Thank you. There's a, well, cave just outside town. No chance of us being listened in on.
Okay.
Please, come as quick as you can.
Fair
Ideally,
enough.
before you go to the facility.
Yeah. Don't be afraid, whatever it is. I can protect you. It's important now. Go on now.
I'll meet you at the cave.
Right. It's lucky then we did that before the facility. Where is
The
this?
pragmatists are the only ones who see Crucible for what it really is.
Right, okay. Let's meet him at the cave. We're off to the cave. Let's see, is there anything else interesting down here? Not really. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to expect here. Pretty empty cave. Talk to him. Okay.
You came. I just can't take a chance.
Chance.
These clones, they're psychotic, crazy. If they find out,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just can't take the chance.
Take the chance for what? Take a deep breath. I'd like to help.
You're just making it worse.
Worse what?
I'm not Wyatt Earp. I wish. God,
Okay, we got that.
I wish I was. I was cloned off a monster. America's first serial killer. H.H. Holmes.
Okay. Okay.
It's like a living nightmare. If you go to the facility,
okay, there's a twist.
I know you'd find out.
It's a bit different.
Who I am. And if
Oh,
you
I
let
see.
any of these bloodthirsty maniacs know, they'd kill me. But no, that wouldn't be the end. Every time my new clone would appear, death, torture, pure hell. I'm afraid it's you or me. I'm going to kill you.
What? Persuade. Right. Yeah. Okay. You shouldn't be burdened with original sin, I think. Okay.
I just don't see a way out. I don't want to die. I want to believe you. I do.
I've maxed this thing out.
Wyatt
There we
Earp
go.
was a hero.
Pretty easy once you max out that junk. Okay, we won't rat him out.
Okay? Just don't tell anyone.
Yeah, not a problem.
This never happened.
But it was a trap. There's Secret Lives. Okay, we got that one out. Never ever kill an NPC unless you have to. Unless it's, it's essential for the quest. Now. Secret Lives. Okay. That's that one done. So, back to Operation Starseed. A serial killer. What were they thinking of? Wyatt Earp. Oh, the facility is not here. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, okay, we get to travel somewhere else. Okay, nice. I thought the facility was here. Okay, we might get to explore a bit. Oh, welcome respite. So everything is okay so far. Yeah, pretty much. So we gotta finish this one and then we can clean up the other ones before we... Yeah, I'm kinda looking forward to the other quest lines. See if they're any better than the ones I've already done. Right, let's see where this is. Huh. I wonder do we get... I think we do. That Amelia Earhart wants to follow, but she'll be kind of a spammy follower. Like the ones you can hire. Hey, you little... This thing doesn't scan. Oh, sugar. None of these guys scan. Okay, maybe I've done them already. Hunting space roach. I doubt it's a bug, is it? Let's have a look and see if there's any more plants around here, but I don't think so. There's one. Wonder what the story is there. I've probably done them already. No, sorry, I've been missing the message board. Level 200, yeah. Let me tell you what happened that forced me into that massive grind, Falcon. Yeah, I think so as well. If they're just there just to stop you getting in. I've come across this with terramorphs and some other things. I did a big grinding production plant on some level 4 stuff. Now, it all started off with bugs, let's say, in the perk system. You know, where they wouldn't come up at all, or let's say wouldn't give me the bonuses. But for some, I found a way around. Oh, hi, Cord. Not too bad, and you? Hope you've been well. Take this one, for instance, Falcon. Here. You see scanning and astrophysics. Now, I'm surprised the devs didn't get this, or probably they did. But scanning requires me to scan planets, and so does astrophysics. So exactly the same thing. Now, I was coming down along here and I took that one out, and when, a long time after, I eventually got to this one, it wouldn't scan. Now, I thought maybe, okay, I scanned these planets before, so I went to an absolutely new star system, and it still wouldn't work. So, I did have an earlier save, and I had a good few perk points. I added a few more, and I found when I activate both of them together, they work. So if I activated this one and finished it, this one would be bugged, and vice versa. Now, I'm not sure if this is a common thing, or just me, but what I find about BGS games is, you know, everyone would encounter much different bugs. Now, this happened in a lot of systems here, and this is totally bugged. I can add to this, and it works and finishes, but it doesn't give me any more, let's say, any more clout with the weapons that just stay the same. I will eventually take it out anyway, regardless. And a lot of things happened here. So I'm guessing if it was the same kind of bug, you know, maybe this should have been taken out at exactly the same time as the other guy. So I needed to have a lot of perk points, you know, to kind of invest and make sure it wasn't bugged, and I'd have to take both out at the same time. So then I decided to go into a big grind, and I did that on my days off. Yeah. Ah, that's good. Just doing some video and wanted to stop by. Oh, that's cool. And thanks for stopping by, Court. So yeah. Yes, same with a few. What the? Oh, the hitbox in this game, unbelievable. Now let's see. Let's have just a quick look around here. Look at that thing. Ah, that's interesting. What's this? Huh. No. Hang on. Oh, there's one there. Nice. Okay, let's have a look around. I'm level 100 and it's already unbelievable, isn't it? The only chance I have is some level 4 stuff. The Indicite waiver is probably the easiest of the level 4 to do. But it took me a couple of days to set up a system, and it is heavily bugged, but it's still the best way to level up. Oh, absolutely flawed. You know, you get to the stage where it's like 20-odd thousand per level, and you're doing some main faction quests, and they're giving you 100, 200, and 250 experience points. It's brutal. A better system would have been, let's say, your XP kind of based on the level you already are. But I think they made it as grindy as possible. They really want to force you towards playing this game 10 times, for some reason. Level 4. Level 4 in crafting, Falcon. If you didn't invest in the manufacturing and crafting, I'll just save it here and I'll pop back and I'll show you. Yeah, I'll just pop and back and show you. And then we can reload it up again. Now I'll show you a basic manufacturing site where you would do, you know, the likes of adaptive frames. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no problem. You know, that would be just, let's say, 1 experience point per frame. But there's other manufacturing you can do, other things you can do, that goes all the way up to level 4. Level 4 meaning, you know, you got to have done the research and all of that. So there's a thing called, you know, that material, andesite. Yeah, it's only available actually on one planet that I found it on, and I'll show you where it is. That's one of the components, let's say, for what I make. So I have a pretty big system kind of running. So I think it's here. It's right down here. Yeah, that's the one. There it is. INDICITI. Indicite. Yeah, that's one of them. So that gets shipped over. And the thing you want to be making is called an indicite waver. Now, it only needs 1 component and the rest then is kind of materials. So it's not too bad. The others require 2, and it's pretty messed up. So every one I make gives me 7 experience points as opposed to 1. So let's say, and I could only craft 99 at a time. So with my rested bonus, I get about 762 experience points. Now I've got a system over here in Porima, and when it's full up, but it only fills in real time, so it takes about 6 hours in real time. But it's handy. I just do my game and then I come back and grind on it. It would probably get me about 64,000 experience points here on Porima. Right over here. And that again is kind of covering, you know, some of the materials we need. So this is my production plant here. And I'll just go over and give you a quick why not? Just a quick look. But it's a complicated little system and it breaks down from time to time. And that kind of puts a bit of time on it. So this is the end project. This is where the waivers come in here. So when that fills up, it's worth something like 65,000 XP. That's with my rested bonus. I could get a little bit more, let's say, with the kind of commitment thing as well, but it's not worth it for 5%. So this is the only component I use. Oh, sorry. It's not. It's a semi-metal waver. That's the thing you want to be making. So I need semi-metal waver. The gas is already here. And I ship in the andesite over here and the solvent over here. That's what I need to make it here. Now the problem is the ore thing is broken down. So what I do is I go over and collect it by hand. I get about 15,000 at a time on my person, get into my ship, come over here, and I usually drop it off here and it doesn't despawn. Yeah, you see it over here. I'll show you what I mean. And then I can load up. But all the rest is running smoothly, and I don't want to mess with it too much in case the whole thing breaks down. And I'll show you. Now, each of those boxes would hold about 85 semi-metal waivers. So there's 100 there, so that's 8,500. So you'd multiply that by 7, and then of course you'd have your your 10% bonus as well for sleeping. It's like the legacy, and yeah, and the bank vaults, yeah. So always make sure you do something like this. I'll just give you a quick look. The problem is selling this stuff. You just got to give it away, but that's not the end goal. It was the experience points. So we'll have a look here. I'll just go here, and this is the guy you need to be making right here. There it is. The Indocite waiver. So it's pretty tedious on this because there's no way of doing it any other way, and this is as fast as you can do it. So that's 99 of them. So we can hold what, 8,500? So that's a good bit. So this is what we get. 762. Now you get that up a little bit if you have a follower with that you have a commitment with, by about 5%. I think there's a food where you can get an extra 2%, but it's just not worth it, you know. So you just keep grinding it out that way, and you'd be surprised how quick the levels will go up. And that is by far the fastest way I have found in this game to level up. So 762. So at your level 100, you'd get 20 levels pretty quickly, you know. And I don't do it too much, and I'd say just when I'm finish my quests and that, and I have a little bit of time, you know, pop over here, get rid of some, dump it off, you know what I mean. But this is the fastest way, you know. It's convoluted and complicated, but once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. But I have the adaptive frame one as well, and that became obsolete around level 60 or 70, to be honest. So I knew I needed to make something to be, let's say, the most XP I could get. When I was aiming to do that one, to be honest, I thought it would only be 4 experience points, because the other things were level 1, it was only getting 1, you know what I mean? So I assumed level 2 was 2, and level 3 was 3, etc, etc. But I was pleasantly surprised when I actually made one and found out that it was worth 7 XP. Doesn't seem much, but when you're doing it 99 at a time with your 10% bonus, and you've got 8,500 of them, you know what I mean? So the full of that will be worth about 250,000 credits to sell it. But then again, I've got bartering maxed out, you know. But it wouldn't be an issue because, you know, it would take you hours in real time to try and sell that junk, and I just, you know, sell it and you know, for nothing, basically. But I would have never have done that if it was not for the bugs in the perk system. You know, I wasn't really that bothered. But I was determined to try and find a fix. Okay, I'm guessing maybe we come back here later or something. There must be a reason for this. Oh, give it a little look around. When I do a spot, I like to make sure I've got everything from it. I hate coming back if I miss something. And you know what it's like on a first playthrough, you're going to be really nosy. There's probably something. They want us to get up there, don't they? You see this? Oh, sugar. Yeah, they really want us to get up there, don't they? There goes my leg. Let's see. Why do they want us? Ah, not really. What's that over there? Oh, it's another one of those ships. No, not really. I was expecting something interesting. I don't know, maybe to get up there, maybe from the animals or something. Okay. Sometimes it pays to be nosy in these games, and sometimes not. Okay, there was a few hostiles left here. Hmm. Oh, I don't think there's anything outside. I think we're safe. Right, let's see what we got, guys. Ta-da! You managed to steal one of those. Really? I couldn't get in. It said inaccessible. Yeah. So I assumed that, you know, it wouldn't let me touch them until I went into New Game Plus and got one myself, or, you know, that would stop a lot of people from even going into New Plus. Must have been some kind of glitch. That was cool. And it didn't bug out your game. Probably not. Okay, I need to get rid of some of them down here to make room. That should be enough. Yeah, I've found the highest one I could find is level 6, which was kind of worrying because of my level. I've heard people say that, you know, even if you do the 10, which I won't be doing, the 10 New Game Pluses, after level 6 it stops upgrading. I think that's what does it. You know, if you find a level 6 and it's kind of stuck at that. But who knows? But most likely that's a level 6. Okay. Not much to see so far. Want to make sure we don't miss any books here. Okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we're good. Right. Let's see what we've got. Sounds like heat leeches. No, we don't want any of that junk. No real incentive for doing this because you can find very little. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, apparently they do. And let's say when you go in and get your first ship, let's say it's your standard level 1 ship, from what I've heard. And then let's say you kind of quick run through the story again, and you go through the Unity again. It's level 2, level 3, and etc. And I think level 9, and then I think the last one. But I've heard people say for the how much it gets stronger with each time is it's very minimal. You know what I mean? And not worth it. I can build better ships than that, but they wouldn't look as cool, you know. And they're pretty empty inside. I had a look inside one. I actually, you know, I'm pretty close to the end story, let's say, in the main quest line. So when I wasn't streaming, I went straight in to get my 2 achievements on that, you know, leaving me free to do the rest of the achievements without doing a New Game Plus. I seen the ship, cool outside, cool inside, except it's empty. Oh, sugar. It's very empty. You can't upgrade it, there's no beds, there's no furniture. It's not good. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, no, because you don't get the parts to make it. And the weapons and stuff like that are cooler, but not as effective. Yeah, but it looks really cool. It's a pity I didn't. I should have kept a save, you know, just to show you. But you've seen the inside anyway, you know yourself. Biggie, biggie. Oh, I thought that might have been a book for a moment, but no. Let's see what this is. Diary page. I managed to break into the top floor. It is a spaceship. Oh! As we all assume, the records call it Galatea. Most of the ships had been stripped down, but amazingly the comm system was operational. There was a message from another ship called the Bagel. When I played the transmission, it was just raw noise. I will try to go back tonight. The weapons do. They're both different. Yeah, yeah. One seems to be a kind of a laser, let's say, like you'd use the ballistic guns, you know, which is really cool, I thought. The other one is more heavy and pulsed. Probably works like a missile system where you wouldn't get as many shots, but do heavier damage. So there just seems to be two weapons, you know. But I was only in it very briefly. I was disappointed. There was no, you couldn't do a bed or do anything like that. You know, I did even put my crew on it to see how they looked, and they just standing around in a circle looking, you know, like in Fallout 4 when you go to a settlement, they're all huddled together. Yeah, it's a pity because the ship was great, you know. The design outside was really cool. I liked the glass front and the view. And the inside was pretty cool. But really empty, you know what I mean? You know, even if they had the bare minimum, you know, maybe some seating, let's say, you know, like a crew for your followers that would sit on, and a few things for them to interact with. Definitely a bed, you know what I mean? But it does have a lot of storage, you know. I can see why, because there's nothing else. And when you bring it into the spaceport in New Atlantis, because of its size, it looks a bit off, you know. But still, it's a pretty cool thing. But it was let down by, you know, the lack of facilities on it. This confinement is driving me crazy day after day underground. I think Genghis is right. Escape is the only option. Okay. Okay. Now we are looking for skill books or anything unique or interesting. Just to make this a little less tedious. Okay. I'm gotten so blind in this game from loot collecting anyway. I probably wouldn't even see it if it showed up. You kind of get loot blind after a while. Okay, what have we got here? Ooh, credits. I don't know, I've got like almost 8 million. Why am I collecting this junk? Ping pong paddle. Food is a big disappointment in this game. Oh, ooh. Okay, I will always take that junk. And of course the safe. Oh, I just took some toxin. There, let's get this one. Loot, yeah. Yeah, and is the magazine. I take it out of force of habit, Falcon. Let's say when I played Vanilla Fallout, I did a lot of settlement building, so the junk I picked up would play a big part in settlement building. It's been a habit I can't seem to drop, you know. It is a role play, to be honest. Yeah. All I care about, to be honest, is magazines and maybe something unique, you know. You know, a decent weapon, you know, a decent piece of display armor, something like that. But only because I'm into building, you know. But yeah, me too. But for me, it just gives me something a little extra to do, you know. Still like the older system for this, you know. Right. What's that? So, where are the other stuff? It's not down here anyway. Well, I think we'll be kind of forced to go around the other way to get it. It's probably downstairs or something. Yeah, let's do a save on this guy. Yeah, but only in the context of display, because they're hard to get, and you don't want to put any junk up if you're doing a settlement. You know, you want to make some kind of nice display. Legendaries are, yeah, brutal. They're no good. But for the rarity, let's say, and display value, they're not too bad. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah, yeah. As I said, you can make much better stuff, you know, than the legendaries. But I'll eventually get around to do a decent settlement on this. What is that? That's just food. Why would you even bother? Aha. There's one in the jacks. Get you now in a moment. Fair enough. Oh, so I got hold of explosives last night. We walked to a tundra den. The facility has been repeating incessantly. Containment breach is maddening. Experience on that sign, ignoring the report, predators, deadly ones all about. Amelia. Okay. Amelius. I could put anything they could use a weapon. I tried to get into Santum, but to no avail. There is nowhere to hide. Nothing to be done. But wait. Okay. We'll follow the story and see where it goes. But the downside of having grinded so much, I'm extremely overpowered. But it was either that or suffer the bugs, and I'd rather be, you know, this way than suffer the bugs. Huh. Okay, we seem to be clean. Before we pick that note, we'll have a quick look here. I'm not sure, I just left it on whatever it was on, to be honest. I didn't even look. Unless in the achievements it says to play a certain difficulty, I don't even bother to look. With this, I think, you know, it doesn't matter because it would have been in the achievements. But in the likes of Skyrim, I would always play it on Legendary. But this, I don't really care anymore. Yeah, did you notice one thing about the books here? They're almost all Charles Dickens, for some reason. Nothing really interesting here. Okay, I'm not picking junk from those robots. Let's see what the next note is. I remember doing The Witcher 3. There was an interesting achievement on that, played on Death March. That was challenging, that was kind of fun. But unless it would specifically state that, let's say for an achievement, I would just let it run. So I suppose this is on normal, or whatever the usual thing is. First mission, blah blah blah. Okay. Now we turn to murder. I pray you find this butter on my blood. Do not trust Bill Hickok. He is not what he seems. Now, we didn't come across anyone named Hickok. Oh, I get it, guys. The guy that's going as Wyatt Earp. I get it. I get it. He changes his name to kind of famous, kind of, yeah, I get it. Wyatt Earp, Bill Hickok, yeah. I wonder why they misspelled it. Probably a... Oh. I'd say that's where we're going next, guys. I'm interested now to see what's down there, but I'm getting the feeling... Which way do we go from here? Oh. Well, we'll take this obviously before we go. I think I get where this is going now. It's probably that Wyatt Earp guy. Well, we kind of knew that he was a bit iffy. Oh, I see. Don't mind if I do. Right, let's take this guy. I think they're all books that no longer have. Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, well, Dickens was, you know, a long time ago. Yeah, I think they're very careful. And I think that's why they probably misspelled that guy's name. There's probably something there to that as well. Okay, unanswered questions. Who created the facility? In the mission, was it created? Namesakes. Are the people watching us? Are the robots? Okay. Are the reborn really what they claim? So many questions. Blah blah blah. Nothing that we don't know. 6 of 7, so there's one more. And that, I'm guessing, is down that tunnel. I suppose. Oh, guys, there's no more markers. That could be kind of dodgy. Let's see. No. Yeah, 6 of 7. Where's the last one? Well, I've seen a lot of bugs here where, you know, the markers wouldn't show up, so we'll have to kind of trust ourselves and go the only place we have left down that tunnel. But that's a bit stupid, isn't it, to give us the markers for 6 and then leave us out on the 7th. I hope I don't have to Google this to get the 7th one, but let's see. Well, it's gotta be down here, right? I really do hope so. But if it's not marketed, it's gonna be nasty to find, isn't it? Oh. Is there something? There it is. Oh shit! Excuse me, guys. I didn't mean to leave that slip. That kind of creeped me out a little bit. I thought it was a Connor there for a moment. My apologies for that word. Okay. Right, we do get a marker now, that's cool. Ah, I call that one the Oblivion Dance. I've seen that Crash Games. Now let's see. Years of trial and error, and I've attained a proficient enough to call myself a programmer. It's amazing how far things have advanced from my memories. To think Babbage and I would open... Babbage. Charles Babbage. Okay. Yeah, these are clones. Yeah. I like it. It's like it was taking a huge haymaker and you missed right into the wall. Yeah. Yeah, Charles Babbage. I realize I will never be a master programmer. I have no books or ties to advance myself, but security here is daunting. The city is on full lockdown, and the only solution is the security override code. But where is it? This part of the facility was closed to us until Jengus set off the explosions, and even here there is nothing of the sort. We've only had more time to think. But the monsters lurk everywhere in the hall now. Perhaps the damage to the facility means this is my final life. A pity. So much more to discover and learn. Ada's diary. Let's see if we can find a body. But I find this... I don't know, maybe it's just a gun and pulls a lot. There. I'm not the best shot in the world anyway, regardless. Well, no bodies anyway, so... Ah, staple gun. Wow. Maybe we'll find that body later on, so we're going that way. We've got to examine them. I don't see any vital information on this, to be honest. Unless there's something up top, maybe? Oh. Okay. done here. Disappointing. I expected to get a little bit more information on this. Let's see if this was somewhere we were before. I don't think so. Oh, straight to our ship and gone, that's it. Choose which society to give. I don't know, those notes didn't clarify anything for me. Oh yeah, I remember this. Sugar. Okay, there's got to be some kind of code switch here somewhere. Okay, what am I missing here, guys? It's probably way... terminal. Ah, there it is. There it is. Open door. There we go. Okay, we're good. No, that was kind of disappointing. Well, we found out... Well, it was kind of vague, you know. Unless we did that quest with... What's this? Oh, this is where we come out here. I get it. Unless we did that quest with Herb, we wouldn't have kind of, you know, put together that Bill Hickok reference. But it doesn't really give us much to go on. Kind of disappointing. Now, we'll save it here and we'll go with Roosevelt. I think he wants to keep them... I think it's sensible, keep them on the planet. You know, let them kind of live out their own lives and... Yeah, let the next generations do something. I didn't ask him how he was going to plan that being a clone, but... We'll leave it up to him. I think we've finished this quest, thank goodness. You see what I mean? Between the bugs and the messing about and having to search it properly. You know, I've been on how long? Almost 4 hours. Just for a bit of fun, we'll take out a few more. Uh-oh. I don't know, is it me or the hitbox? I expected the spread to be a bit better on a shotgun. This is one really nasty planet. You know, if you're a low level. God, that's like something from Alien. My second playthrough, you sided with Ken. I hope to hear from him again. Ah! Yeah, let's go over towards this, we might as well. Yeah, it'll be a bit of a break. This is one of the few planets that, you know, at least has something to look at. Still might be pretty empty, but you know, at least it looks cool. Yeah, the usual. Kill a few Starborn if they're still here. Oh, there's a few plants as well I need to do. Sugar. Ooh. Yeah, still not finished. The quests, you know, between backtracking over bugs and searching the area properly, they take ages, Atkins. I still have 6 achievements and 2 quest lines to do in this thing. Ages. Absolutely. And that's, yeah, that's a 6 as well. That's the highest one I've found. I've heard people say in their playthroughs that it's kind of bugged out at level 6. I wonder if it's anything got to do with, you know, actually discovering them like this. Yeah, I've seen it. It's like a kind of, yeah. Oh, sugar. I see the Starborn are under pressure as well. Yeah, they're a pretty cool ship. Huge. You know, I would really consider, you know, having a kind of quick go through the kind of quick quests, you know, if the ship was a little better designed inside, you know, if you could do something more with the weapons, and you know, if it had a bed and stuff, I would really, it would be almost worth doing it for the ship. Very disappointing, you know. Yeah, me too. Yeah. It looked a lot like a kind of Pokemon thing, guys, from what I've seen of it. You know, kind of getting these powers and taming them and trapping them in that ball kind of thing. Seems to have borrowed heavily from the Pokemon thing. Yeah, I think we're good. Others are in trouble now. Hello, Starborn. That guy is tough. You know what? I didn't expect that. That's the toughest guy I've found so far. By a long shot. That's the first time in a long time I took any kind of chems. I've got a lot of perks. Maybe I didn't need the chems anyway, but it doesn't matter. They're dead. The one I got had just 30. Yeah, the same as the ship I have. Maybe it gets upgraded as you go along, but the very first ship, Falcon, had exactly the same range as the ship I have, but then I maxed out my ship. 30 light years, as far as I know. This is a level 6. But my god, if I could get inside, I would. I think they're kind of cool, but because, you know, there's no beds or anything inside, and it's very, very Spartan, I think it killed it. And the fact that, you know, there should be at least minor upgrades that you can do, you know. Smitty. The ship is really cool. But I always get this inaccessible. It might go up slightly, probably, when you go through again and get the second version. I think you can get like, well, if there's 10 times you go through, there's probably, you know, a slightly better version each time. I would say that. Yeah. But the first one I got was exactly the same grab jump. You know. And it was classed as A, I think. So yeah, I'd say it would get better. But it's really cool inside. But again, you know, as I said, pretty empty, unfortunately. Yeah, it's really cool. Pity. And I can see what its size why they had to do something like that. But if it was me, I would have to have... It looks just kind of weird to have some kind of support, maybe. But it's cool. You have the Mark 1 version. Yeah. No, I seen that one. And like, probably. Yeah, probably. I just glanced at it for a moment, but I was almost sure it said 30 light years. I'll check it again sometime, once I get to the stage where just before the last quest, you know. Okay, let's get out of here, guys. We've wasted too much time. Right, let's get back. But you said you went through twice, wasn't it? Yeah. Probably. See, I don't know. I just went through once, and I didn't really take much notice, you know. But I do remember looking at it in the shipbuilder. I wanted to see if it could be upgraded, but no. You can't even activate the shipbuilder on that one. Yeah, you only went through once. Sort of. I did, but just to see, you know, and to get the 2 achievements. But I do know the shield was pretty disappointing. It was 600 and something or 700 and something. I think it was 600 and something. And the weapons as well. 2 weapons. But cool. Really cool. But it was cool ships like this they should have had from the start. You know what I mean? Stuff like this you could build. You know, maybe using bigger sections. You know, maybe let's say the maximum you would use would be 12 pieces. You know, simplifying it a bit, maybe. You know? And then still have the other thing. Would have been nice. Okay. Now we're going with Roosevelt, aren't we? We want everyone to stay there and kind of live out naturally, and the generations after them to lead the way. I think that would be the natural progression. Well, the Egyptians and Mongols would have, let's say, not the best track record. So I think we go with Roosevelt. And we want to make sure and have a look at this Amelia person. The way she was talking, yeah, she's still there. She's probably going to be waiting there all the time until we pick her up. Cool, I hope she doesn't bug out.
In my dock, I need to go out there. I want to see it, do everything there is to be done. I hope to see you again.
Yeah, we'll sort you out. Now...
Genghis and the renegades will be the death of us, unless we stand firm.
Give notes. I've been to city. Let's work together on this. I think Wyatt is actually a clone of Hitch. He's a serial killer. No, we won't screw on him. He seemed to be... Yeah... Don't believe in original sin, to be honest. Yeah, who are the unknown clones? The guys in... I'd like to know that one.
We are not 100% sure, but I have a theory. The facility has been unreliable as long as I've been alive. My guess is that they are historical figures that just didn't get a proper education. Who's to say what Julius Caesar actually looked like? Or some modern person of note that we wouldn't even know about. Whoever they are, though, They are as smart and capable as the ones that know their identity.
Here we go. Give notes. Well, we're not gonna squeal on him.
Let me see.
I doubt Genghis would go along with this.
Learn even these hints of our past. It sounds like the facility is in ruins, but perhaps the restricted section is intact?
Oh, they're gonna be moving
The
there.
answers it must contain, and perhaps a way to help us become self-sufficient.
I see.
But there is no security override code here. I would know. Think.
Maybe the Virgo has a copy of the code.
Galathea's sister ship. Yes, if it can be found.
Here we go.
They had the capability of going.
He needs to fly. He has a bad track record.
Manner of locating the Beagle. It's Ada Lovelace. I'll radio her and explain the situation.
Oh, that's yeah. We did find one of her notes. Okay. Well, we pretty much tried this place, except for Amelia's. We'll collect her outfit before we go. Let me see. Let me see where this is actually. Oh, she's here. Okay. Now we want to be careful with our saves here. There she is. Right. I know there are a lot of saves, but only in this game because of the myriad of bugs I've had so far. Oh, come on, overwrite. There. I'll get rid of those as well, eventually. Might be one too many overwrites on those. So, who's this character? We didn't actually have a look in here.
You share the secrets of the facility.
This is the only place we didn't really look.
Have a care outside that.
Oh, it's got a crafting station. Dish rag. Not much, to be honest. I expected one book at least. But there you go. Right, let's talk to this NPC.
No queries are being answered at this time.
So we did come from a spaceship. Of course we did. And there's another out there?
Oh, the original one, yeah.
What was the Beagle? Why did she and the Galathea part? But all of that in time. First, we must find her. She's not in this star system. I would have spotted her.
There must be some way of finding the Beagle.
The radio telescope. It has a default position. It resets every morning. I always wondered, why point at Bell 5? Petty frustration I've dealt with for years.
Now we know.
Perhaps the facility looks for her sister. Yes. Yes, it makes sense. I can send you the coordinates. The Bell Star system is not far.
Still going this quest.
Via a secure frequency.
Oh,
when you
God.
arrive, tune into that.
Oh. Okay. Now, I will just pause it here for a tiny second. I just want to check on something, guys. I'll just be a moment.
The settled systems live.
Which makes our mission so much more vital.
How can you be so sure?
If you listen...
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I just wanted to check on my doggos. Right. Oh, that is a good bit away. My God. Yeah, okay, we'll go there. Oh, it's, cool. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen here, so... I'll go down here, we'll get another save in, why not? I really hate this engine powering down thing. There. Oh! Wait. Turret's gonna be... Okay, yeah. Now... Scan frequency. There it is. Although in bad repair, this whole navigation beacon still has the projected flight pan of the vehicle. Next pan stop... oh! Yeah, I'm familiar with that spot. Yeah. Now, okay. Okay, right to here.
Board's all green. Successful jump.
There we go. So, okay, another ship, guys. Interesting. There it is, the bagel. Yeah, I think I've seen this here before. Maybe that's why I remember this spot. This is really fast, this ship, so just be careful. Oh, we don't get an option to hail, so I'd say we would dock. The Enterprise, nice. Yeah, I did an Enterprise. I think I showed it to you, Falcon, didn't I? That was fun. But getting the midsection was kind of complicated. Because, you know, when you're putting in the pieces, you don't really know what it would look like inside. You know? It would be nice if there was a section where you could kind of, you know, pause and see what it looks like inside, but no. It's all kind of trial and error, isn't it? Okay. Yeah? I think, yeah, everyone's does, really. It's hard to get the pieces alright.
Captain Patrick.
Oh, that's
Croc
Vasco.
will see you at a later time.
Oh yeah, that was Vasco. I was wondering what that was. I keep forgetting. He keeps following us in. To a certain degree. Space trucker flannels. Ooh. I just have a thing for collecting loot. Can't help myself. I am disappointed in the lack of kind of skill books or original things, but okay. can even use the bed. Oh, let's see. Okay. Nothing much here, guys. I wonder is there actually anyone in here? Be surprised. Yeah, I think I'm just wasting time here, really. I thought that was Vasco.
System failure.
Those robots look the same. Okay, that was a waste of time. Now let's see. Were we not just over this? No, I don't remember this. Let's give it a quick one. Actually, we were just over that. I didn't remember this guy. Okie dokie. That's the way we came in. Right, let's move forward. I don't think we're going to find anything here, guys. Pity. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's the way to our target. Let's see what's up here. Aha. No access. Right, we carry on. Yeah, definitely. Just me, I can't help myself with junk. All habits I picked up in Skyrim, especially Oblivion. Getting cash in that at the beginning can be kind of hard. Magazines. No.
Be advised that I am opening fire.
Oh, really?
I'm taking damage. I am unable. Repair now.
I don't know why they persist in this darkness in their game. It's really, really hard on the eyes. You know, a bit of light wouldn't hurt. Oh, the worst one was Oblivion for that kind of darkness. The dungeons were almost impossible, even with a torch. God, that's really mean loot. That was a waste, wasn't it? Okay, let's get this done with. Nah, just the usual junk. Very little incentive to search. The first one I played was Well, it's a matter of opinion. It was made by Obsidian, but it was under their banner, so it would have been New Vegas. The first true one that they actually made was Fallout 3. Yeah. The first Elder Scrolls was Oblivion. Yeah, neither do I, yeah. Yeah, it was pretty decent. It's my favorite quest line so far. But I still haven't done the Crimson Fleet or the Ranger one, so we'll see how it goes after that. Tons of computers, blah blah blah. That's disappointing. It's big enough, alright. That's funny, I was expecting an NPC. But we can live with that. No, I don't think we're getting any books. I would usually leave them, I'd say, kind of obvious. Oh my. There would be a good spot, but no. Okay, there's books here, guys. I can't find them. Let's get on with the quest. Yeah, not that I can see. Oh, hang on, we got another little last conversation with Dr. Chang.
Please don't go. We can do the experiment here.
Please don't go.
Everything we need.
Our protocols say we
That reminds me of a song.
with a 70% plus confidence level. The facility, barely 50%.
And how many planets have we surveyed? On Earth, they didn't know what we would find. My friend, we are getting old.
Yeah, the Terramorph thing. That was interesting.
If we want to have any chance to
And that was kind of new at that stage, you know. But it did surprise me, the heat leech thing. Yeah. But I kind of knew with the attack in New Atlantis that, you know, it was done with someone.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. If you can't see that, then I guess there's nothing more to be said.
I wasn't listening to that.
Please don't go. We can do the experiment here. The facility has everything
Okay,
we need.
right. So, looks like these guys are going to the ship.
Plus confidence level. The facility, barely 50%.
And how many planets have we surveyed? On Earth, they didn't know what we would find. My friend, we are getting old. Too old. If we want to have any chance to start the experiment ourselves, the facility is it.
When I was given my command, I swore an oath to adhere to the mission. Dr. Chang, you realize you are a mutineer.
I see.
You've abandoned us.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. If you can't see that, then I guess there's nothing more to be said.
I get it. So it looks like these guys are going to be in this ship. Fair enough. Now, what are we to do here? Oh, come on with the auto-saving. Find the facility security override code. Oh no, sorry. They're not moving here. They're moving to the other facility. Okay, I kind of like that. Yeah. Crimson Fleet incident. Oh. Oh, this is a kind of backstory to this. Okay. Okay, Rangers are dead. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Final entry. Day 120 of being adrift. No more food, no more water. They've had it. I'm the last that's left. I don't know how long I have. But no bodies, you know. Has failed. Okay. We should have all stayed with you on the facility. I'm disabling all security so you can grab whatever you need to salvage and recovery. I am ashamed to report that all of Generator did not survive. Okay. There we go. Oh, we've got to undock the ship and get out of here. Yeah, kind of disappointing. Now, let's go. Uh-oh.
Engaging the enemy. Damage.
I was expecting more. It doesn't matter. Let's get out of here. Right, away we go.
Patrick.
Oh. Oh yeah, she's back on the planet. Let's go.
Require my assistance.
Now, undock. I tried to fast travel from one of these before and it bugged out. So we gotta undock, I think. Right. Now. Let's go. God, this was one long quest. I didn't expect it. The kind of glitch or bug set us back a little bit, but still, that's one of my my problems with the entire game. They kind of drag. Okay. This is where it hits the fan. I would imagine it would be that Genghis guy. But I could be wrong. Maybe it was the other one. But that would be my kind of go-to. Now. Still, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that was... Oh. Yeah, there was something missed there as well with that EC constant. You know that one? It looked to be a pretty decent one, and it was kind of mirroring an old Star Trek episode I've seen once. You know that that kind of 200 years adrift kind of thing. But my God, that turned out to be pretty boring. You put them there as indentured servitude, let's say, you know, basically, you know, working for room and board, which was pretty bad. And then you could buy them a grav drive, but that bugged out for us. It cost us 44 hours. So we had to go back and do it the other way. But it was a quest that, you know, had potential, but it was just badly written. Yeah, yeah. And then that stuff where you fix the engine, they were purposely, you know, messing with you, you know, just to tick you off. That really frustrated me, that did. And I found lots of the quests to be vague, so you're wasting a lot of time. The writing in this is pretty bad. Yeah. Couldn't find it. Gone. History. I literally, let's say, when I stopped streaming, I visited every single star system. All 119. And there was no sign of it. So, a lot of people's theory was the quest marker was wrong and it was just waiting for you. It wasn't. It wasn't. Now, if it's a thing that it might move every so often, well, you're never going to find it in 119 star systems. So that one cost me 44 hours. That was my biggest setback in this game. Oh yeah, the delivery ones. I didn't even do them. I just reloaded back and I signed them up for indentured servitude on the planet. And they still tanked me. Yeah. No, I didn't pick any of the quests. So straight away I ignored them, made sure none of them went into my quest log. Didn't go to the guy about the little spammy quests. Just went to her, went down to the deal as quickly as I could, and sold all her backsides. Yeah. That was kind of a revenge thing, you know, after losing 44 hours. But the fact that we couldn't talk that guy into getting them to stay properly, or giving them a spot on the planet, was pretty bad writing, you know. Like most of the quests, you've got, you know, too much opportunities, but that one just totally, you know, shut you down. On the playthrough, yeah, and the second one, over that. No, that one cost me big time. Unfortunately. Now we do the override thing first. We'll get that, and then we'll talk to Franklin. One thing at a time.
Please, deadly trouble is brewing. Deal with it and
Okay.
converse at length.
Okay. She's not receptive. So we deal with this. I guess one of the three will be taken out here. Kind of like the faction quests in Fallout 4. I doubt. Well, if we're lucky, we might get a chance to talk them out and save everyone, but I don't know. I doubt it. They don't care. Whatever you choose. Yeah. They don't really care.
Oh, thank God you're here. Genghis has issued an ultimatum. He will attack the Pragmatist Society with everything he's got, unless you meet with him. I fear Amon Arenas is siding with him too.
What?
We are on the brink of war.
Alright,
War
we might be
will
able to
not
talk
shrink,
down at least one
not
of them,
when
I'd
we
say.
are so close to victory.
Well, I don't really want to know this.
I will send a message. We are meeting under flag of truce. Something sacred to us.
I see.
So, no matter how much he vexes you, keep your gun holstered.
I see. Okay. Oh, there's a meeting. I see. That's the meeting there. Oh, that one won't do. And the meeting is standing here. So... I'm not giving this another save. Let's see.
The outsider. Franklin.
Amon Arenas. Genghis. I had hoped we
Why
would
did
not
he...
be meeting like this after
Oh,
some
yeah,
sort of
yeah.
respite from war.
Do a lot of running over.
You drove us here, Franklin. Did you think we would let the outsider just hand the pragmatist victory? Stranger, if you do not change your course, there will be none of the pragmatists alive to help.
I see. Negotiation. I'm looking for a way to end this peacefully. Negotiating with you is a lost cause. And not working with you. You don't need to do this.
You want peace? Then let the renegades go free.
Not a hope.
Roosevelt can do whatever he wants with the others.
This is not what we agreed, Genghis. Only those who have passed the test can leave Crucible.
This is my test. Here and now. And I intend to pass it. In blood, if I have to. If you let us leave Crucible, then the pragmatists can do whatever they want here. With my blessings.
Under no circumstances can I agree with that.
Oh,
Genghis
God.
specifically should never, ever leave this planet.
I think so as well.
So there it is. It is spite. That is why the great Franklin Delano Roosevelt drives Crucible to ruin. To deny me my own chance to live in the settled systems.
Pirate,
Your
I'd say.
namesake was a plague upon the world. Arguably the greatest butcher in human history. If there was even a fraction of a chance I would be unleashing that upon the stars, I would do anything in my power to stop it.
True. There's the Believers, and who's the Believers anyway?
Perhaps you are right. Amonarinos, the facility and its test and mission are flawed, broken. We all know it. And if you are allowed to author that test, then you control us all.
So the answer is we are all imprisoned here? You leave us no choice but to join the renegades and end your society.
20 years.
What?
We have to stand on our own 2 feet to earn a chance at freedom. So let the outsider reprogram the facility, and for 20 years we work together to make Crucible truly ours.
Okay.
And after, we institute a test, which we both author with mutual veto power, and any who pass may leave.
Do not let the politician cloud your head with
Pretty words.
You think I would accept this?
Oh. 20 years. Nothing to fight to slaughter Roosevelt. Offer your chance to live through this. Is a fraud.
We have been going in circles for so long.
We could kill them. Kill them all. And then we can dictate any terms we like.
I only lead my people to battle when I must. Do you promise, Mr. Roosevelt, a fair test? One that we can pass in our lifetime?
I will not make it easy, but it will be, as you say, fair.
Fair.
No! Amonarinos, this is a trick.
I don't think he was.
Roosevelt has done
Yeah.
many things that infuriate
Okay, we
me.
saved one
But
at
his
least.
honor, I have never had to question. The believers will not fight. Let the gods decide which of you is right.
Ah, here we go. After all that, and you won't fight with us. Thank you for your wisdom.
I think you have the makings of a
You never
fine
found
leader
it.
yourself.
Yeah, it's you've got to go to this star system to find it. Yeah.
Then we will meet
And then
in
it kind of
the
pops up.
battle. The heavens will judge who is worthy.
But because I wanted to get the achievement for that, I visited
be
all
it.
star systems, you know.
We have fortified the society, but this will never end until Genghis is dead. He is the
I wonder do we get a costume if we have to kill her. Although they're useless.
An armistice can be reached. This is not something I am asking. It is something that they are demanding of you. They will keep trying to kill you until we put an end to this.
Okay, where is he? Who do I kill? Oh, he's in here, is it? Where is he? Oh, for goodness sake. There he is. Suppress, advance, something. Oh, we get an outfit. And a hat. Okay, we didn't have to kill these guys then. That's cool. Okay, what's going on? I feel like I got this quest automatically. Yeah, early on. Just sat in my side mission forever. Yeah, it happens when you come to the planet. Now, let's see about this. You see, by ignoring them, we didn't have to kill them. Once he's dead, talk to Franklin. Now, let's see about this override code. There, come here.
Please, deadly trouble.
Okay, we better talk to Franklin. I hope this doesn't bug out. I'm really not in the mood for it. But one of the pragmatists got down anyway. We're just a little slow on finding that Genghis guy.
It is over. Why does it always come down to force?
Pretty
I hope
much.
Your systems has truly learned from the past. Clearly, we have not.
Not much of. Thank you. I'm just as bad where I come from. Blood gets spilled senselessly out there too.
To be a leader, a true leader, you must make terrible choices and then live with them. If it is any consolation, they gave us no choice.
Please, go to the facility and make it so that it will obey my instructions. So we can finally grow.
Yeah,
as a people.
exactly. Exactly, but that's what I feel about most of these really long quests. Now, she might be bugged. You see this one? She moved from her original... No, there she's going back. We wait till she gets back to her spot. But it wasn't too bad. Only one of these guys died. Might have been able to save him, but I wasn't sure where that guy ran to. But I did hold off on blasting the other guys inside, so... Not bad. We'll make sure she gets back to her station. Yeah, I do think it kind of dragged. Oh, let's have a look at the stuff we got. Might be interesting. Oh, for goodness sake. This is another one of my hates in this game. There's absolutely no sense to the hats. There's no protection. Zero. What's that all about? And this is pretty stupid. There's always 25, let's say, on that kind of protection. And it's kind of useless. The one I'm wearing is way better. But we got an outfit anyway. Might do for decoration. But yeah. Oh! One of the renegades went down as well. Now.
Blood runs in the streets again.
Now.
I had hoped, however naively, that we were past that. I do not hold you responsible.
And the endless
Your arrival was
NPC
certainly a
dialogue
lethal catalyst. May I help you?
really pans out everything, doesn't it? I found security override code, but it's encrypted.
So your mission to the Beagle was a success?
Duh.
Let me see. It is done. There is a standard cipher used by the facility.
I see.
It took me many years and, well, lifetimes to overcome. And now, the mysteries of the facility await you. I pray you choose what befalls us wisely.
What did we say? The 20-year thing, wasn't it? Let's see. That's it. Okay, so far so good. We're nearly over with this quest. My god, I didn't expect it to last this long, but it's the same with every quest in this thing. And this isn't one of the achievements either, and that's the worst of it. Okay. Oh, hang on. Are you ready to go now?
I need to go. In my darkest hours, I fear
No.
goodbye outside.
So we'll be coming back for her, I'd say. Right, I suppose it's going to send us right back there again. Oh. Oh, it's this one. Oh yeah, I forgot, it's not the ship. Yeah, there's an unexplored area in here, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Goes on forever. They really, really hurt the quests in this game by making them too long. Nobody wants to get tied up for that long in a quest. I much prefer the kind of shorter in and out quests. You know, even if there was more of them. Another serious problem with this game. Oh, for... Right, let's move out. Okay, it's in this one. Yeah, and everyone is like this. Yeah, especially with the main faction quests, you'd expect it. But I find that, you know, every single quest is too drawn out. That's one of the major problems. You know, there's so many of them. I couldn't list them all. But that would, for me anyway, that would be one. Now, right, don't send me all over the place for this one. It's not too far down here. The last thing we need to do is fight our way around here again. This is a bit messy. I don't know, will they probably clean it up Be interesting to come back here much later to see. They'll probably all gone. Now, I want to be careful here because what was the deal? 20 years, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's always some twist or turn. It worked out that you never really know. And I kind of liked, let's say, not having obvious quests. There was a good few quests in this where I literally called it from the beginning how it was going to go, you know. But I'd say one of my favourite ones in that would be, remember where you meet that guy? I think he was drunk. There was two twins, you know what I mean? But it's something that could have been easily missed. And then you meet a guy just like him. And, you know, he says, well, no, it wasn't me. And then you find out, let's say, that they had a home and you had to clear it of orcs and stuff. That was interesting. There's a few of them, you know. They were pretty interesting. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I've always said that. The writing and the story and that was the best of the games I've played from them so far. I found the immersion of New Vegas to be quite good. And the scenery and the way everything kind of gels together in Skyrim to be pretty good as well. But if I was to pick story, yeah, you know, if I was to pick story, it would be definitely Oblivion. Yeah. I won't argue with that. That's it. Oh, well, let's have a look in. Yeah, surely if there's any goodies, this will be where it is. Surely at the end of everything, this is the spot. Unless they've got something else waiting for us, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
I am opening fire.
You are kidding me.
Catastrophic damage.
I think we'd be finished with all this junk by now, wouldn't you? Oh, a clone. Hey. Why? I don't ask me why I took that. Force of habit. Hey. Oh, he died. He jumped to his death. I cannot believe it. Oh, what was that about? I think he broke every bone in his body. That was just silly. Oh, I didn't mean to go down here now, and that's stupid. Didn't even get a chance to have a look at this. Yeah, we might be able to make our way back up. Although I am really interested to see what happened to that idiot. Oh, we need to take these out anyway, I'd say. Here, let me get back up and have a look around. I am extremely nosy. Well, obviously it's in there. We come in this way, so let's have a look. Okay, we're pretty clear here. Now, let's see what this is about. Of course, we're on that hunt for something making this a little bit worthwhile. It's not gonna happen. I'll check that table in one moment. Okay. What have we got here? Okay. I don't know. Maybe we might get a legendary or something. Although I doubt it, to be honest. Not a hope. Not a hope. Yeah. Really disappointing. Yeah, that's it, guys. We're pretty much done in here, so I assume we're working our way downwards. It seems to be down there, so... Okay, I don't get it. Oh no, it's... how do we... I would say we go down there. Oh, there he is. Okay, we'll have to save it here, I'm not sure. Yeah, at best. Okay, let's see. It's gotta be. I don't see any other way for this. Gotta be a way back out. Oh, come on. Oh, you're kidding me. What? Oh, hang on. I think we can get out of here. There we go, and then we work our way up. I think they've got a lot of cleaning up to do here, haven't they? What's that robot?
Warning. Damage registered. System failure.
Okay, I think that's that one. What is another guy? Haha! Gotta love that gun. Now let's see. what we have here. Let's just take everything else out of it later. We got rid of that stupid music as well. God, this is boring. Reminds me of the old Gary thing. Well, that's the way we need to go about, so we'll kind of push on this way for a little bit. Let's see what we've got here. Imagine if there's a book here, it'll be pretty obvious. You know, on a table or stand or something like that. But I don't know why I even bother with these books. Okay. A clone factory, that would be cool. Now, let's go. I've never seen quests to drag so much.
Be advised that this is now a combat zone. Catastrophic damage.
Okay, we might be a little bit away. Too far away there, but... Okay. I think it would be in our best interest to clear out all of these guys. And they give us, you know, so much to search and no real rewards for doing so. Yeah, because you pretty much know you're not going to find anything even remotely interesting. Can't really get that one. Okay. Oh, Gary. Hey, Gary. Alright, let's get out of here, guys. I'm getting sick of this. Great how they pick a weapon from Nuke World and they just put a tag in it, old Earth rifle. Antique Earth rifle. God, that's lazy. You know, instead of making something that would be, you know, better looking in this. Yeah, they plagiarise a lot in this game from No Man's Sky, from a ton. From Mass Effect as well. And even from their own games. It's like a kind of Harry Potter, isn't it? I'm sick of searching here, guys. Let's just get the quest done. I think we all know there's not going to be much here. But I suppose if there is, it would be obvious. It wouldn't be kind of hidden like Fallout 4. Right. In we go. Ooh. Well, we know what that is. Absolute junk. Absolute junk. Now, if there's anything, it's going to be here, I'd say. Not a hope. Oh well. Okay, we'll sort you later. I'm not even going to open those. Really burnt out from this quest. That's really about it, guys. Not much of a payoff. Oh, facility key. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take it. What's the story down here? Oh, we won't go too far, but I would say it's... Yeah, facility key. Now, let's see what we need to do here. Yeah, I didn't even notice, to be honest. That's how it's gone. Yeah. That's how it's gone. You know, when a quest drags too much, you know what I mean? You just want to get it done. I thought he looked familiar, alright. Okay. Now, I'm nearly sure we did 20-year thing, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. I wondered if we get options here. Blah blah blah, change blah 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 blah. Reboot and choose a super administrator. Initiate. I don't know which one we're supposed to pick. Yeah, a new super administrator. I think that's it, and we get the guy in, isn't it? Well, this one is, that's the current thing. Right? This is choose, I think it's the center one. Yeah. And then that one is, well, we know what that one is. I would say that one. There it is. Reboot with Super Mr. Franklin Roosevelt. There we go. There we go. We'll keep our word. Ha! Current user denied. There we go. Yeah, we'll stick with it. Be interesting to see, although I don't want to spend the time on it, if we make someone else. Okay, let's get out. Oh. I see. Oh, we might get a book out of this yet. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, is that a bug? Oh, I don't know. That's the last thing I need. But I've already had a couple of them so far. Look at this. We had to go through an expert log for this. Kidding me. Oh no, I'm not interested. That they have been absolutely bugged for me, those ones. No, that was just a waste of time. As usual. Right, let's go. Let's check it in my menu now. I'd imagine we get away with this one. And that could be famous last words. This would be a horrible thing to have to do again. Kidding me. There we go. So... another landing site. I'm not interested. Let's fast travel out to those guys. And hopefully we'll get away with it. I expected to have a full quest line done on this Falcon. This is disappointing. But it keeps you playing, and it keeps you playing it a long time, but for the wrong reasons. For the wrong reasons. Oh, I'm just gone paranoid now on this quest. Yeah. It ain't worth doing. But it's gotta be fun. I don't mind the hard. And even, you know, I don't mind even some of them, like you said. You know, the odd long quest is okay. But when you get them endlessly, it's a real burnout. I like to have the odd, you know, quest. You know, a little fast one, you just go in and out, you know. Gives it a little bit of variety. When you're stuck too long on the same quest line, it... Or even a single quest like this. There's too many things to do.
The blood. Always the blood. They only taste worse than victory.
We're in trouble.
What was long sought
Oh.
after is upon us.
Enjoy your prison clones.
Not all on Crucible will approve of what you have done, but doing what is right
It's seldom easy.
easy or free of difficulty. You have given us all a chance for self-determination. Maybe in time we will be worthy.
I think it was the best decision. Now you have a chance to be really human. Your plan was the least objective. I hope you guys wrote a lot. That's why I helped you. Yeah, okay.
For some of us, that will be a rude awakening. You have my enduring thanks. And anytime you need safe harbor, know that Crucible is here for you.
Be interesting to visit him some other time. Ta-da!
I was able to convince you of our cause.
Now, Amelia.
Instead, Roosevelt wins. Perhaps in time we can.
Let's see if it's cleared. Done. Done, done, and done. I am overjoyed to get that finished. This is the exact... It seems to be the best one. Now, let's see, can we pick up Amelia? I'd say for most people it would be.
In my darkest hours, I feared that we were all that was left of humanity. You've taken the Crucible by
There it
storm,
is.
haven't you?
Piloting
Now
and
that
rifle.
Roosevelt's the admin, I'm
Okay.
in the clear to hightail it out of here. What do you say? Will you take me with you?
Of course. Absolutely. Welcome aboard.
Golly, thanks. You have no idea what this means to me.
Cool.
I swear you won't regret it.
We are putting her on the Falcon. Amelia Earhart. Cool. That's a big name.
I just need to say a couple farewells, and then I'll hit the road. See you out there.
Right, we want to make sure she gets on the ship. Well, she lied. She's going straight to the ship. Let's see if we can get her outfit down here. I didn't forget that one. We'll make sure she gets on that ship. Or even if she's going there. No, she's not going to say farewells. Now, I want to see how she manages to get on the ship. I want to see what the AI pathing is like. This is a ship I built from scratch, so, you know, this would be interesting. The other proper followers, you know, I don't think she'd have much comments or likes or dislikes or anything like that, but we'll see. We'll see how they manage this. I know the pathing is not an easy thing to do. Let's see how it works. Pathing is a disaster in Fallout 4 when you build something new. Well, you could say, you know, well, this landing spot was already here, but with the choices you have, let's say for an entrance on the ship, you know, you can have one at the front, the back, or any one of the sides. So that would be enough of a challenge, I'd say. Yeah, exactly. Now, I think she'll make it in without any problems. We'll make sure when we take off she's on board as well. This is just a matter of interest, really. No, a lot of people thought that having these two here... See what I mean?
Oh, what's shaking, Bacon?
I spoke too soon, didn't I? Well, let's go in and back out. Let's see. I don't know, it might be a bug, it might not be. We'll go and get that outfit anyway, give her a bit of time. I've had problems getting the crew on the ships. There, she should be on board now. We go get the outfit, and then we check. Right at the ship, yeah, with no one there. Yeah, empty fluff. Now, she did have an interesting outfit. Of course, we're getting that. Oh yeah, we didn't try Jenga's area either. Oh yeah, there he is.
You're the talk of Crucible.
Oh, he's homes now. Let's see what you got for
Hopefully
sale.
you take fancy to something.
Now he's got very little money, but we've got junk to sell. Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. Don't ask me why I haven't picked up that junk. There.
A pleasure talking with you.
I'm not sure, but I think it's in here. Okay, we're on our own here. Got a whole stream to get this out. Oh, sugar, it's the wrong one. Yeah, it's the wrong one. It's this one. That's what we're looking for there. A unique outfit. Now we can sell that, we can launder that in the Trade Authority. And that's about it, guys. I think we're done here. Oh, yeah, this other one. I didn't really I didn't really give this a once over. This is Can's residence here. Well, maybe it's not. I think we were in here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is Can. What's left of him? No, I think we're okay. Did Can even have his own spot? But he ran in here. Let me see. So we could be missing something.
The other societies make me sick.
So we're in here, we're in there. I'm not well, this is where... Let me see. We walked in here, so there's nothing in there. What's this? Yeah, this is one of the first places we walked into as well. Yeah, we did try this, didn't we? Nah, I think we're done.
I would kill for a new slate.
Yeah, I think that's it. I wonder where Can was staying. Hard to know. Right, let's check for Amelia. We'll get out of here, we'll launder those goods, we'll store them, and I have about an hour left. About an hour-ish. I want to see what we can do. But I'm disappointed. I expect to get this done and be maybe 90% at least through one of the quest lines. But I still have tomorrow and the day after. This was an unscheduled stream. So that's one good thing, I suppose. Now, let's look for Amelia. Yeah. Of the clone quest line, yeah? It's kind of silly, isn't it? Let's find Amelia before we take off. Who was that? Oh, this is the other guy we rescued. Now, Amelia, where are you? Yeah, I would like to make sure she's here. Kidding me, I can't find anyone in here.
I like your style.
Oh, you are
Could be worse.
kidding me. They're still here. I was to drop those two idiots. I thought they got off.
I dig how you handled that.
How am I going to manage this?
I'm glad that's finally resolved.
They were supposed to get off on another quest. I thought they left. That is a major bug. It was this one here. Juno's Gambit. Look, deliver the operatives to Neon. Maybe if I go back to Neon, they might get off. Well, I don't think they're counting on my ship as passengers. But they would definitely be a problem for Amelia. If they do. Sugar.
Hi.
Who cares about Amelia anyway? But there she is. She's here. Let's go back to Neon, guys, and see if I can... Yeah, it said they were removed. I didn't see them walk out, but I was expecting that was the way the quest went. That's stupid. If we're stuck with them on the ship, I don't care, as long as they don't interfere with anything. It's not like I'm going to be playing this game endlessly. Okay. It said Neon. I actually landed in the bay, so... So maybe I should have going straight to the city. Neon is in Volley, isn't it? There it is. I'll show you where I landed. But it seemed to accept it. Yeah, this is Neon. I actually landed here. So let's land here. Maybe they might remove themselves. Probably the way to get rid of them would be to change crew. That would be a way, you know. Probably change home ships.
That's all we need. Enjoy Neon.
Now, okay. Doesn't matter really much, and I suppose, you know, to fill up the ship it might look okay, but they just stand around. Let's have a look. I'd say they're still there. I don't really care at this stage. Okay, so it's not letting me out. Oh, yeah, that should do it. Either way, I'm not bothered. There they are. Is that them? Yay! They're gone. They're gone. If you're ever doing that quest, guys, don't land here. Land on the core. But that's the end of those two. I was right. No, it's just when the objective said it was done, I assumed they were gone from the ship. But yeah, I was right. But like, obviously when it tells you to land somewhere, you know, you're gonna pick the landing pad, you know? You're gonna go there. I should have going. Well, you're gonna go there. I should have going there. Oh well. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we got rid of them. That's not too bad. And we have Amelia. Now let's go sell this junk, launder our outfit, and we'll see what little we can do in the meantime. I wanted to, before I did the quest lines, there's still some kind of things that are haggling. There's an opportunity to ask someone for work in the Trade Authority here in Genesis or whatever it's called, New Atlantis. Yeah, that's the one. So I definitely wanted to do all the quests. You know, no matter how the game drags, you know. Because most likely I'll only ever be playing one playthrough on this guy. And to give it the fairest chance to change my mind, but I think that ship has sailed, to be honest. Let's get selling. Now let me get something to drink. Hopefully this is not too bad, but... okay, maybe it might be. Let's see what else I've got here. See, you get something a bit different. I still have, well, maybe I might push for another hour just to see what we can do. Yeah, okay. I'll open up another one. Why not? I might as well push as much as I can to get as much as I can done while I'm up to it. You know, the game, I suppose, in ways, it's still alright. But, you know, it's such a pity, you know, with a few cuts here and there and a few changes, you know, it could have been made a half-decent game.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade Authority's always buying.
Some of the ideas that I had was pretty good. Probably, yeah, I probably did. Okay, you see, the weapons are a bit expensive, but we'll see what we can get rid of. Oh, we won't be selling any of that junk. But the likes of that and the likes of that. Well, I've got 8 of them. Okay, I think I got rid of all the stupid food from that. Now there's some notes. So I'll make sure I can get rid of the other ones. Resources, here we go. I've collected a ton of that junk and I'm not gonna collect any more. Okay, let's get rid of the other junk, just mostly weapons. It disappears into the sky and all you see is a huge UC and the reflection of the moon. Looks like a rocket. Nice! I don't think I've noticed that, no. But I've all been kind of rushing to get things done on this. Now, some of the things they got kind of okay on this. It's a pity they made the whole thing so buggy and so repetitive and draggy, you know? Even that's a word.
If it belongs on your... Oh, please, take a look.
Thanks. Oh. Right, sell weapons. Okay, we give them one of those. Something for 19. There, that would do it. I think we're going downstairs to sell the rest. Yeah, they're okay. Oh, okay, yeah. That one. Yep.
Appreciate the business.
Oh, especially to launder that Amelia Earhart suit. Well, that's kind of cool because you can sell it and buy it back for exactly the same thing and get it laundered. But only here in the Trade Authority. But that was a kind of improvement, I think. Yeah, oh yeah, there might be some quests as well. Yeah, I know it's low. We'll have to start scrubbing that in a minute. But we can, because, you know, we finished that quest successfully. So we don't need those backups.
Promise. Personally, I think daylight. Absolutely.
Now, he's only got about 1,200, so... God, he's poor. Oh, I'll keep that. Nah, why am I? They're extremely rare. I might keep that. Yeah, I might keep that.
Okay. You need something else? I'll be here.
We'll just go to the lady with the money here now. That's just a waste of time. The other guy is something around the same thing. Now, first of all, let's launder our suit.
The Trade Authority has access to goods and... Of course.
Now, 1 second. Yeah, that's okay. So, apparel. There it is there. Now, buy back. And there it is, for exactly the same thing. Cool. Now let's make sure it's there. There we go. Nice and laundered. But again, you know what I mean, not great. Not as good as the one we're wearing, really. Okay, let's go. Okay, weapons. 3... to do a few loads on this, I'd say. $17 and $15. Yeah, okay. We should have enough for this 24-hour one. We'll store them and then we'll actually see what she's up to. There's an opportunity. I never did so. I was always with a follower something to ask for work here. I might as well get something to drink while this is going on. I might watch a movie or something today. Try and relax a bit. You don't mind getting tangled up for 3 or 4 hours in a quest line, but for a kind of random quest you come across like that, I think it's a bit excessive. And leads to burnout. But we're lucky we got out of it without too many bugs. We had one where we couldn't do that room thing, but that's minor. We would do a reload.
It's cliche. Thing about the trade business? Of course.
Okay. Now. Yeah, not into those. Oh God. We might be here for a while, guys. There's a lot of stuff here. 1740s. No, we're keeping that. So, how much have we got to sell? 3, 7, let's say 8 grand. We won't be able to mix them up, will we? No, we'll wait one more day just to get rid of it.
The trade authority appreciates
Unbelievable, isn't it? They just don't have enough money. And the weapons you get, too expensive. And storage is oh my God, it's a nightmare. Another thing as well, you've probably seen this as well, Falcon. From time to time, you'll get kind of spam resources in your ship's hold for no reason. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I only use one type of ammo, and I've got so much. I've got 2,000 cartridges of each of the guns I use. And from older games, I found carrying too many items on the player, and then, let's say, can cause crashes in some of the more, and corruptions in some of the more complicated places. They would have a lot of stuff, especially around your settlements that you might have overbuilt. Each bullet would have an individual ID code, and sometimes it's a bit much for the game. Well, the older ones anyway. I don't know what this one is like. So I tend not to carry tons of ammo. Yeah, but that was an old tactic I used to use in Fallout 4.
If there's something you need, you won't find a better select.
Now, we should be able to get rid of the last of them here. And I want that pain blade for some reason. Don't ask me why. It's just that they're really, really scarce. And we're keeping that. Yeah, we're good. Now, let's go and get rid of this junk. Oh, I might be able to do this from here. I've been using this base here. This is my old grinding area for adaptive frames. I didn't bother taking it apart yet. But I've got Lynn and Keller, or Heller, or whatever his name, Adoring Fan, and that follower from the Vanguard here, 4 of them. An Adoring Fan is usually somewhere down there, never really comes inside. As you can see, the kind of setup here, pretty small in the beginning. Oh, this is pretty good up to, I got to around level 60, maybe even 70. Yeah, it can be boring. Yeah, it can definitely be boring. The other two are probably around somewhere. Adoring Fan is out there somewhere. Now, we get rid of the pain blade. We get rid of the outfits. We'll probably make a kind of museum from those later. The throwables. Well, I was keeping those if I ever wanted to do that challenge. Explosive challenge. There. Throwables. We'll get rid of our excess ammo here. That's the only 2 ammo I use. Oh, the notes.
Just here for a chat?
Now, Ada's diary, anonymous, that, and that. That's good. Okay, there's something here. Something else here weighing in. Oh, the aid. And then we're good. We're done. We can do our save here as well, and it'll give us a marker. And out of habit, I only carry 10 of these. There we go, 55. That's my normal weight. I think we're okay with everything else. Yeah, pretty much. We're good. Now, I need to get rid of some of these saves for a little bit. Oh, hi OMG, and how have you been? Well, I hope. We just got caught in the longest quest in the history, I think. I carry hundreds of medipacks. But I don't. Oh yeah, I've got over 3,000 and I've maxed out everything. You know, that, all of the perks and everything. It's very hard to damage this character. Very rarely I have to use one. So, it's only fluff, you know. Unbelievable amount of autosaves, isn't it? There we go, guys. We're all ready. Now we'll go back and check that trade authority. and see if it's actually a quest. Like 3, maybe 4, yeah? It was the reloads that did me. They'll start to do new and fresh autosaves. Yeah, I found this on it. So once you start going into the reloading thing, yeah, it does tend to do that. And I do that a lot because of bugs and glitches. Now, let's see if that trade authority... There was the option to ask them for work. So, what have you been up to, OMG? Anything interesting? Well, I think we're pretty fortunate to get that quest done. Rarely will I do a quest where there's not some little kind of bug or glitch. Paying the bells, yeah. Know what you mean. Right. It just said I'm looking for work. I'm assuming that's a quest. Why else will we get the option? And if I can, I want to do every quest in this. You know, even if I'm finding the game, let's say, not as much fun as I hoped it would be. But I am doing my best to give it a chance. I didn't even go into this option, to be honest, so we'll see. Either way, we'll get it done with. I just assumed that they would be kind of shady and I had some followers. You know what it's like.
It's clear. If there's
And there it is there. I'm interested. There it is. Now, I'm guessing this has probably got something got to do with contraband and it's been heavily bugged for me. So we'll see. I'm interested in doing some work for the Trade Authority.
That depends. If you have a ship and are willing to haul cargo, then we've got some work.
Oh,
Otherwise,
I don't know.
You're gonna have to be more specific. We frequently post cargo running jobs up on the mission boards around
Oh,
town.
it's just that.
Check them out.
Oh no.
I've heard our jobs pay
That's
well.
okay.
And
It's okay.
on the off chance
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
not what
got
you're
this.
looking for, well, I can't really help you then.
It's just a kind of signposting. Activities, except a cargo mission. Okay. Okay, at least we got rid of that. We'll see if we can get this done. I want to experience as much as I can in this game before I condemn it to the attic. Oh, hang on. It's here. Okay, they're sending me out the wrong side. Accept the cargo mission from the mission. There's one up here. I think we can go out this way. I hope it's nothing got to do with settlements. I'm not really in a mood for it. Because I think you'll have to set up a transport system, and I'll just leave it if that's the case. But if it's something that I can do straight from here with just one run, yeah, I'll do it. But I think we can. It might be just delivery. That's not too bad. But if I have to start doing building and that just to set up a transport system, oh sugar. Okay, we'll follow the dot. That is stupid. Maybe it's a different board. Who knows? But I doubt it. Maybe it's a different one. There's a door between the... Oh, well, that's for a quest. Yeah. You get a quest, I don't know, maybe it's based on a decision as well, where the lodge is under attack. Yeah. And, you know, once you go on a run, let's say, from the starboard, you kind of go that way there to the well, you know, up to the well, to your ship, and you do a runner. But I opened mine during a quest. Yeah. Well, that's for a quest, yeah. You know that one that, oh, the one that's always hanging around. She buys samples and stuff. She actually runs in there and you find her and calm her down. Then you get attacked again by some more starboard. Just make a run for your ship. Yeah.
If you got anything valuable.
Yeah, it won't be opened until that quest is... How do we get out here? Okay, now. What's this about? Now, this is really ticking me off. Okay, it's down here.
I'm sorry, I can't play right now.
Aha! Mission board. Cargo. I better save here. You know why? Because I'm not sure if we'd have to make these things or not. But I think it might be just straightforward. And we'll get it done and get it dusted. Yeah, it would be a nice shortcut. Agreed. There we go. Let's pick one of these. Doesn't really matter which one we pick. Well, except that one, or that one. But yeah, there's a mission board out front, but it sent us to this one. Okay. Kilo, 346, integrated circuits. Well, that's pretty close, that one there. And what's this one? 500. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Yeah, okay. That should do it, guys, I'd say. We got rid of the activities. Perfect. Now, let's get rid of this one. And it should be as simple as that when you have a good enough ship. Yes, I do. Yeah, in the basement and in your room in the safe. I noticed it didn't have a weight limit, but it's so inconvenient going there. But it's not a bad spot. That's it, guys. It's done. We got it. Kinda silly. Why is it staying up on our board? There it is, it's gone. Perfect. Make sure it goes away. Yeah, I just wanted to get everything done in this game, if that's possible. But kind of lame. But I suppose if you needed money and, you know, and start, I suppose. Okay, that's cool. Now, let's save this one. Oh, yeah, there's one I want to do as well here. You see this one? Yeah. Now, we might have to lie a bit because we did kill everyone on that quest. Yeah, it just wasn't... I really was never into him. I didn't know what it entailed. But, pretty quick. Like, you're doing it for 1,000 credits, and they'd ask you, you know, 1,000 credits here for a piece of food, so 1,000 credits is not much. The XP is ridiculous, you know, 100 XP. But I suppose in the beginning of the game, yeah, it might be interesting enough. But you know what you do with a few of those. Oh, okay. Okay, where is this again? There.
Is there a type of weapon combat tech won't make?
Now we've got to be pretty careful what we say here. And we'll do a save. But this is about the scow we blew up.
You talk and get paid.
I couldn't see any way out of that, you know?
It's a classic win. If you have a news story for me, I'm very happy to pay your fee.
What stories you want? Okay. Okay.
I already interviewed an ex-pirate.
Oh, hi Zach. And how are you? Been
She
well, I
was
hope.
as reliable as good coffee around here. So you were there when it went down? What were you doing
Yeah,
there?
yeah, that would be cool. Lie, I was making delivery wrong place, wrong time. I was the one that robbed him. I'm gonna lie.
Why do I get the feeling you're often in that situation?
Ah.
Tell me about this Captain Petrov. I've heard he's a bit of an eccentric. What was your impression of him?
Petrov was a hoarder and liked to collect anything strange or unusual.
I would have loved to have seen it.
Mm.
I'm sure it would make a good story right there. No one seems to know.
Oh, that's
exactly
good.
what
Not
was
too
stolen,
bad. Not
but
too
everyone
bad.
agrees it was
Thought I'd
valuable.
come on for a little bit and try and
Care
get
to
as
shed some
many
light
of
on
these
it?
quests done as possible. You know, out for my usual streaming days. It was an unusual artifact dug up on some planet.
Artifact, you say?
Hmm.
I've been hearing whispers about those lately.
Still, oh, definitely, yeah. We just did some kind of random, well, not random, some kind of quest that came up, let's say, when we appeared in a system. But between some small bugs and that, it took 5 hours to finish. You know what I mean? About a half an hour was wasted, let's say, on a bug. But, you know, for those kind of quests from the main quest line, you know, investing 4 or 5 hours in a kind of quest like that it's very draining. Yeah.
Some days, it is worth it to get out of bed. I love it. This is just a plain old good story. Check the newsfeed for it later.
I don't even know what I said. I don't even know about what I said. Whatever. No, I don't think it makes a difference anyway. There it is. Okay, Petrov, and all of that stuff. Okay, we're up to date on that one. Now, loose ends was pretty interesting. See, if I could get rid of that, we just have these two to do. But it seemed I kind of backed out of it because I had followers, and it seems like, you know, we were going to have to get our hands dirty on that one. But let's give that one a shot. A random planet, yeah, basically, yeah. And trust me, I have enough random planets. 1,700. It would have been an unbelievable feat if they did 1,700 planets with, you know, a reasonable amount of content on them to hold your interest. But to do such a thing, you know, it meant there had to be pretty bare bones, you know, and that's not going to hold anyone's interest. I think if they cut back, you know, much more, let's say, to maybe 2,000 systems with maybe, you know, maybe 150 planets, you know, and put something on them instead of the 1,700. I think the game would have been better for it, you know. I think that, you know, they made the game oversized And the cost was too much, you know? It was far too much. Now, let's save it here. Right, let's keep going. We'll see how much of this we can do anyway. Oh, my 6 hours is up, guys. You see how I started? This is going to be... Okay. I did say I'd try to get this as much as possible done, and it's still quiet here. So we'll see if we can get this one finished. Hopefully, it won't run on forever. And that would only leave us then, let's say, you know, the 2 quest lines to do. And that can't be as long as that other quest we did. What if it takes the exact same effort to make 20 planets? Yes, and that's why they did it. They said that because of the procedural thing, 90% of the work was already done. But just because it's easy to do, you know, doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. You know, putting in that kind of boredom, and you know, having that much stuff as well on the game. I know every little piece kind of matters in the game. You know, they need a certain amount of room and memory and stuff. But I think cutting those and adding some of the stuff that said that they made hard decisions on, like a city map, for goodness sake. You know, it's a pretty basic thing to have in a game. And it is a nightmare, especially if you're first time playing this game, to figure out where everything is, or even your way back, you know. And, you know, they did talk about hard decisions. You know, it wouldn't have been much of a hard decision to get some decent story writers in, you know. No, even for 100 planets you would be pushing it, Zach. Yeah, you're right there. You know, but at least it would have been more content, you know. But it was always going to be boring because they spam the same 6 buildings over and over again. There was no feeling of finding something different or interesting. Not like, let's say, there are handcrafted games like, you know, Skyrim and Fallout 4 and that. I know it would be a mammoth amount of work, even for the 12 systems. But I think they really let themselves down on that one. You know, thinking that we could be so easily amused, you know, running around an empty planet, much like they did on the release of Fallout 76. An empty world. And then they told you, oh, you're the only guy here. You know, go find, use your imagination, make your own fun. You know what I mean? I hate when they do that. You know, like telling someone that this game is empty and you paid for it and you gave decent money for it, so now it's up to you to make, you know, your imagination make the game fun. And that's much like, let's say, if you went into, let's say, a shop and you bought a large screen TV and you opened it up, you know what I mean, and you found the box was empty and there was a note inside saying, use your imagination, you know, play with the box, it's great fun, you know what I mean. That's the way I look at it. Oh, it's an insult to anyone's intelligence, you know, to say the game isn't boring, but you have to use your imagination. You know what I mean? Well, if you were going to use your imagination, you wouldn't have to use... No, just lie back and imagine things. You didn't have to buy the games to use your imagination if it was that good. But they really think that gamers are idiots, to be honest. Yeah, anything, yeah. Yeah, I did like the system Zach had made it more interesting they had in New Vegas. You know, the little challenges they did on that. That was kind of interesting, you know.
Hello.
And I don't use the powers. I don't find them interesting enough.
So you're telling me I have
have to take my entire load of alcohol back to New Atlantis?
Giving you more health or giving you, let's say, some increases in weapons or, you know, ballistic resistance or something might have been a bit better. Something that, you know, was, you could use. Something, you know, that was passive. Some kind of passive ability. Hey! Oh,
No. Hey, wait. You were there? When those security assholes nabbed me.
Yeah,
Please,
yeah.
have a heart.
A passive
You need to
ability
help
would have
me.
been better. For me, it would have been anyway. I'll hear you out.
Thank you. Oh God. I gotta admit,
What I don't like about the quests either is that they literally force you in a certain way, you know? Like it's already cut and dried.
Everything. Yannick is expecting a package.
The Power Zero
Really
G
not
puzzle.
so legal package.
I don't think
If
I
you deliver
remember
it to
that.
him, he'll know I'm loyal. Don't worry, Yannick's loaded.
Yeah,
He'll take
I
care
don't
of
think I don't think I got to that yet. Yeah. But I still have 2 quest lines to do. So I don't know if you want me doing on the next. Okay, who's this Yannick character? Okay, so tell me what to do. Let's cut to the chase.
You are a regular lifesaver. You're solid. My crate's on block O2 in Ebside. My authentication code is Alpha 3 Kilo 4. Just tell the manager and she'll key you in. The package is there, everything accounted
In
for.
the temples.
Just
There's-
take that
oh
to
yeah.
Yannick and hopefully this damn nightmare will be over.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I call that like a Peter Pan syndrome. You know, you're floating around collecting the little glittery, sparkly stuff. And you do that over and over and over again. It is so tedious. It's kind of interesting the first 1, 2, or maybe even 3 times, you know, that you do that. Now, it would have been better maybe if, you know, for each artifact you picked up, that somebody had it, you know, maybe you had to talk them out of it or buy it, or maybe go to their base, try to negotiate or kill them, you know what I mean? That would have been a bit better, you know. Maybe you'd have to rely on your persuasion, or, you know, you could bribe them, or, you know what I mean? That would have made it more interesting. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know what you mean now. And, I don't know, could we even call it a puzzle? Because it's the same thing over and over again. Yeah. I thought it was pretty lazy. But I wasn't expecting to get it again. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then when I seen it again, I said, oh my God, they didn't go down this road, did they? But yeah, they did. Yeah, to have some choice. And it would make it a bit more interesting. But that would be more work. You know what I mean? So that was the easy, lazy way to do it. And if it was some kind of sideline or side quest, or even some kind of side quest line kind of thing, maybe it might be acceptable. But to have it as a main quest, you know, remember the main quest is the whole reason for the game, you know. It's you're put there, you have a purpose, you know, and apparently your purpose is to go around on fetch quests in 0G, you know, grabbing sparkly lights and collecting artifacts. I did pepper it with a few things as well, but not enough. Yeah. And again, I'm not hating on the game or the developers. Well, maybe a bit on the game, but not the developers. You know, that was the choice they made. But I think it deserves criticism. You know, and what I call criticism is, you know, basically feedback to what I think they did wrong, and you know, enough of that from enough of people, and they might actually start getting back on track. But they never really listen to criticisms. Not like other game studios. You know, they tend to defend and double down on everything they do. Yes, they were, weren't they? Yeah, that was a great game. And here was me thinking, you know, after Skyrim, you know, within 5 to 6 years they're going to come out with another Elder Scrolls, and it's going to be awesome, you know, because that was the thing, you know, they pushed from Oblivion to Skyrim, and, you know, they're going to, you know, they were leading the industry, I think, at one stage. But now when you see the games they're coming out with for the past 10 years and more, and you look at other game studios, you know, not as well established and, you know, probably with not the same kind of money behind them, and you see how lacking the whole thing is, you know what I mean? Talk to the sleep crate manager. Now, I'm nearly sure we have to do an assassination on this, but this should be okay. I've done all of the personal quests. There's only 4, guys. Did you notice that? This is the least ever from any BGS game. There's only 4 dedicated followers that would have personal quests. The other guys you get are just paid NPCs, you know. They have no opinion either way on anything, you know. But as much as we give constructive criticism, it seems like they don't. No, they never have. You know, they've always ignored it, and, you know, the old quote from Todd, you know, Skyrim fans don't know what they want. I know what they want. That one. It really started from there. But now on Starfield, they've even dropped as low as, you know, individual developers. You know, I don't know if it was them or probably even an automated response. You know, stuff like, you know, Neil Armstrong didn't think, you know, that the moon was boring, and, you know, all of this stuff. And stuff like, you know, it's not boring. We built in that way, you know. Stuff like that. You know, just because they're built in that way doesn't mean it's not boring. And again, boring, again, is subjective. But I would think that most people would agree with me in saying 1,700 planets, right, with a combination, let's say, of only 6 identical buildings, you know, that you might come across, and running 15 to 20 minutes, you know, trying to scan, you know, maybe taking an hour, maybe the ones with life, maybe 2 hours to scan over 1,700 planets, and seeing the same thing over and over again, you know, 1,700 times. I think most people would agree with me that that would get pretty boring, you know, pretty quick. I understand the developers would have a certain amount of bias, but I remember one saying that, you know, he played, you know, he was fixing the planets. Bruce something was his name, and you know, he probably did 200 hours into it, playing it, checking it for bugs and whatever. And what was it he said? Yeah, it became, you know, pretty tedious, you know. So it was tedious for him, but it couldn't be tedious for us, you know. Yeah, and again, I think I'm only speaking logically. Again, I'm not hating on anything. I'm just giving my opinion on it, you know. But I have respect for anybody that would be into that, you know, because they got a game then that would last a long time, and as long as they're having fun, you know, that's what the whole point is, you know. But not for me. You know, I can play some really draggy games. I did 9 months on Valheim, and that has absolutely no quests. Speak of anyway, you know. It's just kind of exploring and crafting and stuff, and immersion-wise, it was an absolute masterpiece compared to this. You know, it was only after 9 months and a lot of building that, you know, I kind of missed the kind of quest experience. So it was quite a shock for me, Falcon, to come back to quests like this. You know what I mean? Oh. But I'm sure there's a lot of die-hard fans that would defend whatever BGS does, and yeah, that's their right to do, you know. But I think the backing that BGS got, let's say, on a lot of the fails they did when it came to games after Skyrim, I think most of it, of the forgiveness, was based on the good faith that they built up, let's say, you know, on the previous games. But I think this game here is shaking it for a lot of people, and it's not even about how bad you might or how good you might think the game is. I think people are beginning to realize now, after so long after Skyrim, you know, they were hoping that, you know, things would change, and I think this one has sent a message through, you know, that in fact it's not going to change, but you know, it's going to get further and further and further away from what they're expecting and what they want, you know, as core fans. And I think that's what most of the hatred was about. And there's an old saying, and I think it applies to this, you know, there isn't hatred without love, you know what I mean? So a lot of people would think a lot of the Elder Scrolls and Fallout 4 and that, you know. They would really, really like the game. And I think it's probably worry that this kind of stuff is going to wind up and actually, you know, kind of ruin the whole thing. You know, because, you know, if it was normal, you'd just say, okay, I got caught this time, and yeah, I'm not going to buy anything again, and you totally forget about it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't be hating on it. You know, you'd only be hating on it if you were kind of fearful that they're ruining, you know, everything. I suppose that's one way of looking at it.
Be careful around here. Sleep crates for rent. It's tight, but it's
I
small.
like. No, I don't want to. Okay, there it is.
You have the proper authorization code, and I'll let you into any place.
Something directly to me.
I might even throw in a thank you.
Where was I in
You
the
look like
conversation?
type that might appreciate it.
I forget. Oh yeah. I was saying that you know, the reason for some people with this hate, and it's a kind of fear for where the company is going, you know, out from the games that they cared so much about, you know, because, you know, usually if, you know, you didn't like a game or think companies going sideways, you wouldn't even think about it. You just bin the game, you know, and you'd move on. They wouldn't enter your thoughts, you know what I mean? So it would be that kind of situation. But, you know, if you really kind of cared about the company in the sense that you really liked their games and they meant a lot to you, and then you'd probably be fearful that, you know, this is it, you know, this is the best they're going to do, you know what I mean? And I think that's where the hate comes out, you know. So, you know, the old saying, there's always love where there's hate.
I got it. And authentication is all green. Look for C153.
And I do as well. You know, the game, the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout series means a lot to a lot of people. It's been going on a while, you know, and for some people, gaming is... Oh wait, this person shuts up. Gaming is like a kind of therapy, you know, it can help people through some hard times. I know when I had my injury, you know, Skyrim helped me through a lot. And I have a fondness for the game. And we kind of, I don't know, could you call it a bond? You know what I mean? But we definitely have a sentimental attachment to it. You know, whether it's the first, you know, really good RPG you played, or, you know, it helped you through a bad stage in your life through injury, or, you know, some kind of emotional trauma, or whatever the case may be. And it's a good outlet, you know, it is a good therapy. So I think, yeah, that might be the reason. I do as well. Yeah. 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 It's unrequited loyalty, I'd say. Yeah, you're feeling. Where you're loyal to that company and you'll buy those games and they know this. And you'll put up with their bugs and that because, they gave you Fallout and they gave you Skyrim. But then it gets to the stage where you know well they're taking advantage. And the respect and loyalty that you're showing them, they're not showing you. They're taking advantage of that. Yeah. It is. Yeah.
You tripping on something?
Yes, it is huge. It is huge. But for me, bigger is not always better. Bigger worked in Skyrim. They had some nice dungeons and that. And, you didn't have many loading screens running from one end to another. There's always something, you're going from one place to another, you see something interesting. It's a book or it's something, oh wow, some little bit of notes, some little bit of lore, some little bit of history. And, you're always distracted in a good way. You're running across the planets in this and there's nothing to distract you. You know what I mean? There's no kind of immersion for me. But maybe for me it's just because I like those kind of games that Skyrim was. Or even The Witcher, to the same extent, And again, as I'm saying, I didn't expect Skyrim type game, obviously, or a Fallout type game. No matter what, people were rumouring, what it was going to be like. But I did expect it to hold my attention, and it doesn't require a lot to hold my attention. I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to that. But this one for me failed, But again, a lot of my experience, Falcon was marred by bugs, Yeah. Yeah. But again, it could be hubris as well. Falcon, you know what I mean? Because, after Oblivion, they hadn't got a ton of money. You know what I mean? They paid the bills and everything, and they were a great team. They worked like a family. And then, let's say, even during Skyrim, but they never imagined how successful Skyrim would have been. A lot of it, thanks to the modders as well, obviously. And I think, once the money kept rolling in, they assumed that, everything was golden. It's understandable. It's like,
are you done?
This guy, let's say, and he's a really nice guy. You know what I mean? And let's say he wins some lotto or jackpot or something, he gets a ton of money. And then he starts to change. He thinks that he knows everything, or, you know what I mean? He gets, very strange. And fame and fortune and money and stuff can make people think that they're invincible. That everything they do, you know what I mean, is golden. But what goes up must come down. You know what I mean? And if you don't listen to your fan base enough on what they want, they will eventually move on, As you said, Zach, there's only up to a certain point, that you can stay loyal to someone. It does, yeah. Of course, yeah. It was never connected to the money in the beginning. Now, Court sent me a pretty interesting video of an interview with one of the original team that worked on Oblivion and all the way up to Starfield. And he had some interesting points, but, keep in mind he worked for the company, so, to a certain extent, obviously his opinion would be kind of biased, but not by intent, you know what I mean?
Are you done?
And it was pretty interesting. I'll get Court to, if you can, to post it again, let's say on Discord. But I found it pretty interesting and well worth watching, You know what I mean? How he explains, let's say, when money was tight, how they were all kind of had each other's back, you know, working as a kind of a family team, and even up to enjoying Skyrim. And then, you know, even though he didn't say it as much, you could see, let's say, you know, after that, then he was explaining, and of course, some people could say mansplaining a little bit, you know, about being very diplomatic, you know, but you can see the problems within the company, you know, from there. It might be that they're getting too big, although, you know, the small team they had did Skyrim, you know what I mean? And that was 12 years ago. So now with all the money they have, you know, surely they could at least, you know, reproduce a game to the same size and detail as Skyrim. And then, let's say, get some really good story writers. Maybe, you know, professional story writers that, you know, publish books and that, like, let's say, the guy from The Witcher, you know. So, I think that's what we want. You know, it doesn't have to be bigger than the last one. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be bigger. But it's got to be as good as, or better, you know what I mean? And yeah, maybe a little bit of expansion on it. And it doesn't have to be 100% explainable, like make a ton of sense, but it's got to make a certain amount of sense, you know what I mean? And for goodness sake, it's got to have less bugs, you know what I mean? If you're trying a system and it comes out to be too buggy, you know, try something different, you know. And they've always been too slow on patches and fixing, you know, put some heart into it, you know. I think that's all we ask. No. No. Come on, what was the original? Okay.
In art school, I heard imagining a piece. Man, it's nice.
Okay, we'll buy this thing. We'll see what it's about.
Great. Units.
No, I think we'll get an activities on that as well. I might as well play whatever it is in this game. And I don't know what this is about, guys, because it's just, I think it's like a corner or something. And like, there's nothing here. So for 1,000 credits we get probably another place to sleep. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, okay. So we get 2 now. I think I have that one down here already. Okay, so I think we got that one. Yeah, that's over with. Now let's do this loose ends. Rocksteady. Oh yeah, the GTA thing. I followed them all the way until they went online, Zach. And that was enough for me. I know once the money starts flowing in how game companies tend to go. And apparently Activision Blizzard is in trouble as well. But Microsoft have got almost 2,000 jobs across BGS, Activision, a few other companies, and what was worrying for me is they got a lot of jobs in, let's say, anyone that's working related to physical discs for their games. So I can see in the very, very near future that there will be no more physical discs of games. It will all be kind of downloaded. And the problem with that is they can stop the game anytime, you know. But if you have it on a physical disc, and as long as you're careful with it, you know, you have it forever, you know. So, yeah, that's kind of sad. I can see a lot of games being lost, you know, over time because of that. There was the same kind of thing with Sony. They wanted to do something similar, but they backed down after a massive backlash. But Microsoft doesn't back down on anything. They'll double down, you know. They'll leave it for a while and then they'll eventually do it. But I can see it going that way. But I do know they're desperate to get as many people as they can to Game Pass. You know, that kind of constant revenue that they like. But if things keep going the way they are, and let's say 4 big companies take over at least maybe 80 to 90% of the market of videos and that, kind of cutting everyone else off, I've seen this happen in insurance here and other businesses. And what they do then is they kind of form a kind of cartel, as illegal as it is. And they do a lot of price fixing and that, you know. They'll jack up prices on Game Pass, and I can see it in the future where it'll eventually go to, you know, you don't actually buy a game anymore. But to play it, you would probably have to join some club like Game Pass, or literally rent a game like we used to do in the old days, you know, from Blockbusters and, you know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Enshrouded unfortunately is PC only. I was interested in that game. Flameborn, really? Yeah, give us a good map. Like they did here with the Dragonborn, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my sentiments exactly. You know, we don't want some groundbreaking thing like we can go 5 times further in empty space. That's okay. You know, we can live without that one. Until they have the technology to actually put something in that space. But even at that, you know, it was kind of killed if you couldn't kind of traverse in the ship there without the loading screens. But I do know that would take a lot. And I understand why they didn't put that in. But, yeah, you know, it just doesn't work. Now, okay, where is this? Oh, wrong one. It's probably around this side. So, this is where we're gonna pick up clues or something. Ah, come on. There it is. And there it is, guys. Is there anything else here? No, that's about it. And we got another sleepy bed. So, where do we go with this? Speak to Yannick. Okay, I think it's bringing us back to the elevator, is it? Now, it seems like, you know, this is a small city, but it's got a lot of loading screens, and it's basically alleyways, you know, it's very hard to get around. Flameborn, Dragonborn, Starborn. Yeah. There seems to be a lot, let's say, there seems to be a lack of imagination, let's say with most of this, you know. But what was it that head writer for Starfield said, Emil something, that keep it simple, stupid, and what was the other one? What was it again? I only write from my own experiences. Now, okay, on the outset that sounds good if you were doing, you know, something based in reality. But this is, you know, spaceships and alien monsters and things, so, you know, I think in this instance, you know, a good imagination would be, you know, more fitting, to be honest. But yeah, they've said some pretty lame things. Unfortunately, I have kind of followed up the conversation on it, and it's just made me more angry. Oh, there it is. This stupid thing. Yeah, and it's not boring. You know, the astronauts weren't bored when they landed on the moon. Imagine comparing that to this.
If you want to see how short my temper is, keep talking.
Don't even bother with that other proprietary mix of alcohols and, well...
Alright, let's see what this is about. I do know it's shady anyway. But we'll go along with it. You know, we might not have to kill anyone. Hopefully. Yeah, yeah. He compared... He said it's not boring, he said. Neil Armstrong wasn't bored when he landed on the moon. You know, he was comparing that experience, you know, one of the greatest achievements of mankind, to the boring planets they have in the Starfield. You know?
It's not that big of a deal, right? Just tell me.
Yeah.
Don't push
Yeah.
your luck. The ingredients will stay a goddamn secret. Now leave me alone.
But follow it all up on threads on YouTube and the internet. You know, you'll see all the pretty interesting quotes from some of the developers on Starfield. And the fact that they even responded to me is pretty strange. You know, if it was some kind of indie team that, you know, weren't in the business long and, you know, had their pride kind of, you know, crushed a little bit, and they kind of lash back, yeah, I kind of understand that. You know, no experience and being kind of immature. But, you know, for a company that's been around as long as that, it's just that they've had success for so long, and they've got away with a lot because of their past successes. I think it's made them, you know, think that everything they do is absolutely spot on. That, you know, like, this is what we got, and, you know, you've waited this long for it, and, you know, you're lucky to get it. You know, give me your money, nerd, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah? You need something? If you're here for blend, I just had a new batch come in last night.
Oh, hi, Saldrick, and thanks for the luck. Appreciate it. I hope you've been well. Yeah, basically that's what it was. Yeah, give me your money, nerd. Yeah. I personally think myself that they knew the core fans from BGS would buy this game. You know, we were in the bag. You know what I mean? So, one of the explanations of how bad this game is, and again, this is subjective, you know, whether you think it's good or bad, I think they might have been trying to appeal to people who wouldn't normally play their games, you know. So they put a bit in that might appeal to this and a bit to that, and, you know, kind of stitched it all together. A kind of jack of all trades and master of none, you know, kind of stuff. But yeah, it winded up, let's say, you know, not being what they thought it was. That, but a ton of other problems. You know, there's so many things I could point to. But I think ultimately it's a combination of all these things together, you know. No, I'm not here for that.
Okay, suit yourself. But you have no idea what you're missing. Look, I don't have time for chit-chat. I've got a lot of business to take care of, so if you don't mind hurrying this along, that'd be great. As soon as word gets out, Blend is back in stock. It's going to be a stampede.
And almost everyone you meet in this game is pretty rude. Okay. Nisha sent me to talk with you. Okay.
Oh, yeah, right. You're with Nesher.
Or Nesher,
I see the family
okay.
resemblance. You're practically twins. I know you got pinched. So if you are some undercover neon security goon here to shake me down, beat it. Yannick's no one's mark.
He told me to deliver this and tell you he's loyal.
Oh, really? Huh. Fascinating. So Nesher came through. Might be he's less scrappy than I gave him credit. Who am I kidding? He's a bottom feeder. But when all the good fish get gobbled up by corporations,
Although this is humorous.
sickly minnows are all that's left. Take the creds. I am known far and wide for my generosity. Ask anyone.
Okay. Go easy on him.
Yes, yes. He is loyal. Loyalty will be rewarded. You look like talent. Serious talent.
Oh, here we go.
And no one knows you. Yes. You are looking at the one and only maker of Yannick's blend. It's potent. It's good. And as a jackhammer of a kick. The kick is the problem.
So what are we doing? Smuggling?
Maybe a solution. I'm thinking a new, cleaner, smarter operation. With you working for me.
Okay. I'm a feeling there's a catch, a big one.
Ah, and smart. I like you. Blend needs Aurora, yes?
I see.
And Aurora is totally
We are now
outside of
drug
the
couriers.
airspace.
Nice.
And really, really illegal off-world. If the Rangers catch you with Aurora on a ship, oh boy, it's a long time.
This could be a problem. I said it did have a bug with that thing,
Hey,
but we'll see.
you're selling it on the streets? Even bigger trouble. But so far, I have outsmarted
I've got a lot of shielding on the ship.
We can keep making
But I do
loads
know
of
there was a
credits
big,
and
big
making
bug,
a
and I kind of
fool
rewinded a bit. Hopefully, we'll see. If I cut out all the extra planets and only counted the handcrafted content, I see effort. Yeah. And a game that wants to be great. You see, I'm not blaming the devs. You know, nobody wants a game to be bad. You know, even BGS, you know, despite all of this, you know, it's not logical, you know, to want a game to be bad. Everyone wants it to be great. The problem here is, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of really good devs there, you know, doing their best and that put their ideas forward and do their work, and then let's say, you know, the decision would kind of go up along the chain, and that, you know, we have room for this, we have room for that, we'll go with this and we'll go with that kind of thing. And yeah, sure, things get cut and things get kind of compromised, you know, but there wouldn't have been so many cuts or so many compromises if they didn't go with the 1700 planets. How they thought that would be interesting to the majority of people playing this game is beyond me. You know, there's been a serious amount of disconnect with developers and game studios and gamers themselves. You know what I mean? It's like with some of the modders, you know what I mean? And they would make mods and they would say, you know, well, yeah, does this and it does that, you know, but I'm not sure how it works on the Xbox. You know what I mean? I've made it for Xbox and I'm not sure how it works on Xbox. So, because I don't have one. You know what I mean? I did this on PC. Well, maybe that's not a good example. But you get devs, let's say, and obviously, you know, the amount of time it takes and that, they don't have much time to play games for fun. You know what I mean? Not like we have. So, they see it as their work, you know. Anyone that's working would not do it for fun as well. So there's a big, big disconnect here. You know what I mean? So I suppose that's why they should have kind of beta testing and, you know, bring in some people that, you know, would play and that. But this, either way, it makes no difference. They don't seem to take any advice.
Get on with it.
Some survival games do have that kind of immersive sense of loneliness. Yeah, like Valheim. While resting at a campfire, I think that might have been what they were looking for. Yeah. They meant the whole nothing on the moon thing. Yeah, but I think it was some bad wording to compare it with, you know, the original landing on the moon. You know, that was unbelievable. To even respond, let's say, which is something they wouldn't usually do. What I could never really understand, let's say, after the success of Skyrim, with BGS, was the feedback they were getting, you know, from... I can't shut this guy up. The feedback they were getting from, let's say, the players, the fan base, they would totally ignore. And not just ignore, they would double down on what they were doing. Like, take for instance when they came out with the idea for the Creation Club, and there was a huge backlash, so much that they actually cancelled their plans. But they still did it about a year after, you know. And, you know, when and I don't know if this is Todd. I doubt it's Todd himself. As much as we would like to think, he does have other bosses and a lot of other things, and I'm sure the job is stressful enough. But comments like Skyrim fans don't know what they want. I know what they want. That doesn't help. You know what I mean? And stuff like when somebody complains about something, and you dismiss it. And you tell them, well, yeah, you don't know what it's like to be a developer. It's easy for you to talk. We had to make some hard decisions, and you don't know what you're talking about. But to do it in a kind of diplomatic way. You know what I mean? But as someone once said, you don't have to be a chef to know the food, that you're trying to eat is absolute garbage. You know what I mean? You know what you like. But they should listen to, let's say, the majority of what people are saying. But they never do. They'll double down on whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? Almost like politics. No. And criticism is a part of growing. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm not comparing this, but let's say, you're a kid, you do something wrong, and your parents will criticize. You know what I mean? But it's done in a way to get you to do better. It's not meant for hate. The whole criticize thing is never meant. Unless you're trolling or doing something like that. You know what I mean? But no, they don't respond. Not like, let's say, Baldur's Gate, would respond in that. And there has to be a certain amount of trust and loyalty built up between the game studio, and the players and fans. You know what I mean? That goes a long way. That really goes a long way. You know what I mean? But that's been eroding pretty quickly. No, I know what you mean, Zach, yeah. Yeah. Now, Todd does tend to oversell things. You know what I mean? I understand Todd because, if he starts to oversell something, it means it's lacking. And he's trying to make up for it, you know what I mean? But the second he said that the building system in this game was the most comprehensive ever. But I was preaching this, Zach, for a long time before the game came out. I knew it was going to be absolutely rubbish, you know what I mean?
Please, get on with it.
Yeah. Now,
Now you do. So I have a proposal. Nesher's worthless to me now.
there is parts in this game that are pretty okay. You know what I mean? The problem is, by the time you get there, you've endured a lot. Sours the whole thing.
Felix Sadler makes Nesher look like a genius. I think it is time Felix Sadler takes a vacation. Permanent. Off-world. Or maybe he tragically falls into the ocean.
But there will eventually be some kind of crash in the gaming market, I think. Between the relentless microtransactions, how expensive they're getting, the kind of stuff we're getting. What I found strange, let's say, about Starfield release, the sheer amount of bugs that I have suffered. Now, I refuse to believe that I'm the unluckiest person in the world and I'm the only person who got them. So there must have been a good percentage of players that had the same kind of hardship that I had, through bugs. But gaming has kind of degraded to the point that that we don't even mention them anymore. You know what I mean? That when we're criticizing a game, it's about story or something. As if this is accepted and this is normal and this is just part of playing these games, that you can get a game that you have to maybe throw in the bin, or if you're lucky wait for 2 or 3 years so it's playable. You know what I mean? And that's not even considered anymore about how good or how bad a game is. That's how much it's degraded too. But as I said before, it's the only kind of business that I know of where you can sell a faulty product intentionally, and it has no legal ramifications. If you bought something in a store, a TV or something, and it wasn't working and then knew so, then knew what they were doing, you know, that would be a crime. You know what I mean? But it's almost like a kind of white-collar crime thing.
Get on with it.
But I remember starting this game. The amount of things you had to agree to start the game was absolutely unbelievable. There's probably a ton of legal jargon in there. Like 99.9% of all players wouldn't even read that. You know what I mean? You know, the legendary, infamous small print, you know? But I remember a time when you bought your game, you know, there was no DLCs, there was no microtransactions, you bought the game, it was a great game, you loved it. You know what I mean? They came out with another one. And you were done. And that was it.
This is gonna take a while.
Yeah, it's the bugs are not even mentioned. Yeah. But as this keeps going on, Zach, and with each new generation of gamers, that's all they'll know. They'll accept it as normal. The only ones that seem to be complaining about it is the old guys like me. Because we remember a time when games were not like that. You know what I mean? And now, you know, you'll get these kind of excuses. Well, no, games are so complicated these days. You know? But yet they can come out with patches now, after the release. Why didn't they fix these things when they had the game? You know what I mean? And why now are they relying on people, you know, that are not developers, you know, coming in to fix their games for free? Now, surely if they can do it from their computers at home, you know, with the massive amount of tech and workers and money that, you know, BGS have now, why can't they do it? Why didn't they do it before it was released? And this is a game we're talking about that had, you know, over 12 months more polishing than, you know, let's say their normal stuff. Yeah, it had to be right. Yeah, it had to be right, or the game wouldn't sell and the company would go under. There was that threat. You see how that threat, that monetary threat, can keep people in line. It can keep all companies in line. Before this changes, there will have to be a big shift on how people spend their money. And if this shift ever comes, you will see a lot of game companies, maybe ones we really like as well, absolutely go under. You know, it will probably get worse before it gets better. But having a game-stopping bug when you couldn't patch it, yeah, that's meant the end. You know, that was your game and it was binned. You know.
It is called delegation. You make the right call, yes?
Okay.
Felix sacks up in some dingy warehouse in Ebside. You will find him there.
And the ability to fix it afterwards with a patch, you know, you could argue that that has made games worse, you know, because now they can say, oh, well, we'll patch it, you know, whenever we feel like it.
Give Felix my regard.
But I've played close attention to BGS, you know, for a long time. And their habits don't change, you know. I haven't seen them change one iota. They've gotten bigger and they've got more money. But that's it. In fact, I think with every successive game, lacks in story, lacks in immersion, and lacks in quality. Since the likes, for me at least, again this is subjective, since Oblivion and Skyrim. But let's get on with the games. Enough beating down now on Todd and his team. We'll give them a break. So we're gonna see somebody, is it? And okay, we'll probably have a chance not to kill this guy. Who is he anyway? It is Find Felix Sadler. Games as a medium for storytelling. Yeah. Yeah. You see where I'm going now, Zach? You understand. Yeah. And a creative outlet. Yeah. They're so amazing. That's how they started out. Like a book. To be honest, I would compare it with a book. I know a lot of people would find that almost blasphemy, you know. But yeah, especially now for the younger generations. Yeah, yeah. And there is still a lot of those people out there, Zach. The problem is when a games company makes too much money, it becomes about money. Usually the rot sets in, let's say, when the original owners move out. And, it goes to a corporation or, shareholders or something, and they're obviously going to want money. And the whole foundation of capitalism is to make more and more as each year or quarter goes by. Popping up your stocks, and Amazon and Apple and Microsoft would be the perfect example. They'll push and they'll push and they'll push and they'll squeeze literally as much as they can, and then they'll hopefully stop before the whole thing collapses. So they still need more money, and this will kind of go back on their workers. They'll probably, coerce them to kind of, put more time in, put more work in, pretty toxic, less wages, cut staff, which we see happening now. And that in turn again is like a vicious circle, will affect games. Yeah, I suppose, eventually people will get fed up, but I don't know, with Generation Z, I suppose they're not really interested in, too much quality. Just send them out there with a gun to shoot another player, and yeah, I think everything is fine. But, I may be wrong on that. And I think that's what the developers think as well. Oh yeah, yeah. The game down at the devs made their engine open source for all to use. Yeah. Maybe the moment is there that a small team of modders can create. I would like to back modders instead. I would like to get back where it were. In the beginning, where it was done for pride and, well, not exactly pride. When it was done, as you said, a creative outlet. For love of the game. To make something nice, to make something good. Like, let's say, like a writer who would write a book. Money would be a part of it, obviously, but the main objective would be, to get a good story out there, to be recognized for it, or an artist as well, Make your base in the game. Unbelievable. It should be done. Oh, definitely. Yeah. And it was in the beginning. You know what I mean? The golden age, I suppose, would have been... Actually, it always seems to be with companies who are just barely getting by. They get enough money from one game, let's say, to pay all of their outstanding bills and maybe have a nice little bit left over, and enough to make their next game, Yeah, yeah, yeah. But again, let's say Falcon, when you're doing these games, you should expect at least that, to pay your bills and that, And then if you've got some money left over and enough for the next game, you know what I mean? And then even if a lot of money comes in, you know what I mean? You could make maybe better games, But it's not even the money that's the problem. It's the people that money attract, you know what I mean? But I think once a game company goes down that road, and especially when, it becomes a public entity, if it's on the stock market, or, if you've got investors and stuff, and the investors are not there for the love of the game. They want a return on their investment, And you can't blame them, and they don't care if a game company, bites the dust. They put money into it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. It should be more about art. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But that kind of thing only really stays with the original creators of a studio. You know, they remember when they were starting off and things were hard, and you know the excitement of everyone working together as a team. You know, almost like, let's say, having a certain kind of discipline. You know, like, let's say you're in the military and you know you've got some good friends that have your back. You know, that kind of discipline, that kind of togetherness. You know, and they really come up with their best ideas and they do the best they can. You know what I mean? And you've got that kind of atmosphere, and it shows. You know, it shows in what they do. You know, they write good stories and they're capable of writing good stories. You know, but then when it's about the money, you want to do something quickly, and it's most likely a combination of a lot of things. You know, greed, hubris, corporate interference. You know, and I suppose there is a bit of pressure as well. You know. Now, let's see this guy. But as I said, you know, we would have been satisfied with another Skyrim-like game. They did it 12 years ago. They didn't have the same kind of money. They didn't have the same tech. You know, surely they could replicate something like that. Or at least give it a good try. You know, if they give it a good try, we'd give them a pass. You know. And I've always
My mother wanted me to be a doctor.
been surprised how they kept away from that for a while. Yeah, Jonathan, I'm just trying to get these out, you know, and move on to another game. And I'm not too tired, so yeah. Oh yeah, there is, of course there is. In any business or anything there is. But I've seen guys with a lot less do a lot better, you know. Because they had the passion for it. But if it's a job for you, you'll just do the bare minimum. You know what I mean? You'll just do the bare minimum. Lack of passion. So how have you been, Jonathan? Been well, I hope. Now, let's see what this guy is up to. Okay. Might be something interesting in here. Ooh. Ah, I think I've been through this kind of junk before. So we're talking someone... Who are we talking to anyway? I don't see any marker over these guys. Okay, I think it's in here. I could be wrong. Let's see. Been a while. Nice. Finally going to take some leave and stop work. Ah, nice. Get some time to relax. I'm going to head out. You all have a good night. Thanks for the chat, fellas. And thanks for stopping by. And thanks for following, Falcon. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Falcon. Bye. Or Von, whichever one you prefer. Now, where's... Oh, you see the mistake I did? I pushed the gun up on that one. I didn't know they'd do that. Lucky I did that save. Yet, if you brandish a gun and say outside, brandish a gun, yeah, there's no reaction from anyone. And that was the cutter, actually, that wasn't a gun. That's disappointing. Okay. Yeah, I did a ton of grinding because of bugs in the park system. To be honest, it wasn't really worth it, Zach. Yeah. But you know me. I'll give the game every chance. Okay. Hang on. What's the story here? Oh, I see. Hang on, I want to do something with these guys. get those guys in a minute. I just want to sort these guys out. Oh, I think we got enough of that now. Just want to get this junk out of the way. Looks like this was not going to be bloodless. Oh, I think we can save the main guy. Oh well. Where's all the bodies gone?
Watch my back.
There we go. You are the Starborn of Starborn. That was a lazy name, wasn't it? Starborn. Dragonborn. Starborn. No imagination there. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen the name. That was some lazy stuff, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Jonathan, to be honest. You know, I don't really give a hoot too much about this game. You know, this was an experiment, I suppose, on their part. But if you look at their history, let's say since Skyrim, you know, Fallout 76 was a disaster on launch. You know, a lot of people like it now, and that's cool. Well, the Elder Scrolls Online, again, you know, a bit of a success, but not my thing. But yeah, it doesn't bode well for the Elder Scrolls. And I'm really hoping that there's a bit of a shake-up and they get back to, you know, their original formula. But I think that's what everyone is worried about now. Yeah, I think the problem might be much deeper. It might be a combination of a lot of things. Well, they definitely need some writers. You know, Oblivion, great story. Could have been improved, you know, in places, but their best story. Skyrim, less, but it made up for in other things. It's never been, you know, the really strong suit, a really, really good story. You know, a combination of a lot of things. You know, middle of the road writing and, you know, not really committing to anything, and, you know, people would say maybe, you know, afraid to kind of offend a certain kind of gamer or, you know, demographic. So they've never really took chances. So it does kind of make it a bit bland, I suppose. So, you know, get in some really talented writers. You know, some people that would have, you know, experience, you know. Like, let's say, you know, like basing The Witcher on the book, you know, stuff like that. You get in some good guys. But there'll have to be a lot of changes. We don't want every game from them to be, you know, bigger than the last. Bigger is not always better. You know, quality over quantity. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. You know, with Morrowind, and then let's say to Oblivion, you know, and then to Skyrim, you know, all successes. You know, but to me that was the last of it, you know, and I suppose to a lot of other people as well. And I suppose it is natural to a certain extent that, you know, people would get maybe big-headed, I suppose would be a way to say, and think that everything they do, you know, would be kind of golden after that. But I think they ignore their fan base and their requests and their complaints at their own peril. But the acquisition of Microsoft over BGS, that's going to make things hard because, you know, they're not really relying now on sales. And I think, well, I know that the numbers for Starfield were pretty much padded, in a sense that they were counting Game Pass as well. Which I'm not saying they got it for free, but they were paying a subscription and it was part of that, and it didn't cost them any extra money, so they had nothing to lose. So yeah, I think it was padded there on that. Exactly, Jonathan. I've been preaching that for years. Yes, yes. The size of Skyrim was more than enough. More than enough. Like, even if they could replicate what they did there, and they had less money, less of a team, and less technology, I know they did a small bit of procedural generation in Skyrim, and it shows, but they kept it under control, But I can see this procedural thing, really messing up games. And I've always thought that the two strengths, Jonathan, was, handcrafted worlds and exploration, The story was all right in Oblivion. It was pretty good in Oblivion and all right in Skyrim. But there has been a big deterioration in the story, But they didn't play to any of their strengths in this game. And between, let's say, not playing, well, again, subjective. There's plenty places to explore, but there's nothing there. So there's no motivation. You're not going to find anything new. When you play Skyrim for the first time, and you're really, really nosy and you go to a place that, probably nobody, or it seems like nobody would have bothered to go to, someplace, and you find these things, and you kind of feel like you're the first to find them. In that kind of immersion. And, you stumble across a quest, and that's very easily, missed. Stuff like that. Or you're going somewhere and you get sidetracked by some bandits and, find a skill book or a decent weapon or, something unusual, And then you can, do all of that and, eventually get back onto the quests and get a little sidetracked in a good way, Some of the quests are kind of lengthy, and some of them are short, so it breaks it up nicely. So, you don't get kind of too bored on the one thing, and then you can switch, whenever you feel like it. But again, let's say subjectively, the worst quest line, let's say, in Skyrim, subjectively, would be the Mages Guild. That's a masterpiece, an absolute masterpiece, compared to any quest line in this. You know what I mean? Any quest line. With the time that has passed, rather than re-release Skyrim, oh yeah, real go-to, isn't it? They should have. Well, apparently that's been on the books. Yeah, a re-release for or a redo of Oblivion. No, it would be Oblivion, Fallout 3, and New Vegas. Yeah. Now this got leaked, Jonathan. I don't know how true it is. When they sent in all of their documents and stuff to the guys that were judging whether they, it was legal to do that Activision takeover. Yeah. Apparently that got leaked. I was watching that somewhere on YouTube. Now, I take that with a grain of salt because, once they send in that stuff, I'm pretty sure they knew it would be leaked. So that would be a good time, let's say, to add that, because they wouldn't have to stick to it, and that would kind of boost her confidence again and goodwill, and corporate kind of lives from day to day. They don't mind if they renege on it later, as long as they get a few days or a few months or even a year ahead on goodwill to kind of calm the masses, and they'll forget about it. No, it could have been done that way. I mean, I know that's kind of paranoid. Or then let's say maybe it is on the books, but they don't have to stick to it. You know what I mean? They could change their mind. This is common in that industry. Modders have been doing it. Yeah. People are standing there waiting to give. Yeah, literally. Just do it if you can't create new wars anymore. Go for another Skyrim. They did it back in 2011 with a lot less staff, a lot less resources, and a lot less technology. That's all most people, well, the kind of core fans, want. And I appreciate they want to do something new, but new doesn't mean better. He's retired and has even put it down. Too boring. Yeah. For this one, yeah. I find it pretty humdrum, Jonathan. But for anyone who would like the game, fair play. They got some fun out of it, and that's what it's about. Having fun and that. But for me, no, it didn't. It didn't fill my requirements for what I would usually play. I play games with no quests. They were way more immersive than this. And you're lucky, yeah. You're lucky. I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. Oh, hi Casey. And how have you been? And thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, if you're a Skyrim fan and you like to work on that, but again, it's kind of subjective, I still have Cyberpunk to play, I'll get to that first. There's one thing I will say about CD Projekt. They do write some good stories. Yes, I do as well. And, BGS is still and probably will always be my favorite game studio. And any criticism I have towards them, I want it to be, for the greater good, to, not to hate, And Fallout as well, yeah. Well. I suppose it was to be inevitable. Anything that grows too big will eventually go down that road. Deal with Felix. Now, I wonder if we can talk to this guy. There's an autosave, that's enough. Now, no guns. Felix, we can talk. Let's talk, Felix. Oh, I've learned a lesson with our games a long time ago about killing named NPCs. Here we go. Now, Felix.
You were awesome! Did you see yourself? Those Sioka Syndicate freaks had no chance! Yannick came.
I wonder if you would like Witcher, Croc. I played it, loved the game, Zach. Played Witcher 2 and played Witcher 3. Never played 1 because that one was PC owner. There's rumours that they're redoing Witcher 1. I don't know how true that is. But loved Witcher. The humour and the immersion in that game was unbelievable. Yeah. Ah, that's a pity. Did you hear that they want to do a complete remake of the first Witcher? Or was that just wishful thinking? Yeah. I heard it, yeah. I don't know if it was just rumour or not, but it seemed to be legitimate. And this was a good while back.
Enough with these mind games. Say
Yeah.
something.
Maybe they just said it, let's say, after the fiasco of the release of Cyberpunk. But I did hear that, yeah. Oh, I will as well. Definitely. That would be one of the few games I would pre-order. Absolutely, isn't it? It's well balanced. And humorous as well. Probably, yeah, I'm not sure. But I remember it was probably just wishful thinking or rumour. You know what it's like with certain things on the media. But I suppose until we get an official announcement, there's no real way of telling, I suppose.
We
Oh, yeah.
done or not?
Me too. Alright. Yannick gave me a choice, would you? Either you die or go off-world. Yannick's operation is in trouble. You have to get off-world for your own safety. Actually, Yannick, he wants you to leave Neon forever. Okay, where is this? Attack. Okay. Okay, we'll try this way.
I cannot be hearing you right. Off-world? Just pack up and go? No, that can't be right. I mean, Yannick's screwed without me. We had big plans. Big! Tell you what. Screw Yannick.
Yeah, it's a pity Netflix really... You know, I was getting into the TV shows, started to go downhill, and now I know, again, the same problem that's happening in the film industry and TV industry is it's basically happening here as well. The story went to pot, you know. They didn't stick with the kind of original concept, you know, of The Witcher, and I suppose, you know, it even could consider to be, I suppose, woke. But they really went off the main story, and that kind of put me off. And then when I heard they were changing the main actor, the guy from Superman, I forget his name. Yeah, I totally lost interest. Yeah, and it's a pity. But I heard he was a big fan of The Witcher, and he really fought to keep them in line. But you know, between the writers and that you know they were pretty out of it, you know, pretty snowflake. They even started some ugly rumors about him as Henry Cavill. That's the guy. Loved him as The Witcher. I was skeptical when I heard who it was, but once I seen him as The Witcher, I couldn't really imagine anyone else playing the role. But you could tell that, you know, he was really, really into the story, and he was a fan. And a gamer as well. So you're going to have respect for him there on that, you know. And a great loss, you know. But that kind of writing you can see here now creeping into games as well.
Or not?
Oh yeah, it made it for me. I don't know about anyone else. I wouldn't dream of watching it without Henry in it, you know. Or without them sticking to the original story, you know. Yeah. It started to get a bit iffy in the second season. You know, and even to the end of the first season. You know, there was, you know, it was pretty good when they stick to the kind of original thing. You know, he'd go along, he'd kill a monster, and then go somewhere else and kind of do the same. And they kind of pretty quickly, usually see when a TV show falls into this, but it's running a good while before they start to make the mistake of sticking too long on one subject and making it kind of boring. You know, much like when a quest goes on too long. You know, they didn't vary it up, and they really kind of went sideways from the book, you know. Monster of the Week type of show. Yeah. Now you see what I mean. A long burn story in the background. Correct. That was the way to do it. Yeah. Now, you understand I'm saving your life.
I feel so honored to know you and how you're saving me from my own damn life.
Just go side.
You expect me to just... I mean, after what you did to all the... All right. Sheesh. I'm leaving.
Okay, no persuasion check on that.
I'll miss him. Or maybe not.
Monster of the Week and the Big Chem. Yeah, they've stuck to the same thing too much. But usually that kind of creeps in, Jonathan, after a long period of time. But it almost started pretty quickly in The Witcher. You know what I mean? But what I despise about Netflix, especially in their movies, I've yet to see... I know it was kind of... let's say, kind of a thing, and in some movies it's done properly, you know, where you'd have these flashbacks, you know. Let's say, if you go back to a really old movie, let's say, Call of Highlander, one of my favourites, you know. It's cheesy, but, you know, it's fun. You know, the flashbacks worked there, you know. It helped, let's say, to kind of tell the story. But it seems every movie that Netflix makes, it's riddled, absolutely riddled. Yeah, one of my favorites. It's riddled with flashbacks, and you know, I've never liked movies where you're at the end of the movie and the guy is remembering how he got there. You know what I mean? Now, one or two movies is okay, but I think that whoever the director or directors are, they're absolutely. One moment, someone's on the phone. But yeah, way too much flashbacks for me. But I shudder when I see Netflix original on something. But some of them are okay. You know, that's another company I can see. Eventually going under big time. Okay, let's go, guys. We have a bit of junk to sell as well, but we nearly always go back to these warehouses. I actually really like their version of One Piece. No, it's just some of the movies. Let's say the flashbacks work. If it's done in the proper way. But for most of the movies, I think they add too many. Got your head screwed on straight. It's nice to see you. No, no. No. Okay, this way.
That guy, the contact for the job.
Look at me.
Like the amount of loading screens, even in a small city like this, and it's not big, What would it be? Maybe a little bit bigger than Whiterun. Whoa, okay, maybe twice as big as Whiterun.
Seems like the Crimson Fleet is everywhere these days, spreading like a virus through the settled systems. They like to set up shop in old facilities.
Oh, that was a big thing. From what I heard about The Witcher, let's say. But the writers, regularly and actively, hated on the original story of The Witcher. Would, find it laughable. That's pretty bad, to have some writers on something. It's like they wanted to just hijack The Witcher, and then put their own kind of thing in, and just use the name. Let's say kind of just using its name, you know what I mean? And then doing their own thing, and probably, somebody hanging a medal on them saying you did a great job, you're a genius. But how, their base would have been Witcher fans, you know what I mean? So, I don't know how they thought they'd get away with that. Yeah, they just hijacked the name and then put their own kind of propaganda into it, or bad storytelling, or whatever way you want to put it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just wanted the name. I remember a lot of people were angry, some of the hardcore fans of Assassin's Creed, when Valhalla came out. The game was pretty good. I liked it as a Viking adventure. But if I was really into the kind of Assassin's Creed thing, yeah, I'd be disappointed. Very little reference, let's say, to the Assassins. You did have the knives, and that was about it. You know what I mean? It bore no resemblance to the originals. But a really good game, let's say, as a Viking adventure. But they used kind of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I think it should have had its own IP. And they were using that again as a vehicle to bring in the fans of Assassin's Creed. But there was a bit of backlash, but not as much as I thought. but it was a sign of them going more and more mainstream, really. Yeah, I unfortunately seen it with Fassbender. Yeah, wasn't great, to be honest. Yeah, but there rarely are, the movies based on games.
Scram, I'm on duty.
But I think, like with the last couple of years, I can't really watch a new movie that's been made. It seems to have a strange agenda. I think Hollywood is kind of going through a kind of a phase now. And to be honest, it's been spreading over to games as well. Yeah. Yeah. It was the story writing again, Jonathan. You know what I mean? A movie or a game, well, especially a movie. A movie would really depend heavily on the story. Not as much maybe as a game, And if your story is lacking, it doesn't matter who you're gonna get. Especially, let's say, if you never really played Assassin's Creed and you wanted to watch it for what it was, a movie, there might have been some core fans that, might have found it a bit better. Oh, let's see. Hopefully we're done with this one. I just want to get my 6 more achievements out of this game. But at the same time, I want to do every quest I can on this because, I would probably not play this ever again. Well, I'll have to when the DLCs come out. But that would be it. I can't see the DLCs save it. Not with the base game being like this. Oh yeah. But Ubisoft have gone kind of rogue as well. They're always pretty greedy, to be honest. And I've heard some rumors and stories about their work environment is pretty despicable. But their CEO saying that, gamers would want to get used to not owning their games. That didn't go down well, But to be honest, BGS is almost, up to them. Yeah, exactly. Issue 2, which is a very small story. In the grand scheme, yeah. One of my favorites would have been 3. That American Revolution.
Now leave me alone.
I kind of like that. Yeah. But I did think that the main character, Connor, you were kind of stuck as Connor at that age, the kind of brooding teenager thing. I always thought his dad, the bad guy, was a more interesting character, for me at least. It might have been better if, during the game some time passed, you got a bit older, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, me too, yeah. You know what's going to happen after that. Yeah. Well, if you can't own it, you can't have my money. I can't own it, as simple as that. So yeah, they just want you to lease or rent. They can stop games whenever they feel like it, Yeah. But I think that would be the first step in not selling games and kind of renting them. Imagine the money, guys, in that compared to just selling it outright, Like, I do know if I was charged even only $1 for every time I played Skyrim, that would go into... Oh my god, I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, I thought so as well. Yeah, I found him an interesting character. Oh, hi, Campaign B, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Count? Hi, Dingleberry.
You're not from INSEC, are you?
Right, let's go and we'll see what this guy has. I was just finishing up the last quest before I go, guys. I'm just desperate to get out of this game. Doing good. Oh, nice. Yeah, great game. the quests in that are a masterpiece compared to this one. I find it very lackluster, to be honest. Very draggy and very empty, you know. The exploring has not been fun for me. One of my favourite parts about BGS games. And yeah, what can I say about this? But for once, I think I would agree with the critics on this game. It's not something I could go back to, Count, to be honest. Not like I would with Skyrim or New Vegas or, you know, any of their other games. Yeah. I'm not hating on anyone that would like it. On the contrary, you know, if they're getting fun from it, that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? I feel happy for them. It's just for me. It's not fulfilling what I want, you know, from an RPG. You know, it feels like I'm trapped in endless radiant quests. Although my experience, you know, was pretty marred right from the start, with countless bugs, maybe 2,000, a lot of them quest related, and spending 100 hours plus, you know, with reloads and workarounds for quests. So, you know, that was a bad start in the game, you know, and the fact that they had a year longer than usual to so-called polish the game, you know, it didn't help, to be honest. Now, consider him out of the picture.
You get results, like me. Well, hopefully not too much like me, right?
But, you know, regardless whether I like it or not, you know, if a person got some fun out of that and liked it, yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, we all like different things.
Soon there will be angry customer, and that's bad for business. What we need is Aurora. And there's only one
I'm sure there's some stuff that I played that, you know, other people wouldn't be into.
Worked there and had a secret contact, even secret from me, his good friend, who supplied the Aurora.
Oh my God, how long is this gonna go on? Okay, sounds like you're doing a good job. I don't know how I'll find the contact then. Okay, let's go on that one.
Plan for that. So
oh yeah, yeah. And that's fine, that's perfect. You know, it would be pretty bland if we all liked the same thing, John.
Here are some superb
You know, there's lots of games that other people like that I wouldn't be interested in. And that is pretty normal. You know what I mean?
Nice to meet you, Riley. So you apply there to work.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, you know how to make amp, yes?
We're all different. We all like different aspects of games and different genres and things like that. But imagine a world where we all like the same thing. There wouldn't be much of a selection of games, would there?
That's very good. So you need to put on your best suit, right?
I'm not going to be making any amp for this guy.
Neshar's contact should be looking for someone like
yeah, a lot of people hate Skyrim as well.
Then
and Oblivion.
More Aurora and profits will flow.
That it? Tell me we're done. Watch, he'll give me another quest. There we go. This always breaks into 3 quests. I think we'll leave this one, guys. I've been on 7.5, nearly 8 hours. There's only so much of this game I can take. Just 6 left, Zach. Yeah. Let's say when I wasn't streaming, I pushed ahead into Unity. I did the discovering the systems and did the last one. So now, let's say before I come on, I just backtracked a little bit. So all I've got to do is clear out this. And as far as I know, I've just got 2 quest lines to do with 3 achievements each. Would be the Rangers quest, which I'm looking forward to, and the 2 best probably till last, and the Crimson Fleet. I'll get my 6 achievements, and then on the base game, yeah, I'm done. I've got 100% on it. And then, to be honest, it's most likely I will do a nice run on Skyrim. A legendary survival with some I'll make it really as hard as I possibly can. You know, great game. I will go in as an Imperial. I'll use only Imperial armor and weapons, which will be a challenge. I won't be allowed to buy anything for my character. I'll have to mine and hunt. And I won't be allowed to pick any plants. But I can take stuff from containers and steal from containers. So I will, let's say, to get my alchemy up, I'll be doing, you know, a lot of harvesting and growing at my houses and stuff. And it will give me an excuse to visit the mines and make the best of it, you know. But I intend to have a good run at that, to get back to a rule game for a change, you know, something with the kind of immersion that only Skyrim can give me. Yeah, it'll be the first time I've done anything that extreme, and I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, great game. Now, I'll save this out on the street, because I really don't trust the cell here. But yeah, I've been on 7 hours and 40 minutes. And 7 hours and 40 minutes in this. To be honest, if I had to redo everything I've done in this game to this extent, right? And I had to do the kind of, you know, what this game was intended to, the 10 playthroughs on this game. If I had a choice between that and doing maybe 3 to 4 months in prison, I'm almost certain I'd choose prison. You know? Especially suffering the same bugs over again as well. But to me it's cruel and unusual punishment. And it would break me, yeah. It would break me. Because you really know how I hate bugs in a game, you know. That's how I feel. I don't know what prison is like, but I assume, you know, at least you can get a rest maybe, or watch some TV or something, or read a book, you know. Heaven compared to this. Right, let's do a save here, guys. Oh, there we go. I'm absolutely exhausted. And this is the problem with the quests in this. You know, even the kind of random ones you pick up go on forever and ever. I've always found a lot of things to be immersion breaking in the game. Loading screens will be one. Bad story writing. Empty spaces with nothing to do. And quests that run on too long. You don't mind the odd one, especially if they're kind of, you know, kind of the main quest or a main kind of side faction quest. But when you meet every quest that never ends, yeah, you know, if they're trying to break someone's immersion, they couldn't do a better job. Ah well. So, I will leave it here, guys. And this was an unscheduled stream. I was just desperate to get this out and move on to something else. But I will be on tomorrow and the day after. That's my usual kind of times. I do Tuesdays, Fridays and Saturdays. But I think I did 2 extra days, you know, this week just to get this out. So we have 2 days. Surely we'll get this out in 2 days. Well, it's hard to know. And to you too, Jonathan. And take care and stay safe. So, I'll leave it here, guys. I'm absolutely exhausted and starving. You know, I think I deserve a medal for enduring almost 8 hours of this. Or at least a mention. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll get ready. And you too, Count. And thanks for stopping by. And raiding. Appreciate it. Now, what I will do is I'll get ready to do a raid. And as usual, we'll see if any of our friends are streaming. And we'll stop on over. But not before bidding you all farewell. So, thanks for the raid and stopping by, Count. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one and a great day. You too, Jonathan. Take care and stay safe. And of course, Zach. Have a good one, Zach. And of course, guys, thanks for the lurks and the follows and the raids tonight. I appreciate the support. And of course, Young. Have a good one, Young, and thanks for hanging out. And you too, O'Keefe. Stay safe. And thanks for stopping by, Dingleberry. And of course to Terry, Terry, Tigger, and Hufflepuff, if you're watching. Have a good one, ladies. Let me see what we've got here. And thanks again for following, Casey. And thanks for watching. And again, for everyone who joined tonight, welcome to the community. And you too, Paramansky. Have a good one. And sorry, Paramansky, I think I missed that message. And you too, Von Falcon. Thanks for following and hanging out. I hope you have a great day. And of course, thanks for lurking, Selmac. Appreciate that. Ow. I think that's everyone. I know I've missed a few. My memory can be bad. And I'm kind of relying on my memory and the message board. So I've most likely missed a few. But to anyone I might have missed, my apologies. And to everyone again who is watching and lurking. Appreciate it, guys. I will be back tomorrow at the same time. And the day after. And then I get 2 days off. So Tuesday, Friday and Saturday. I'll try and really stick at this as long as I can. I want to do every quest. You know, I want to give it a chance. And then I'll, you know, see where it takes me. Then I can give an honest opinion when I'm, at least I can say I did it all there is to doing it. And, you know, I give it 60 hours. I give it, you know, I give it whatever it took. And we'll see. Okay, let's see who's streaming, guys. And again, I hope you all have a good one and stay safe. So we'll go straight to a raid. So let's see who's streaming.